way you do it. You play the guitar on the MTV. That ain't working, that's the way you do it. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Now that ain't working, that's the way you do it. Let me tell you, damn guys ain't dumb. Maybe get a pistol on your little finger. Maybe get a blister on your thumb. We got to install microwave ovens, custom kitchen deliveries. We got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color TVs. Move on, move on. What's that? Hawaiian noises. He's banging on the bongos like a chimpanzee. Oh, that ain't working. That's the way you do it. Get your money for nothing. Get your chicks for free. We got to install microwave oven, custom kitchen deliveries. We got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color TVs. That ain't working, that's the way you do it. You play the guitar on the MTV. That ain't working, that's the way you do it. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Money for nothing, chicks for free. Money for nothing, chicks for free. Ooh, that money for nothing. Money for nothing, chicks for free. Money for nothing, chicks for free. Money for nothing, chicks for free.
God damn, it's a new day. God damn, but that nigga wanted money. Ooh.
unapproachable appearance to how I pack the Ninas. Out of 2 clips, they say malice demeanors. Got love for guns and cane, let nothing come between us. You mistook me for a rapper, huh? Well, that makes me an actor, cause I would rather clap a gun and buck on them niggas who hate, who wanna be in my shoes, live my life but can't carry my weight. I understand that the envy is part of the game, but make no mistake, you and I, we are not the same. Nah, bitch, I'm liable to splatter your shit, light up your world till you start to stagger and shit. Watch how them hollow straight rattle your shit, and I'll leave it to y'all to freestyle and battle and shit. That's not me. I'm more at home with the chrome or at play with the yay, moving 12 for a zone. I'm gone.
God damn, it's a new day. God damn, but the nigga wanted money.
God damn, when that white hits the pan, it comes back hard. I can account for every gram at the streets molded the man I am. The pimp, the hustler, the crook, the killer, gorilla, traits of a blow dealer. Course my vein, I hustle, I'm rich. Blow skrilla, I'm the torch that carry the game. The flame I throw, crack change came from blow. Push the O's, 6 leg close, hug the streets, I hug the beat. Change flows, thug the streets, my love is deep, my pain shows. My heart's on the sleeve for nigga that done gave they soul and hearts through the street. You nigga told they breaking, my heart's on the street. So watch the phonies, watch your homies, we pop, pop, drop you homie.
God damn, it's a new day. God damn, but the nigga wanted money.
They call me Pusher for one reason, cause I keep that sniff all seasons. Whether the price is up or down, I keep a mound to pitch from. You don't have to shop around. When it comes to that money, I get stealth. 3 guns is fortune, and I don't mind sharing my wealth, dog. I know about life. I've been around the world thrice times. I mean what I say. From that Panama sun to France, Champs-Elysees. Grind so deep rooted, I can't turn away. To sell bass is now somewhat therapeutic. Hear what I say, please don't confuse it. My verses heal like Kurt Mayfield's music.
I'm your pusher.
Damn right, I treat your nose to hook ya and only pull back to cook your partner.
God damn, it's a new day. God damn, but the nigga wanted money.
I'll be damned if I die from starvation. Things as fucked up as is, so I bang for my cabbage. You wanna know the most effective way of getting money? Pull your gun rapidly, and watch you see the situation be corrected. Lord heavens, why must I live so devilish? They say what you do comes back on you 2 times. I should have been died, but I'm still walking around with 2 9s. Who wants to be a millionaire? Me. And you ain't got no more lifelines. You a snitch nigga fighting crime. Go ahead and tell the police, cause every move you make, I'ma throw a slug and hope you choke blood, nigga, on every breath you take. Not to be broke, it's cold chains, fake witness. Natural spitters from a human gap filled to the limit, head to diminish. Loud niggas talking gibberish. Rhymes beat, I deliver it with complimentary service for certain live in your living room, searching or hurting you.
God damn, it's a new day. God damn, but the nigga wanted money. Ooh. 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 God damn.
the times that now and then appear as only dreams. All the stuff from way back when that's coming up. Don't self-destruct, you don't have to call for the wrecking ball or burn the world to ashes. All you have to do is ask me to. I'll stop you where the descending stairs. Drop all the things that now and then appear as only dreams. All the stuff from way back when that's coming up. Don't self-destruct, you don't have to call for the wrecking ball or burn the world to ashes. All you have to do is ask me to. I'll stop you where the descending stairs drop.
Buy this car to drive to work to pay for this car. Buy this car to drive to work to work.
Welcome to the YellBRo Road. I'm Jordan, and today we're going to talk about the war between MAGA and Elon and Trump and Alex Jones and David Icke and all of them. Yes, that and maybe some conspiracies about this mass killing shooter or driver and the Tesla truck blowing up. It's the meta. What do you want me to do? Before I get started, don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to every link in the description box. Check them all out. Do it. Donate, share them. Whatever you feel like doing, do it. Ow. All right. Sorry, I was like listening to or watching Nate Shot play that marble game. I think got distracted. Anyways, what's up, guys? OPI, what's up? Listen, you need build up. You got to do build up, right? My number one medium, genre, whatever you want to call it, is art. I love expression and artwork. Politics sucks ass. So I need something to, relax me, put me in the mood for stupid fucking team playing bullshit, silly stories of silly people doing silly shit all over the world. Sometimes you got to vibe out first. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Steve Cutler? How you doing, man? That's right. The longest lead ever. Jesse, Deceitful, Stevie, Dubster. What's up, guys? Hopefully I didn't forget anyone. I said Jesse, right? Yeah, we're gonna go over this because, listen, I've said it for years whenever I've done this channel. One of the biggest and most important things I've ever said in regards to politics is the thing to stay away from, which is team playing. If you see team playing, you should be like, yo, guys, like move individually, think individually, have a critical eye, have a critical mind, please. Because events like this, granted, it's about H-1B visas, whatever the fuck it's called. Ugh. I guess that's the thing that moves these guys. Granted, a lot of these guys, you included Dubster. Dubster was cheering for Steve Bannon and all that shit. He was dick riding Trump during his first term and basically this one leading up to his election. People like that who are also apparently 9/11 conspiracy theorists too. They're 9/11 truthers, like Luke Radowski, right? If that's how you say his name. Guys that like, we are change. Like, are you? Because it seemed like you guys were giving free passes to the MAGA form of the Republican Party for several years now. Oh, like you had the first 4 years of his election, then 4 years after with Biden, and now you gave him like, or you were about to give him another 4 years of, you know, uncritical, barely critical assessments of this guy. And it's like, you guys are the 9/11 guys. You're supposed to be, you know, anti-team playing. But whatever, you ended up teaming up anyways. And the thing that makes you guys move is H-1B visas. That's it. Job security is the thing that moves you. All the neocon exploration of the George Bush era, all the foreign policy examination of the Obama era, and it's jobs. That's what gets you the turn on Trump. Not his foreign policy that you had 4 years of. You had 4 years of that, and everyone rallied together to reelect him this year, or last year technically. And the thing that gets you like, wait a minute, maybe this guy's not working for us, was the H-1B visas. Are you fucking trolling me? God. That's like the 9/11 guys, or that's their main concern. But whatever, if that's what you need to quote unquote wake up. Granted, I think it's a sour, shallow topic, but hey, if that one little crumb leads to an avalanche, I'll take it, I guess. But god dang it, it looks tacky, it looks stupid, it looks like bad writing, in my opinion. My humble opinion. So, let's go over some stuff, shall we? Now, this is the Luke Radowski guy. Rudkowski. There's a K in there. Okay. Once again, 9/11 truther guy, right? I think he has a thing on here. Where is it? Mr. Rudkowski is no shrinking violet, armed with a video camera and a YouTube account, says the New York Times. I guess he was like using that, like, they probably said something disparaging about him, and he's using that as like, see, look, the New York Times is afraid of me. Right? They're talking about me. Meanwhile, you kind of laid down and let the MAGA crowd roll all over you. You can't say you didn't have the platform because you're on Little Timmy's show. You're all over Little Timmy's show. So why aren't you speaking your voice out there, like making an emphasis? I've heard him say some things on there, but like really emphasize, like, yo, this guy's the orange penguin is not to be trusted. Like, but I guess, you know, 9/11, that was so long ago. So, you know, we don't need to be harshly complaining about any of these things. Wait till the crowd starts turning on Trump, then we'll fucking and then we'll say something. But even with that, like, I don't even think the crowd is fully turned on Trump. I think they're looking at Elon. He's kind of a scapegoat, probably. Even though Trump's saying similar things in regards to H-1B visas. Where is it? Let me see. Where's this shit at? There it is. There.
I didn't change my mind. I've always felt we have to have the most competent people in our country. We need competent people. We need smart people coming into our country. And we need a lot of people coming in. We're going to have jobs like we've never had before.
Why did you change your mind on H-1B visas, sir?
I didn't change my mind. I've always felt we have to have the
It's
most
just here,
competent
yeah.
people in our country. We need competent people. We need smart people coming into our country. And we need a lot of people coming in. We're going to have jobs like we've never had before.
So as you can see, his mind has not changed on the topic, right? He's still aligned with Elon Musk in regards to the topic. And let's be honest, what the response will be from, you know, Elon serving as like kind of like cannon fodder, it's probably a lot of it's going to be racism, right? Will that be like a main issue here? I think it will be. I think that's what Elon's rebuttal will be or has been. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong about that, but if I had to guess, if I were a grifter, if I was full of shit, that'd be the response. Although that would make it look like you're one of these SJW Democrats. Right? You don't want that to happen. So maybe he'll do it in a different way. But listen, the Democrats are wrong, but these guys are still racist. These are racist guys doing this. These are white nationalists. And then if you tie in Israel in regards to that topic, guess what? Guess what the response will be from even dear old Daddy Trump. I'm just saying. Anyways, let's close that. All right, so here's Mr. 9/11, Luke Rudkowski. And he says, okay, this is not what I signed up for. And it's like, you signed up for something? Interesting. I thought you warned people not to sign up for things years ago, but now it's like you did sign up for something. Got it. So let's read this post here from Ashley St. Clair, yada, 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 girl with nice cleavage in her profile picture. I'm impressed. This is how censorship starts on every platform, through every avenue throughout history. They deplatform the quote-unquote worst people so that people do not speak out because they don't want to be associated with them. Accounts are being suspended without reason, ability to purchase premium removed, subscribers removed, which is, some people's money flow, or some people, right? That is this platform ties into a lot of people's careers. They thought they were on the gravy train riding with Elon Musk and Donald Trump, but shit might be going sideways. So this is more about the censorship portion of it, which I'm going to go get into as well. If you're going to demonetize them, whatever, but to remove subscribers who are individuals choosing to support someone privately, very bad precedent. And here's the thing. I want to say I agree, but I don't know this motherfucker. Just like people want to say they, maybe like a month ago, they want to say like, oh, I agree with Elon Musk. You may want to put a little disclaimer there before you say that. Seriously. Right? And like I said before, the main idea about team playing as being like a fucking problem in regards to politics. Yeah, that's why you kind of gotta, like you don't know these people. So maybe you should you put a little disclaimer there, like, oh, these words, they sound correct, but I don't know the guy who's saying it. He might not mean it, or he might mean that in a different way. It could be detrimental later. I'm just saying. But yeah, there you go. There's Luke's little statement in regards to censorship with Twitter. But this is all tying into the MAGA versus the MAGA fans versus the guy who made up the MAGA thing in the first place, or the team that made it up. H-1B, they took our Jews for over 2 years. We have had massive layoffs of these same tech jobs, over 500,000 tech jobs, and people upset now weren't rallying for them. Yeah. Well, listen. Once again, when it comes to politics, and that whole thing with team playing, they get so locked into the narratives that the team leader's pushing out that they don't actually pay attention to the things they're supposed to care about. They just assume they're going to work out in their way, or work out in their direction, because the daddy that they supported, like, we like him so much that he's going to do what we want, which is once again proven not to be the case. He had 4 years. You have all this information with Elon Musk. I mean, come on. Elon Musk and the tech bros, you had all this information about them. But all Elon had to do was join Trump and say, oh, you know what? I like MAGA. That's all he had to do. And boom. Let the dick riding ensue. Here's probably my favorite guy to look at on fucking Twitter, David Icke. It's hilarious because he's just going after everyone. He probably posts about Elon Musk like 5 times a day. It has to be. I'm not on Twitter that often, but that's the way it looks. All right. David says, oh, but you did, Luke. Like, I agree. You did sign up for this shit. Luke, you did, okay. And you promoted the Musk-Trump psyop as you promoted the COVID psyop. Don't start moaning now. You made the bed, time to sleep on it, and take the devastated credibility that's coming along with Rogan, Carlson, Jones, Brand, Weinstein, Poole, Johnson, Knopfall, I don't know who that is, Peterson, Carroll, the Tates, and oh, so many more who have bought and promoted the Trump-Musk psyop. Yeah. Like, let's just be honest about that. Like, I don't know. It feels like I saw through it like immediately. Now, I'm not some fucking guru or anything. It just felt like common sense. Like, you just look at these fools. Like, the things that people were falling for, like, damn, doesn't this remind you of like They Live almost? The way these people are just like droning through supporting these people. Yeah, sure, it looked emotional. Like they weren't fully robotic, but the actual, I don't know, egotistical idea of strategy or social things they want to happen or social things they want to go away seemed all very shallow, surface level shit. To where it's like, damn, anyone can just say this and you guys will agree with them or dick ride them or join their team. Like anyone can say these things. It's the same idea as get money out of politics. And AOC can get on a podium and say, I will take no money from billionaires. Or Bernie Sanders could do that, whoever. Right? And people are like, yeah, that means they're a good person. Like, no, it doesn't. No, it fucking doesn't. As people are learning now, people can say conspiracy theories now out loud on their platforms and, promote them and get viewership from it. Oh, that means they're a good person. Because look, they're talking about the USS Liberty. The mainstream's afraid to talk about that, but this guy's doing it, or this girl's doing it, or this psycho named Candace Owens is doing it. They must be on our team. They're one of us. Here to remind everyone, Trump started with a small loan of $1 million to start his business. A small lump sum loan of $1 million. I'm sure we've all had those moments, right, where we've borrowed $1 million to start our businesses. So he's one of us, obviously. Obviously.
Don't be mad. He got that cheddar.
Hey, man, he's been blatantly corrupt his entire career. He's explained how corrupt he is. Then he gets into politics, keeps doing corrupt shit, and everyone let him fucking slide. And now we're complaining because of H-1B visas. Fuck.
Who's in politics that's not corrupt, homeboy?
I'm reviewing politics. I'm not corrupt.
Are you in politics? Is the question.
Technically, I am.
You're reviewing it. You're not in politics, buddy.
I'm not a politician.
Reviewing something doesn't make you a politician. I reviewed guns fucking yesterday. Doesn't make me
the idea of politics, right? Where you get voters and shit like that, right? You have people who can influence others with just talking about politics. Thus, you're part of the political process. They need voters, right?
Nigga, you ain't influencing anybody.
I think I have already.
To do anything. Dominion voting machine already got you beat. Good luck on that part.
Whatever. All right, more from David. It's also a head shaker to see the quote-unquote alternative investigate deep state false flags through the years, pouring over every alleged fact to see if it stands up. But when anything happens involving their side, they accept their official story without question. That's probably tying into the New Orleans and the Cybertruck, ugly-looking truck thing blowing up, right? What's up, Target? Just give me a second. Yeah, that's probably tying into that. And it's like he's pointing out Luke, no way around it. He was called and considered a 9/11 truther guy. Straight up. We've heard of Jason Burmis. I've heard people complain about him. Granted, I haven't seen it so directly, right? I haven't been watching his content to see it directly. I've seen Luke's. I've seen him on Trump on Little Timmy's podcast or channel or whatever the fuck. I've heard him shaking his ass for Trump, or moving out of the way and letting Timmy do the ass shaking, right? While the 9/11 guy's right in the room with him, it doesn't fucking put him down for it. But let me wreck your shit real fast on your own platform. Here's why you can't just dick ride Trump like this. Yada yada, like fact after fact after fact that is all open for everyone to fucking see. Anyone can get their hands on this information and just point it out about the guy. Like, spend time on it. But Luke's got to step back. It's little Timmy show, so step back and let him do it. Let Timmy shake his ass for Trump and Elon, I guess. But funny enough, like you would think that the 9/11 guy would be one of the people, standing up to this stuff. But whatever.
Back, baby.
All right. All right. Continuing on. Anyone who takes a political side is not alternative and not even a journalist. Not least those that turn up at Mar-a-Lago, some in a private jet, to feast on the Trump dollar and then claim to be independent. The fake alternative has been the Trump Musk promotion team and funded/promoted to be so. They need to be held to account as this disaster for America unfolds and what it is really about, a technocratic AI takeover, becomes ever clearer. I'll give David credit for the last lines there. I mean, well, there's some evidence and room for that. I can't say I know. It seems very plausible. But at the very least, if you don't recognize that these guys are at, like, it's almost disqualifying on its face. Someone like Luke or, little Timmy, people like that, where they don't even point out like the obvious faults. Forget about where they might go, like AI takeover thing. Forget about where it might go, like in real time, like where these guys have had a 4-year span of the dude and his policies. Like they've seen it play out already. And to watch them just excuse, while also claiming to be, as David called them, journalists or independent. It's not realistic, bro. That's just bad writing. That's not character consistency, in my opinion. So I agree with David here. Clear out some of this shit. All right, this was less about this and more about this. Algorithm tweak coming soon to promote more informational/entertaining content. We will publish the changes to blah, blah, blah. Our goal is to maximize unregretted user seconds. Too much negativity is being pushed that technically grows user time, but not unregretted user time. Unregretted user time. If that ain't some fucking weird phrasing. Unregretted user time. Oh, that's hilarious. Let me read some of this. The dissident right was salivating so much for Haitians eating cats that they missed out on Trump saying he supported bringing more Indian immigrants legally. I mean, listen, I get it. Politics it's a snooze fest and it's easy to fall asleep. The one way to not fall asleep is to, I don't know, question everything, as people's, makes it a little less boring. But also, yeah, I don't know. The way fanboying and fangirling go, like it's already bad enough in film and movies and music and video games and entertainment shit, right? It's bad enough there. What if you're doing it someone who has, their hands hovering over a button that can blow the fucking world up or blow somebody's world up, right? I'm just saying. It's weird. It's just weird thing. Like before the election, where it's like these guys are all moving and pushing in like a certain direction. You can see them. They're like so many people that people would call lefties, like a Jimmy Dore or these types, or someone that they would call like a truther, like Jason Burmis, are kind of like letting shit slide by, bro, and letting this creepy crawly orange penguin just go by untouched. And then it's like, boom, he gets elected. They're like, all right, now we'll say something about him. Now we'll start talking about how bad this guy is. It's crazy. But listen, those are content creators. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. The main focus should be on the audience, like, or the actual supporters, right? The guys who don't have a platform, they're just fucking, they just support them, unrelenting, right? What do we say? Like, that should be more of the focus, I think. And it's like, yo, what's your fucking reason for this? You get nothing out of this. You're not gonna get a show that gets you $50,000 a month, right, on YouTube. You're not gonna make one of those. So what's in it for you? even the very thing that our jobs, even that's apparently threatened now. So it's like, what do you get out of this? I don't understand. Is it just like a fun thing to do every 4 years? Is it like the fucking Olympics or something? Like just a fun battle? Do you want to look for leftist tears? Like, what's the win? The content creators can tell me how they're winning. They can just show me their bank account. See, look, we're winning. Following Trump was the right idea for my business. It worked for me. How's it doing for your business, everyday man or everyday woman? Mario Nafal, the Israeli agent living in, I think, Dubai, that regularly posts Elon's daily plans on. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know. Never heard of the fucking guy. Trump was never not an openly scummy douche. If the tech pros don't get their way, they'll just move Silicon Valley to India anyway. It's a no-win situation. I mean, all you need is regular people to say no. One of the most powerful words in English language history, the word no. You could just say no to something. You just need, kind of everyone to do it, or at least a wide majority. All right. If you get 90% of the country saying, all right, guys, do this or do that, whatever topic it is, if they say no, nothing's going to happen. They can't do anything. It's like think of like fucking Fight Club, right? It's like, we are your waiters. We are your, fucking we're your waiters. We are your military too. We're all that shit. You guys are like, you can't do shit without us, basically. So, hey, people need to learn how to say no instead of just dick riding and coattail riding and team playing and hugging up in mass groups just because they feel they could. I get to see Carl on Wednesday when Tim Pool goes live. I get to say hi to Jimmy. Get to say hi to Johnny and Sally, my friends. Like, it is what it is, man. I don't mind people coming together and getting it, but some of these characters, they just see you as a dollar sign, bro, and it is what it is. Candace is on Jimmy's team. Correction, Jimmy is now on Candace's team, not a two-way road. Oh, man. Elon Musk and Peter Thiel only allowed conspiracies to go mainstream to give credentials to the right wing as anti-establishment. Trump has won, so they will now start. They will now start pulling back. Okay. Yeah. I mean, especially, you have to assume, especially the Israel stuff, right? Especially that, because that's what we're going to go over here. Granted, I don't like some of these characters, but I'll go over there. Luke was always awful. I feel very stupid for not pushing back on him before that. I mean, it's just the optics of being one of the 9/11 guys to being, kind of on Tim Pool's podcast, just basically letting the whole MAGA crew slide. And it's like, dude, you for sure you know more, right? For sure. You see that blue check mark by David Icke's name? It means David Icke bought into Elon Musk as well. $8 a month. Okay. Oh, for to be verified or whatever. Good point. Maybe he has a reason for it. I don't know. Never talked to the guy. Yes, Luke is now reduced to just a Tim Pool stringer. Probably the weakest person on Tim Pool's panel as well. He's just there in the background while everyone else boosted their own public image / brand. Yeah. Like, there are times where I've watched that show where like, yo, say something, dude. Like, yo, you know about this topic. Like, say something. Or he says a little thing like, well, there's some things with Trump's foreign policy that don't look so good. Then he just stops there and it goes away. He gets over talked by the rest of the panel there. They're like, yo, fucking run over these motherfuckers, bro. But yo, let me talk or I'm off your fucking show. What's up, Stockton? Trump is sick of Elon already? No, I doubt that. I highly doubt that. He may be upset with like, yo, you're hurting the brand right now. Yes, I agree with everything you're saying, Elon, but you're hurting the brand by saying this. Like, just let someone else in your company do this stuff, and then we'll just blame that person. We'll let them take all the blame for it. Like, this person could be our Kathleen Kennedy. Instead of people looking at Disney as a giant conglomerate company, all they see is Kathleen Kennedy, and they blame her for Star Wars. Like, it's Kathleen Kennedy's fault. It's her. Everyone focuses on her. So you got to do, Elon. You got to step out of the public light, man. Everyone bought the check mark so that their Twitter accounts could get, yeah. But now Elon is removing check marks from problematic accounts. Yes, and we're going to go over some of that. Or it's already kind of said already. But we'll play more into that. Chip. Hello. You're already in the call, you fuck. The right wing embraced the talking point that high IQ Asians were getting discriminated in the leftist universities, so they inadvertently advocated for more. That is true. That is true. In fact, some of these guys were working that in tandem with the racial IQ thing. Hey, what if these black people are not smart enough to be here then, huh? Why are you kicking out these Asians and replacing them? Bizarre, huh? I also heard a lot of bragging about, like, with the more fringe aspects of that argument, where it was like, oh, look at their homogenous society in Japan or something, or places like that, or China. Like, look, there's no fucking racial shit going on. It's all one race, like, type of thing. They're like, yeah, we like that. We should be doing what they're doing. That's just some of the fringe elements. And pull a smelly ass fuckboy. I kind of agree. Although I don't know what he smells like. He's definitely a fuckboy. That's for sure. By the way, his wealth does come from a slave labor emerald. Lithium and all that shit that Elon has, his companies have partaken in.
The narrative about his family owning an emerald mine has been spreading on the internet since at least 2018. Earlier this month, Elon Musk tweeted he would pay $1 million Dogecoin for proof of the mine's existence. However, in an exclusive interview with The Sun, his father, Elon Musk, confirmed the existence of the mine and said it bankrolled his son's career. Elon knows it's true. All the kids know about it. My daughter has 3 or 4 emerald pendants. Elon saw them at our house. He knew I was selling them. However, the billionaire father admitted his mining business operated largely under the table. Right, they were slaves, yes, with no formal agreements. What Elon is saying is that there was no formal mine. It was a rock formation protruding from the ground in the middle of nowhere. There was no mining company. There were no signed agreements or financial statements. It was literally slaves and guardsmen with like AK-47s. So it's actually worse because it's like, no, he didn't just make money from like a mining company he owned. He literally directly controlled like functionally the equivalent to a slave plantation. Not even on the books. The narrative about his family owning an
Okay, so he was, maybe his family was Cecil Roading out there? Possibly. I mean, with South Africa, I mean, let's be real. Holding back certain people and boosting up others, like, yeah, some weird shit can go down. Let's be honest. No, I could believe it. But once again, for me, in my own logic and the way I think, you don't need, like, the problems with Elon Musk are so present It's just like in your face to me. Like, it doesn't take much research. But let's be real. A lot of people looked the other way because he was supporting Trump. They looked the other way to get Trump into office. And now, all of a sudden, this lesser of two evils thing is just out the window now. That's gone. And now we're like, boom. Well, look, we're still getting censored. He's not even inaugurated yet. And the guy that was supporting him so hard, or the richest person supporting him, or the most famous person supporting him, is already like turning, going back on what these guys were, showcasing that they believed in, or boasting around like they were like, yeah, the left has been, or the right has been particularly censored on Twitter. So I bought it up. I bought Twitter. We looked at the Twitter files. We fired all the employees that were censoring people, but I'm going to censor people now. Holy shit, man. It's like, what do you do with that logically? It's like, you must be mind fucked, bro. This dude ain't even inaugurated yet. And one of his key supporters is already turning on people. You already know Rogan's going to excuse it. Or if Elon sat down in front of Rogan, Rogan's going to allow him to return what the marketing narrative is. Like he's going to do a PR move of PR moves because Rogan won't stand in the way of it. He'll just let it happen because he's a fucking idiot. And Trump's going to pretend like it's not happening, kind of. We'll see when I get into office. We'll see. 2 years into his presidency. We'll see. We'll get there. We'll get there, I promise. He's already leaving the White House now. What was that thing? I forgot about it. What was that thing you guys all cared about? What was that? I forgot about it. Shit. Listen, I only had 4 years. Oh, you had 8 years. I had 2 separate 4-year terms. If I had it all 8 years together, I would have accomplished everything you guys wanted. But, time is money. Anyway, security, get this guy out of here. Him right there, get him. What's up, Oz Whistles? Blood diamonds and emeralds, that's right. Cranberry raspberries, best drink. It's all right. It's pretty good. Elon, wait, what's this? The right wing endorsed the Great Replacement to defeat Maoist tyranny. They accepted elements of the Great Replacement thing, like elements. Like they wouldn't just say it out loud. Like Dubster will say it out loud, but he will put a joking tone on it. But he won't just say it outright. I'm pretty sure. But as far as like not counting Dubster, but like other people, like it's kind of there a little bit, right? And there's no way you can operate in the rest of the world while having those narratives next to you. Thus, you cut ties with them. You help them get you elected, and you cut ties with them. Bada boom, bada boom. That's right. Ligma Johnson is an Indian guy. The right wing forgot about him. His name's Ligma Johnson. Good God. Ligma nuts. Are you trolling or is that a guy's name? Was that like his Twitter handle or something? Like most mega rich, Musk understands that he can define his own sovereignty. This is at odds with the old nation state model, and the internet destroys jurisdictions globally. All said. I mean, let's be real. When when they're trying to fix censorship on Twitter, it's not for everyone, guys. It's for the ones who bend the fucking knee, like an Alex Jones. He's protected, right? Alex Jones is protected on Twitter, but you're not. Because Alex Jones is a giant celebrity, famous person. Like, it is what it is. So. Anyway. What? Oh, okay. Porn? What? No porn? I would not accept the great replacement in any sense, and that's why Trump will switch back from his stance, from this stance. Elon exposed his left leaning, but what? Lickman Johnson is a Twitter employee that was with Elon when he let that sink in. Jesus Christ, I don't even know. When Trump doesn't deliver, we will learn how his hands were tied. But now we know better, and Ivanka can fix it all as president. Trust me, bro. I think it's more likely Kushner, right? Because they like, listen, man, they need more of these fringe like idea thinkers. They need the MGTOW votes. So she'll just like dress sexy, but be in the background. She'll be like Melania. She'll be like a shadow for Jared Kushner, our next president. Him and AOC will battle for presidency. All right. So there's this rumor thing going around that this guy named Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk. I'm pretty sure this is relatively older. Maybe not this, but the idea of this guy who has Elon's exact voice, who I think popped up on Infowars. Everyone's like, "Yo, that's Elon. 100%, that's Elon Musk." That same thing's happening here. I'm just saying. Elon's still a leftist. MAGA knows. Oh my god. Like I don't know. Like it's weird. It's like this dude jumps in front of bullets for Trump, and him and the Dubster's like a parody. He's like a parody of the MAGA movement. Like, I'll literally hop on this dick for America. I will spread my butt cheeks and sit right on this cock for fucking Donald Trump to protect him. Like, you fucking idiots, bro. And there's a lot of them who are still finding excuses like, no, it's not Trump. It's Elon. He's the bad guy. And it's like, huh. Didn't you guys do that in the first 4 years of his presidency? It was never Trump. It was always someone that worked for Trump, that Trump directly hired. Right? It was always that. It was never Trump himself. So it's like, you have to admit at some point, like, either the guy's a fucking idiot, right? He doesn't realize he's filling his cabinet up or whatever with shady individuals or secret leftists. Either he's doing that by accident or he's doing it on purpose and he knows what they are. Either way, the logic falls on like he shouldn't be there, right? Right, Dubster? He's too dumb. Maybe you don't think he's corrupt. I think he's corrupt, but maybe you don't. Maybe you're just saying like, oh, Trump is just too stupid to be there. Fair enough. It's already confirmed that Dittman is not Elon Musk. Really? I'm gonna play this recording anyways, but this is just alleged. Some shit I heard before. And if you got proof otherwise, fair enough. But I could see that they might believe the same things, even if it's not him. Either way, let's play this clip that people are allegedly saying is Elon Musk, but might not be. All right, here we go.
Environmentalism and Marxism and so many of these different isms movements outside of fascism have largely been led or created by Jews. And it's like it does beg the question, why does that continually happen? Why is there that overrepresentation?
Not always a coincidence,
of this tiny
Ian.
group?
And again, you live in a
He's asking a JQ. The JQ. 52D chess. Dubster wants all 52 inches, bro. Anyways. Hey, this is the fresh and fit guy, right? The cop that no one likes. Got it. He's all of a sudden getting like these people that come out of nowhere. The Candace Owens, this guy that are out of nowhere. Like, yo, Israel, yo. Like that's been a topic for a while. quote unquote credible journalists have been talking about that issue as far as Israel lobbies and all that stuff in America for a long while, but they don't go to these lengths, right? And it's almost like they're subverting the topic itself by opening their dipshittery mouths. Very interesting. But here we go.
Country where you guys have almost zero like Zionist influence in the UAE. I mean, they just let them in. They just recognized them recently as of 2 years ago. Jews can actually go to the UAE. But in America, man, it's a big difference. They run this country. And the biggest thing is this. This is my issue with it, right? Hold on. Let me just finish my point.
Okay, so first of all, it is technically not even late. It is early at this point, okay? So I kind of want to shut things down. And also, I don't really want to discuss any of these weird conspiracy theories. I don't believe in any of this shit. I just think it's kind of odd. And realistically speaking, this is some bullshit. This is just bullshit. So
how is it bullshit?
The question is not how.
Okay, now you get to dismiss this idiot and call it bullshit. Like yes, you could do that because of the context he's putting it in. He's not bringing fact after fact after fact in regards to the Israel lobby and their influence on U.S. politics. He's just saying, the Jews control America. They control America. That's all he's saying. Thus, it can be easily dismissed. It can be debunked and dismissed very quickly, actually. But these are now they're trying to become the leading voices. Now, how they got here, how this fresh and fit guy got famous, is not politics. It's like MGTOW manosphere shit, right? Candace Owens, to where she's talking about Israel, Palestine, and all that shit. Her start, it was politics, but it was in a particular fashion that garnered audience members. She was grifting her ass off. It's obvious as day she was grifting her ass off, and that's how she made her fucking fame and audience, and also being around Kanye West, I guess. So these people who got here not because of their journalistic skills are now the ones trying to be the leading voices on this topic. Interesting, huh? And this is the context that these things are probably going to be put in, thus making them easily dismantleable. Like, you just get rid of these fucking arguments. You can dismantle them very easily. And thus the actual true topic of Israeli power in the U.S. gets no attention from people who have been covering it for years and years and years and years. I'm telling, like, it's like the easiest PR move of all time, bro. If I want to look like some good guy or some genius, have CNN run a negative story about me that's obvious bullshit. Boom. I look like a fucking good guy all of a sudden. I get famous and I look like a hero. Anyways, here we go.
It is bullshit. The question is, how is it not bullshit? I'll fucking leave it at that.
Okay.
I'm not gonna. Okay, look. I'm not gonna fucking argue. I'm not gonna fucking argue history here. I'm way too fucking tired for that. I need to take a nap, which is gonna be a few hours at least, and then get my brain back to working again. I've got a lot of shit that I need to deal with, and this is not one of those things. And this is
okay. Then just mute your phone and then go to sleep, and we can keep having this discussion then, since you don't want to. Like, I mean, this is an important discussion. Just because you just came in the middle of it and you think that it's
and a bad one at that.
Okay, what about a conspiracy theory?
But is AIPAC a conspiracy theory?
No, what's wrong with AIPAC?
Like, is their influence over our government a conspiracy theory?
Dentists invest more in lobbying than AIPAC does.
Come on, dude. Everybody in Washington knows that the Jewish lobby
The fact that you guys were even scared to have this discussion proves my fucking point that they run this country. Holy shit.
There's literally nothing wrong with it.
I think you're giving Jews too much credit here.
The fact that you guys are apprehensive to have this discussion proves me and Chase's point that they run this country, dude. Adrian came out of a sleepwalk just now to stop the
convo. I think you're just giving them way too much credit. I think you're giving the Jews way too much credit.
I literally came in randomly, to be honest with you, but sure. So this is how it always devolves. So this is how it always devolves. Pretty cool.
They give themselves the credit.
See how it's. Do you see how the conversation is now set up towards one or the other? These two polarized ideas. It's like there's nothing going on, or it's the biggest conspiracy of all time. It's one or the other in regards to this conversation. And these are all famous politic people talking. Some people think this main guy is Elon Musk. That's even bigger than you're thinking. Like, like it is what it is. Like that becomes the dictator of the whole conversation. And this happens on all these other levels as well. Think of like Cenk Uygur debating, like, what's his name? Not Ben Shapiro. What's it? Fuck. Forgot his name. Charlie something. The fucking big-headed dude named Charlie from from Turning Point. What's his name? Turning Point. Whatever, Turning Point USA or whatever the fuck it's called. I forgot his name. Charlie something. Like, imagine those two just debating. It's like, do we get anything real out of that discussion? It's like, is that a real conversation? Or are these two fucking team player strategist fuck faces that now own the conversation? Like, we have to listen, we have to live through them. And it's like, pick one or the other. How about your elections? Trump and Kamala. Good. Those are your choices, guys. Anyone else you pick is not winning. It's going to be between those two. I would hope Americans get tired of shit like that. But, you know, let's be real. The average citizen in any country does not think too hard. Charlie Hurt? No. That's not his name. What's his fucking name? Is it Charlie? Right? Charlie Kirk. There you go. Thank you, Dirtbag. Dirtbagel. I almost called. Oh, my bad. I almost called you a dirtbag, man. My bad. Dirtbagel. Apologize. What's up, man? By the way. Yeah, and like this kind of this false dichotomy. It really is. Because at the end of the day, these guys win from viewership and they get paychecks off of it. Let's be real. Who the fuck is Ian? Is that this guy? The former Fed? Fresh and Fit's arrival in alternative media is more complicated. They had to win approval from other people. Some have since disavowed that. Okay. By doing what, like embarrassing women or something? Do something creepy? No, they just control DC. They'd like to control greater America, though. Who, the Israeli lobby? Or do you mean Jews? Is that what you mean? Put things in stupid context, expect some stupid answers, bro. Anyways, when I encounter something I don't understand, I usually sweep it under my condemnation blanket. Okay, baby pooping. Candace Owens first appeared on alternative media as a leftist who had a Theranos-style doxing service she botched. Then she briefly disappeared. That's the story. I brought that up to someone. I didn't say it. I was like, I think I put it more in a question. I'm like, wasn't she like, didn't she start out as like a lefty thing? And she had this whole story of her, being like bullied or something in high school. Thank you for bringing that up, though. She returned now as an anti-woke who called herself Red Pill Black and was seeking a job in InfoWars, but PragerU and TPUSA gave her more money to get her to be a more mainstream conservatard instead. Hey, money talks, man. But goddamn, man, don't you want to? Aren't you guys tired of people just being easily compromised? Isn't that boring? Is that boring yet? Do you want to see something else, man? People seem to be in a state of mind where the only entertainment left is pure destruction. Let's watch shit blow up. Fuck it. Like shit, man. God, I've been really down lately. Breaking news: Cybertruck blown up at the Trump Tower. Like now, people are like, "Yeah, man!" Like, they're all investigating and watching it for hours, looking at different splices of things, putting it in slow motion. Listen to every content creator talk about it. It's like, yeah, this made my week. It made my day. Finally. Ian Miles Chang. Oh, okay. That grifter. The Tim Pool like grifter. Got it. I hope he wouldn't use your shit for to get more of an audience. And I hope he wouldn't ignore some more things where critical thinking would easily point it out and he would just ignore it. I wonder if he does that shit. He probably does. It's spoiler alert. What's up, Amy? That's right. False flags, man. They're very entertaining. Either you believe the story that the news or the official story gives you, and you get to counter all the conspiracy theorists on Twitter, YouTube, whatever social media account, Instagram, wherever, or you believe it's a false flag and you get to research and investigate and encounter the other guys, the mainstream believers. Isn't that fun? Isn't that enjoyable? Doesn't that just make your fucking day? I mean, you could say I'm being a little harsh on the average audience or the average citizen or whatever that looks into the politics like this. You could say I'm being harsh, but at the same time, like, could I be right? Could I be right? Could it be we do these things for our own essential, like, entertainment in a way? It was only shared because it was Democratic lobbyists. God. I hope that's not true, but I could very well believe it. We're like, man, that's like, isn't that cold as fuck? A topic like that, and you, a topic like these guys that try to chase kids down and fucking do sexual things with kids and all that shit. Imagine if someone used that as a political football to play catch with. That'd be that's kind of scary, actually, if you think about it. When all the jobs are automated and they give us $1,000 credits each, they will need more social media narratives to entertain us and keep us busy. This is all practice. That's also a very scary thought. Very scary. We need a family wage more than a living wage. One income should support a family. I agree. Well, I want, me personally, call me if you want to call me a communist, a socialist, call me whatever you want. But I really believe that the basic things for living should be provided worldwide for everyone. But then again, the counter to that will be people, oh, well, that's one world government and yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, yeah, but if we lived in a healthy world, that'd be the thing to do, right? If there was no Illuminati or whatever the fuck, or no one doing creepy things behind everyone's back, right? I'm just saying. What's up, Allie? So WTO provocateurs in 1999 Seattle was fun to learn about. What? It could be for some people. Maybe Luke got a thrill out of doing the 9/11 stuff, and that's why now with the whole Trump thing, like he's not even. It's almost like his heart's not in it, right? I guess until now, when it's popular to question things. Well, he's mainly questioning Elon. Let's be honest. He's mainly questioning Elon. The new cannon fodder. What is it?
The narrative about his family owning an emerald mine has been spreading on the internet since at least 2000.
Played that already. No.
Dems in Maryland. Okay. How long have you been in that position for? Since fall. Okay. Is that like a paid position? Okay. It's just more of a volunteer type thing. Is it like a super PAC or something, or is it just? Okay. This stuff.
That's another thing they like doing here, which is They like there's an old like 19 fucking 50s or some shit black and white video of like things they would play for kids in schools and shit like to warn them. They'd be like, "Oh, if you're gay or LGBTQ or whatever the fuck, you're more likely to be a child molester." That was their narrative to scare people A from being gay and scare people B from hey, if you're not a gay dude, walk away. And also like, oh, this guys, some people who are actually into kids like warn them of that too. Kind of dark. Now, Ian Miles fuckface might not be saying that directly, but let's be real. He put the keywords in there. He put LGBTQ. He put diversity council. Like, wouldn't be surprised if he's implying something. I'm just saying. Anyways. All right. Let me let this play out. There we go.
Themselves the credit. They brag about the fact that all of their politicians that they lobby for.
Damn, he's spamming cry faces.
I swear, literally, I take fucking just a few. I take like an hour or two to go somewhere and eat, and I come back, and we have absolute fucking degeneracy. Great. Okay. Anyways, it's a bit late, technically early already. I don't want to have this fucking retarded ass discussion. It is really fucking stupid. If you want to have a good discussion, we can have a good discussion. You want to talk immigration, we can talk about immigration. But if you want to talk about these like weird ass batshit conspiracy theories, you do this on your own show. It's all perfectly fucking fine. It's great. It's awesome. Just not here. This is stupid. And I'm not gonna have like a historical lesson to back this whole up with. I'll do the research and I'll bring it to you. But realistically speaking, I don't care. I really don't care. I don't understand what the fucking problem is, and I'm tired of seeing this nonsense on everywhere because it's the same repetitive dumb shit, and most of it is entirely a fucking lie. And I'm not going to hear it. Now, with that aside, tomorrow is going to be another day. You can come back if you want to talk about stuff that's actually real. It's good. Other than that, we're going to fucking stick it for here today.
Yada yada yada. As you can say, it's not if those become the two polar arguments, like not gonna be good for critically thinking people. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. Enough of these. Where do we go from here? I played this. More of the downfall of Elon Musk. Did the leftists get to him? Get to him. Get to him. Let's hear. Musk censors is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing, Amy. Hello, by the way. All right, let's hear this.
This is just another article saying he gets fact-checked on X for dismissing platform suspensions. The article is only simply going into the point we're going to make next, which is Nick Fuentes. And trying to hide that these were censored as opposed to just demonetized. And
so like guys like Nick Fuentes are going to somewhat represent the opposing side. Now, it was already a stretch when it was, this is the left taking down someone like Alex Jones, right? And those become the opposing sides dealing with each other. Now what happens when Alex Jones is now on Elon Musk's side, and they're going against the Groyper types. You see the lack of intelligence of a discussion that's going to be it, like essentially be, right? Like, I get the idea of like, yeah, we should talk about censorship and all that stuff, and yeah, it should be a topic, especially the way we've seen social media companies behave before and now. But do you want it to be between Elon / Alex Jones and the whole and I don't know, the corporate MAGA wing versus Nick Fuentes, the Groypers, and the outsider MAGA crew? That sounds like one of the dumbest discussions of all time. But I guarantee you it will be entertaining. I guarantee you that. How did he take over the call if he isn't Elon Musk? He was hosting it, so he could just close it anytime he wants to. WTO protest was Black Bloc, not Antifa. I don't know. I don't know. I never heard of Black Bloc. Never heard of that. I have heard of the WTO protests, though. And some people are being looked at as agent provocateurs doing, you know, violent shit. Happy New Year, Amy. All right, let's play more of this.
So you can see here many accounts, and there's plenty of them. I mean, you can see like here, Suppressed News has been going to town about this. I mean, there's a lot of these accounts that were, because they're not large enough to get attention for it, right? But so first, Seth Dillon says 1.6 million views isn't censorship about this guy, Nick Fuentes, getting 1.6 million views on a tweet that says Twitter censorship is back, free speech is dead. Now, what they're doing is knowingly deceiving people. This is what these people do on a regular basis. And a lot of the inner circle of both, I would see right now, as well as whatever left power structure is there, this is what they do to kind of cultivate that control structure or the narrative around the circle, which a lot of the underlings end up, you know, kind of following along with. Is they're trying to make it sound like he's pointing to himself, even though they're very aware of what he's actually trying to say, which is this. He's saying these people were censored, not me. These people were removed from the platform. So that's what he's saying. It's censorship is back. But of course, Elon says claiming censorship while simultaneously getting millions of views is the clearest possible evidence that Fuentes has SHIT for brains. So think about that. This is the kind of thing.
Mentions the dude by name. Like, he doesn't have to respond to that. He just keep going about his day. He points out Nick Fuentes in particular, basically responding to him, maybe not directly, but responding to a tweet about him. So like, it's kind of setting a precedent for who are the opposing forces here. If Elon Musk didn't even say anything, just tweeted my channel out once, my audience grows times a million grows. He knows, he has to know that, right? I'm just saying, like, he has to know that. You haven't been following Nick Fuentes and AF? What's AF? Is it American Freedom? I think I know what you're talking about, but they have drastically changed themselves since the January 6th mess. Really? I mean, I can believe it. They all do PR. Every single one of these motherfuckers do PR, bro, for themselves, for their friends. They try to do like counter PR to other groups and be like, oh, these guys are bad guys or whatever. It's boring and embarrassing. Black Bloc was named for anarchists at WTO. Property destruction, no violence. Oh, okay. Yeah, but you know how people are going to take that. I'm just saying. If I blow up a car, like, oh, I didn't hurt anyone, though. Like, well, now these guys have an excuse to kick your fucking teeth in. When otherwise they might look like assholes for kicking your teeth in. Just saying. But also, you know, a car blowing up could fuck someone up. Free speech? Please help me out, people. What is free? And what is speech? Anyone here got definitions for those words? Not politically. Not for politics. And I think if we go down the rabbit hole of what these words should really mean, like philosophically at the core, like how many people really truly practice speech? Or is it just egotistical jibber jabber that they concoct in their heads or they borrow from someone else? And then free, huh? God. J6 was slandered? You mean January 6th or J6? What the fuck is that? By the way, I forgot to have my chat on live chat. I might have missed some comments. Anyways, here we go.
We should expect from Elon now. He knows what he is saying. He knows what Fuentes is pointing to. They've already been going back and forth, and yet he still chooses to put this out so they can then make it look like it was only about one thing. And then Suppressed News claiming censorship. What happened to all these accounts? You know, I mean, this is alarmingly clear. That's why I think right now a lot of the conservatives, that's what we were pointing out a second ago, is that they're seeing all these other ones, these Republican teams for politics going, that's not true. Alex Jones, the day after this happens, goes, X is the savior of free speech. And people are like, what the fuck? Like that. Oops, I just cussed him. I'm thinking I'm on your show. They're going like, what the hell is going on here? And so
Okay, bud.
here's the point. He simply told.
Yeah, no,
Go ahead. There's a
no,
delay.
it's
Go ahead.
okay. And I understand. People feel like it's okay to cuss around me. It happens. But no, that particular point is so ridiculous. It is, because you've got
the tweet is saying H1B is. Yeah, a lot of them have been outspoken about that. Can you imagine that guy's that petty? Like Elon Musk is that petty, where he's like, this topic that, became very popular to talk about, I took a side and these guys went against me, so I got them banned or suspended. Just find a reason. Oh, they're one of Nick Fuentes' crew. Got it. Yep, banned them. Can you imagine? Anyways,
arguably the face of the truth community for 10 or 15 years, that after the fact is coming out and going, no, ignore all of the evidence in front of your eyes and ears. This guy is our guy. And to me, and I think I even said it, it sounds like Alex is in negotiations with Elon for the purchase of InfoWars, because there's nothing that would get it. That's unsolicited cheerleading. You know what I mean? Nobody, Elon didn't come out and say, hey, get my back. I'm under attack. Where are my people at? Yeah, none of that stuff. None of that happened. That was unsolicited Alex Jones going, I just watched this dude lay waste to a whole bunch of people, by the way, that make up the base of his audience. There's a significant overlap between InfoWars viewers and Nick Fuentes viewers.
Is that us?
And you're saying, I don't care about this portion of the base. Elon promised me a new base, so I'm going to go ahead and cheerlead for this.
I could see Alex moving for a lot less than that, but at least we have some sort of logical tie-in for his actions on the surface, at least. But he seemed a little wild for a while for Alex Jones. Who knows if the word sold out even works, Amy, for this? Because you have to be it in the first place before you can sell out, right? You got to be the real thing first. Who knows? I can't say I know. America first. Okay. Nick's movement. I mean, that Nick has drastically improved. He's talking about legitimate topics and explaining a lot better. So now he's getting targeted. Fuentes is the one exposing all the Peter Thiel's multiple vast networks. Okay. So Fuentes realized PR can work, right? So he can't just say fuck it. He got his following. Fuentes got his following. So now he's like, okay, now I need to maintain where I'm at, which maybe means a PR move. Who knows? Or it's political strategy. But he's not supposed to be a strategist, right? He's supposed to be, I go for the right thing every single time, no matter what. It's like, hey, can you be turned out, bro? No offense, I think the little sippy cup drinker, it could get turned out. I believe it, man. I don't smell any sense of this guy's just integrity defined. I don't get that vibe from Nick Fuentes. So, yeah. I'm just saying, guys. It's hey, I almost want Nick Fuentes and prove to me that you're not full of shit, or you're not a little kid with a gun just spraying it in different directions. Prove both of those things to me. Otherwise, nothing you've shown me is where I'm like, yeah, man, Fuentes got it right now. Nah, bro, you got to go over all this other shit first. But then again, does the audience ask for that? Nope. Did they think about it? Fuck no. Which is how Alex Jones is where he is, Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes, all these fucking guys. This is how they got here. Shaking their ass for someone. Anyways. So the whole free speech debate is entirely fatuous. It's a fancy word. A distraction. But from what? At the very, like, I think free speech is a worthy topic. It's just these are going to be the voices that are running it, bro. It's like, wait a minute, I didn't fucking sign up for this shit. This shouldn't be our team. We shouldn't be on teams. What the freak? Also, there have been people already going at Peter Thiel and all that shit. Alex Jones sold out. H-1B was excuse to get anti-Zionists. Oh, you're saying no, I disagree with that. I think the quote-unquote anti-Zionists, or let's be real, if you go through the Fuentes route, let's be real, they mean Jewish. Let's just be honest about that. Maybe he cleaned his act up, but you know, let's be real. That's what's implied. That's what the dog whistle thing is. That's what his followers are probably thinking. And in fact, they use that quote unquote anti-Zionist takes as a as the actual excuse. I think that's the excuse of how you get rid of people on social media, or ban people or suspend them or whatever. I think that's the real excuse. Like, oh, look at this guy saying about Jews. We can get rid of him. Anti-Semitic. Boom. Get him out. The right wing attempted to frame Fuentes for January 6th and to make him a sacrificial lamb. Oh, okay. So now he's on the redemption path. I don't buy it yet, man. Who's talking to Ryan? That was Steve from Slow News Day. I saw that today, so I'm like, okay, put this in here. What else? Alex Jones works for Peter Thiel now. Who are these dweebs, man? Who are these fucking dweebs who are allowed to be like the biggest faces and voices for all that shit? Alex is owned. Yeah. Or something. Fuentes is a gamer troll child. He's the Zoomer. Thiel was the top supporter of the next VP and got him into Trump's cabinet. He is an integral player now within the White House, a bit more behind the scenes. Yes, I'm aware of that. I've seen a decent amount of Winnie Webb's stuff on the incoming technocracy through the whole Trump administration, and that they're going to be the guys that want to roll some shit out for whatever reason: immigration, voting, anti-Semitism, whatever the fuck the reason is. Whatever excuse they come up with to do stupid, horrible shit. Or just cringy shit. Special counsel said Biden is too old and demented to be prosecuted, sealing the deal for Trump to be 47. Oh my god. Fuentes does research and educates. I think he's a fucking idiot, but hey, no one listens to me. They fall for these motherfuckers all the time. It's what happens. People fall for these people. It is what it is. But hey, I could be wrong too. Maybe he did figure some things out, turn some things around. It just sucks that we have to wait for him to do it, right? We have to sit and wait for him to figure it out. We have to sit back and watch him go through a process, right? I remember him debating Ryan Dawson on foreign policy, and Ryan Dawson mopped the fucking floor with him. Now, instead of Fuentes going away and putting his tie and suit in his little cubby and then open a book up and fucking study something, Instead, he just keeps getting bigger and bigger. It gets bigger and bigger audience by saying more and more radical shit. He builds up a following, then he learns. Guys, I didn't figure it out till I made all that money or stood next to Kanye West all of a sudden. Isn't that fucking crazy? Like, yo, we have to wait for you to figure it out? It's the same thing that Trump supporters do with Trump. Well, he's not as bad as these guys, and he's learning, he's figuring things out. Once we expose the Democrats to him, he'll figure it out. He'll do it. Like, wait, we have to wait for him? Why are we waiting for him? Why are we waiting for sippy cup Nick Fuentes to figure shit out? Unless you're telling me he was losing an audience. Was he losing an audience as he was going through this maturation process? Or did he just keep growing and growing while he was still clearly trying to figure things out? Like clear as day, trying to figure things out, right? I mean, wait. You think Ryan Dawson is less informed on foreign policy than Nick fucking Fuentes? Are you trolling me, Amy? I think that's a troll. Debate with Ryan Dawson was 6 years ago. Exactly. Did he have to go away, figure some shit out, then come back to us? Or did he just grow and grow? Like, didn't matter. You say enough inflammatory shit, people are like, yeah. Holy fuck, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, what do you do when the quote unquote underground, the obscure informed people of the people informed of obscure fucking things don't even hold those guys to account? They don't hold the obscured fucking content creators to account. So now what? Now Fuentes is here and fucking Mr. Richest Man in the World is mentioning his fucking name. And then that'll be the argument. Those will be your representatives. Congratulations. Dawson is not all that. I understand, but is he better on foreign policy than from not just from what he says, but the sources that he has access to, the people he's talked to, the people he's interviewed, all that shit. You're telling me Dawson didn't have an upper hand in regards to foreign policy over Nick fucking Fuentes, Sippy Cups Fuentes? He doesn't have to be all that. But I'm pretty sure he knows more than Nick Fuentes. Pretty sure. Or is it, does Nick Fuentes put it in the context of the Jewish thing? Is that what makes him more informed for you, Amy? I'm just saying. None of the people you claim to be legitimate are actually pointing out the details of Peter Thiel. They just have, he's generic right-wing billionaire. What? Whitney Webb doesn't do that? James Corbett doesn't do that? How about Last American Vagabond? He does that too. You're telling me those guys don't do that? And by the way, I don't call them legitimate. I just hear what they're saying, and I look at it, and I'm like, okay, that makes some sense to me. Doesn't mean they're right or wrong or whatever the fuck. Legitimate people make the same tired and failed World War II, Hitler, Nazi, Holocaust analogies that actually backfire because they reinforce Israel's existence in the first place. Like who? We listen to you. Don't. Hear me, but don't listen. Unless you truly believe I'm correct or something. Go to fan request and look at a video of InfoWars where Bannon calls Elon the new social credit, calls Elon, or calls him out for a new social credit score thing. Yeah, was that in the video I played on New Year's? Well, no, I mean that was more about whatchamacallit, the H-1B visas. Name calling is not a W. I like the shit talk. What do you want me to do? He likes talking about racial IQ. I like shit talking. I call him out for getting destroyed in a debate with Ryan Dawson, where he was on camera sipping a sippy cup. What do you want me to do? I still follow Dawson. Okay. Nick Fuentes is more honest or brave. God, these are terrible heroes. Max Blumenthal. What about Max Blumenthal? A triple threat match. Spence, Fuentes, Anya also does that. Sadly have to go, but this is not over. IQ is stupid. Well, you're more likely to have a lower IQ if you have my complexion. Yeah. What about Blumenthal? Or his wife, right? Anya Parampil. Are you claiming that those are the guys I'm listening to for foreign policy? They're not, but I'm intimidated by alpha males like Nick Fuentes. That little guy? I don't know, man. He wears those giant fucking hoodies that are probably like only like large. They look really big on him. He could be toting a gun under there, man. You never know. I was talking about the leftists that make up the majority of Palestine activism, the ones that keep calling Israel an apartheid state and compare Israel to Nazis. Okay. Well, those guys probably like Blumenthal or Anya Paranville. They won't call out Jimmy Dore and he's doing fuck shit. So it's like, listen, man, everyone's got their team and they fucking wave their banners. All the regular people lose in response to like we all end up being the losers of this situation. And it is what it is. Keep it moving. It should be the last link I put in fan requests. Said it today. I mean, let me say. Because we already know of this, dude. Are you just happy that Steve Bannon said it? It's been said for a while. Whatever. Or just about Alex Jones, let me say. Bannon slams Musk for algorithm changes on X. This is social credit. No, it's what? Of course, Bannon gets in. Yeah. This is on the InfoWars that no one fucking reads. What? So it's a tacit critique. A tacit critique of Elon Musk. Got it. Anyways. do that. Nice. Blumenthal elevates Holocaust, legitimizing Israel. Man, you're fucking locked in, dude. Fucking locked in, Amy. Get him. Like, holy shit, man. I think you need mushrooms. I'm gonna do a Joe Rogan here. Just take some mushrooms, yeah. Figure it out. Nick F being alpha, maybe alpha like a rough draft first iteration of throw. We win with offline local human communities. What if George Bush is there? What do you do? Listen, everything and anything in the world, damn near something, you know, can be done in a healthy way, especially with like systems, right? But we refuse to deal with the human problem, so we create systems to deal with it, which doesn't actually deal with it, and the human problems can continue to happen. The video in the tweet is what is worth listening to. The Steve Bannon. This? Can't even click on it. The screenshot. The fuck? It's a screenshot, dude. I played this, I think. Dubster. I'm pretty sure I played this last week or on New Year's. I played this video. George W. cannot play baseball. He's trash. Don't you ever dare say that. Yeah, I don't think this is like a working link or anything. Nothing's clickable on it. I just got. It's just a screenshot of that, I guess. Okay. Anyways. All right, what else do we have here? Good. Trump shafts MAGA with epic flip-flop on H-1B visas. Oh, shit. Let me watch a little of this on in the Discord. But here we go. Fuck it.
Baltimore, Atlantic City, Cohoes, New York, and Providence, Rhode Island. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets, and only there. Spoiler alert, Donald Trump has betrayed MAGA, and he's siding with the billionaire class. Why? Because Donald Trump's a billionaire, just like Elon Musk, just like Vivek Ramaswamy. And how do you get to be a billionaire? By helping workers. So,
but he is the lesser of two evils, right, Jimmy? He is the lesser of the evils. But here we go.
I just want to remind you that this isn't a left-right issue. This is a top-down. This is the oligarchy against the workers. That's what the H-1B visa thing is all about, and they want.
But it was a left first right thing when he was campaigning and running for president, because he was the lesser of two evils. He was less pro-war, is a narrative I hear. He didn't start any new wars. I heard that a bunch from you. So he was like, before everyone voted for him, you know, he was the lesser of two evils. But now that he's got elected, they're all on the same team. He's working with the Democrats. Democrats are working with them because it's all about money. It's about classism. Anyways, here we go.
want to make you think we're just bringing in a handful of the top guys.
Prime strategy.
That's a lie. There are no more countries. And I'm going to play you this. This is from a movie from like 1974 called Network, and he's going to explain it to you.
You are an old man who thinks in terms of nations and peoples. There are no nations. There are no peoples. There are no Russians. There are no Arabs. There are no third worlds. There is no West. There is only one holistic system of systems. One vast and immane, interwoven, interacting, multivariate, multinational dominion of dollars. Petrodollars, electrodollars, multi-dollars, Reichmarks, rands, rubles, pounds, and shekels. It is the international system of currency which determines the totality of life on this planet. That is the natural order of things today. That is the atomic and subatomic and galactic structure of things today. And you have meddled with the primal forces of nature. And you will atone.
Now, I don't think this movie's about not directly about economics and political policies. And I thought it was supposed to be like, it's kind of stupid and let's use our humanity thing to overcome these social, whatever the fuck, social barriers, whatever you want to call it. Right? There's something deeper to the human that's supposed to fight these things and not let it be like what this guy's saying, a full controlling force of the universe, the almighty dollar or whatever currency. I figured that'd be like the main point, but Jimmy, I think, has different ideas. I think it sounds like he's saying it's mostly political, which once again, I think downgrades any fucking topic you want to talk about. If you really want to talk about racism, do you go to politics? I don't think so. I don't think you're actually going to get the right thing from that. Any topic, war. I think politics ends up being maybe the most shallow version of these things. But of these topics. But yeah, it is what it is. No one wants to think anymore. Come on, let's be honest. Anyways, here we go.
Will atone.
And so that is Elon Musk. That was 1974's Elon Musk yelling at the MAGA, saying, "How dare you try to stop us bringing in foreign tech workers? You are messing with the galactic order of things where there are no countries. There are only corporations.
I bring the U.S.
and
into
the international
serfdom.
transfer of dollars. Because
Sounds
the
like a bad
billionaires don't
movie.
care about this country. They only care about commerce, what he just said. And MAGA stood up and said no to that. And Elon Musk said, go F yourself in your own face. And that's exactly, so who he's talking to there, that guy had a TV show in the movie, and he got people upset. He said, go to your window and scream, I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. And so it caused a crisis. But that used to be the phrase, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. Now, the motto is, I'm complacent as hell, and I fully intend to sit this one out.
I'm pretty sure this Trump guy was running around with this Elon guy for a while now. I haven't heard so much from Jimmy. Maybe I missed those videos. But I'm sure Jimmy's been scorching them through the entire race, right? Jimmy had to have been scorching Elon Musk and Donald Trump through the entire race, right? He's definitely not the complacent guy. That's not Jimmy. He wouldn't do that. He's a leader of men. He's Howard Beale. Fuck it. Might as well. The bogus birth rate crisis psyop is to force U.S. to embrace neo-serfdom. That's why the left is pushing degrowth and the right is pushing rads. Ugh. Have I mentioned I hate politics? Have I mentioned that? Like Target, give me a give me reasons. Give me the psychological drive of why someone would do anything that you're saying right there. Give me that. I'm just politics just annoy the fuck out of me right now. Like, why would someone do that? What would be the point of doing that? Like, seriously, explain. Like, why do you think they are motivated to do such a thing? All right, Jimmy, leader of men. Let's continue.
It is at least from our Hollywood, my friends in Hollywood. That's all I can speak for.
Oh yeah, what is you're going to be mad as hell for 5 minutes because they're going to give you something ridiculous to be mad about, like men playing women's sports, and you're going to focus all your energy and get it all out of your system, and then you're going to go, oh well, Trump's here, it's all good now.
And so,
okay,
here's what Trump used to say.
I could have swore. Hold on. Wait, what are they called? SJWs? Let's see if there's that. I'm just curious. Oh, there's some Elon Musk right there. And social justice warrior. I don't know, the Linda Yakariani Inyo. Hmm. Oh, that's old. Interesting. Interesting. Very, very interesting. I'm going to look more into that. Something tells me that they've talked about the quote-unquote SJWs with their own content. Like almost like what this guy was just saying, right? You got you to focus on trans women in sports or trans men in sport, whatever the fuck. And then everything would be fixed when Trump got elected. They should have been ringing that alarm a while ago. I thought that was already like out there. That alarm should have been fucking rung a minute ago. But all right.
Focus all your energy and get it all out of your system. And then you're going to go, oh, well, Trump's here, it's all good now.
And so,
okay,
here's what Trump used to say about the H-1B visa program. Here's what he said in 2016.
Well, first of all, I think, and I know the H-1B very well, and it's something that I frankly use, and I shouldn't be allowed to use. We shouldn't have it.
He shouldn't be allowed to use it, and we shouldn't even have it.
You probably even believe that when he said it.
He did.
Very bad for workers.
He says it's very bad for workers.
Yeah.
It's very bad for workers. And how does he know? Because he employs a lot of workers under the HB1 visa.
And second of all, I think it's very important to say, well, I'm a businessman and I have to do what I have to do. And it's sitting there waiting for you, but it's very bad. It's very bad for business in terms of, it's very bad for our workers. And it's unfair for our workers. And we should end it.
So, but I'm going to take advantage. I'll screw over American workers because I'm a businessman. And that's
Don't be
exactly
racist,
that's
man.
exactly what Vivek Ramaswamy thinks. That's exactly what Elon Musk. Yeah, it's bad for the worker. Who cares? They're peasants.
Those
the
two
peasants.
assholes are throwing racism around about it.
Yeah, and now they're going to call you a racist.
Oh, you don't like Indians? We have Indians at home in America that were born here.
That's
Did they
right.
become stupid because they weren't born in another country? What are you talking about?
Here's what he said in 2019. Here's what Trump said.
For decades, this company has served the needs of American workers. It's time we had a federal government that does the same. The Buy and Hire American order I'm about to sign will help protect workers and students like those of you in the audience today. This historic action declares that the policy of our government is to aggressively promote and use American-made goods and to ensure that American labor is hired to do the job. Right now, widespread abuse in our immigration system is allowing American workers of all backgrounds to be replaced by workers brought in from other countries to fill the same job for sometimes less pay. This will stop. American workers have long called for reforms to end these visa abuses, and today their calls are being answered for the first time.
So he actually did that.
Oh shit. My audio not on. Fuck. I would say I'm curious, like what anyone thinks about the idea of this H-1B thing, which hurts me to even say out loud. I fucking it just sounds stupid. H-1B like it sounds stupid and painful for some reason. I'm under this weird suspicion that the actual more efficient thing to do, the one that allows people to have a better life, including these wealthy class guys, right? You don't have, people targeted shooting them and shit like that, or, spitting on their feet and shit like that. Like, fuck you, pussy. Or movies made about them, or YouTubers complaining about them. It's like, sometimes it feels like the moral thing is actually the more correct thing to do, even for efficiency's sake. It's just weird, man. But I hear people, a lot of these political talkers on YouTube, that give a mask or a mirage that they're talking about things in a moral way. Like their whole reason why they do this or do that is for moral reasons, but they never actually bring up any moral reasons. It's almost like morality hurts their argument. Do you see where we're at now? Do you see why I hate politics so much? Moral reasons are actually not. You can't have those because it doesn't work in a debate bro scenario. So we end up, even though those might be in a person's true motives of why they talk about an idea a certain way, they're not allowed to say them. I mean, they're allowed to say them, but they're not allowed to, really, if they want someone to hear them out. It's very bizarre, and you could probably see why I hate politics. Because It's literally the point is to leave morality at the door. Although I think the core essence of what people are doing is for moral reasons. It's just they can't use those moral reasons in their argumentation or their reasons for supporting this or that. It's weird. And then it becomes, once it becomes an ass shaking contest of who can get the bigger audience. And then they can start somewhat talking about what they actually want to happen socially. But they're usually compromised at that point because they already made their bed with all these other discussions, to build their audience up, right? Or ignoring certain topics or ignoring certain problems, which I believe Jimmy did. Let's be honest. I mean, I already know he did with the whole TYT situation, right? Him holding back and not saying anything about TYT for so many years was not morally based. It was team playing, friendship based. Maybe it's like, I don't want to hurt my friend, but my moral belief would beg me to talk about what I think these guys are doing. But then the only thing that gets him to move is when his mask gets dinged up or damaged. Look, they're talking about my content. Those guys are talking about my content, his mask, right? Thus, he has to retaliate and respond to them. Once again, not for moral reasons, for strategy reasons. It's infuriating, actually. They make it seem like it's a fucking task to just hold on to your morals and follow them throughout your life. But people make that shit seem like a fucking task. Seriously. Oh, man. We watched a movie recently called The Assassination of Richard Nixon. Now, granted, I was talking a lot, but I've seen the movie before. We were talking through it. Maybe some people weren't watching. It's whatever. All right, I played it, though. And the guy in the movie, the main character, played by Sean Penn, is like, yo, I'm trying to do the right thing. And then he feels the world just screwing him over. So he says, fuck it, I'm going to grab a gun and do something crazy, right? I'm going to fly a plane into the White House or whatever the fuck the idea was. All right. But before that, he was like, oh, my brother, I can't work for him anymore. He wanted me to lie. What do you mean lie? Like, oh, if I play with percentages, I can make the potential buyer feel like they're getting a good deal when in reality, there's an actual better deal waiting that they don't even know about. But I'll hide that better deal for the sake of getting them to buy it at a higher price so that we make more money. He's like, I can't do that. And off of that, he's talking to like a bank guy to get a loan, right, for a business. Him being honest hurt him and getting that loan for that business. If he shook his ass and bullshitted and lied to the fucking dude, he probably could have got that business rolling. So, oh yeah, I got all these people all over the world they want this idea. They want this idea. But, I gotta get this thing going first. So can you help me out? He could have bullshitted, he could have lied in order to get that loan, in order to start that business, in order to make some money. And he could have went down a road of compromise after compromise after compromise. Well, maybe it wouldn't be compromise for a guy who thinks in business like that, right? It was like, you got to get ahead somehow. And it's like, for some reason, no one looks at someone like maybe like Jimmy like that. We're like, I'm willing to compromise and compromise and compromise to get to a position where now I can start enacting change, quote unquote. In fact, I think the audience would be like, yeah, that's a good idea. Don't tell us, but if he did that, I'd understand. It's a good idea. This is the world we live in. It's like, I'm telling you, the regular populace was just like, yo, fuck that. We're going to have some integrity in everything we do. Whatever our stated morality is, we're going to go with that. I think that's overnight change. Honestly. Like literally overnight. It is what it is. I need to shake my booty for more material. I mean, if you look at it, what Jimmy could have possibly done, and I considered this before, that now Trump is now all of a sudden a really bad guy, and we need to. His strat was to get the MAGA audience to his fucking his channel, right? So he probably threw like tepid, fucking critiques of Trump instead of going all out like he does with a Kamala Harris, a Joe Biden, AOC, TYT, the competition. It's like, you don't need Trump, you need the real MAGA. Who's the real MAGA? Is it someone like Candace Owens? Because guess what? The things you're about to say about Donald Trump and him being a flip-flopper, you're going to have to apply to her. He did a video of Candace Owens talking about Israel with Piers Morgan. I played that during the New Year's stream, right? And it's like, well, now you got to make a video about the real Candace Owens, right? Or maybe some suspicions, or here's her past whatever actions. We have them on, they're on tape. They're on tape, Jimmy. I need Jimmy to say in his heart of hearts that if the Daily Wire offered Candace Owens $20 million a year to stay with Daily Wire, what do you think she would do? I want Jimmy to answer that shit out loud. But hey, what do you really think? I get it. You want to mobilize people, and you want a little offshoot brand of it. What was it? MAGA communism. A little offshoot branding, where this guy's going for the youth. Maybe Jimmy's going for the more traditional political audience. We need to band together. We don't agree on everything, but at the very least, we agree on X, Y, or Z. Is that the moral way through it? Or is that a strategy? I'd love Jimmy to answer that question. Is it truly about empathy? Like, I can empathize with them, thus I want to be able to talk to these guys and work something out, whatever. Is it truly empathy? What if, no offense, Dubster, but actually forget about Dubster. Let's say Matt. I almost called him Matt Stone, by the way. let's take Matt Hunter. I'm thinking about South Park for some reason. Those fucking idiots. Let's take Matt Hunter. Let's say I throw him on your channel, Jimmy, and let's say he somehow got attention. All right, to where you have to see his comments all the time and shit like that. Like people are boosting him. Yeah, Matt Hunter's right. Yeah. What would you do, Jimmy? If you saw some of his comments, I think he'd ban him, wouldn't he? Well, yeah, free speech has a limit. Say, wait, that makes you Elon then. You're like Elon, right? At least the way on the surface of what Elon looked like. I mean, I don't know. This guy's been having problems for years now. Even before I left YouTube for a while, before all that, people were having questions for him. Like, yeah, how come you're ignoring this or ignoring this topic or that topic or whatever the fuck? The only thing that even looks okay would be strategy. Anything else would look like what we see politicians do. Those same ones he rails against and calls them corrupt. He screams how corrupt these guys are for doing this or doing that, or betraying their audience, or betraying their constituents, or the American people, or the American worker. But if Jimmy does it, it's just strategy. It's meant to work out for you. Trust my plan. Don't trust his plan. Trust my plan. That's what it comes off as. And it's just bizarre to me. Very bizarre. And once again, I've had that. Hey, man, state your fucking morals out loud. Why do you do what you do? Really lay that out for everyone. I dare you to. It's like, what lines are you willing to cross, and what lines are just you can't do it? I'd love to hear all that. All right, I'm not even trying to accuse him of anything. It's just I'm just going off of things I've already seen happen that I haven't heard him fucking talk about. Let's be honest. Like I said, Cenk was doing all that wild shit that like clearly looked like grifting, or I don't know what words you put on it. Horrible political strategy bullshit. Money taking for the sake of future strategies. And I've watched this guy say nothing about it. He says absolutely nothing about it. Until he gets personally insulted. Then he says something. I mean, there's no way Jimmy Dore didn't hear the Rogan interview with Donald Trump. There's no way he didn't hear that, right? Does Jimmy have anything to say about it? Probably not. Probably for strategic sake. All right? I need Rogan's platform. I need to be able to go back on there one day. So I'm going to kind of ignore this happening. Unless he did. Did I miss it? Did he say anything? All right, left hand typing. Is Trump really going on Joe Rogan? He did. Breaking records. Okay, Donald Trump is smarter than all of us, says Van Jones. Trump, okay, phone call leak. Was Trump in on it? Trump ruined lying. That's 2 years ago. Let's see this. I'm curious. But it's not even fucking Rogan. Or not even Dore. It's Dore's platform now. Let's see. What does he allow on his platform? Actually open the fucking video down. I hate this house. It's fucking broken.
Hey, come see us on tour. We're going to be in Los Angeles, Columbus, Ohio, Dayton, Cleveland, Cincinnati. For a link.
For Jimmy, the internet is recovering from a big weekend. That's right. Donald Trump and Joe Rogan broke it. Trump's Rogan episode hits 20 million views in 20 hours on YouTube. That's right. Trump's episode of the Joe Rogan Experience has now amassed over 20 million views on YouTube in 20 hours since its release, making it one of the most viral episodes in the popular podcast's history. The episode's massive viewership dwarfs his average audience, which is tending to be got more eyes than the historically well-watched World Series game Yankees-Dodgers. That episode ever featured conversation here. We will take a look at this. It's pretty freewheeling conversation here. We will take a look at this.
New Jersey, off the coast of New Jersey, they want to build. The people are going crazy not to build them, but we have them. The whales are washing up on shore.
Right.
So in 50 years, they had one whale come ashore. Now they had like 18 come in the last year.
What is what is happening with the whales? I've read about this.
Well, they say that the wind drives them crazy. You know, it's a vibration because you have those, those things are 50-story buildings, some of them.
Right, and they're
50.
super sensitive to vibrations
They have
and
those,
sounds.
the wind is rushing, the things are blowing, it's a vibration, and it makes noise. You know what it is? I want to be a whale psychiatrist. It drives the whales freaking crazy.
Yes.
You know, they say Rogan didn't ask him any tough questions, but I got to say, that was a pretty tough question. I mean, Rogan asking Donald Trump to explain how windmills affect whales. I mean, that's a hard question. And I think Trump explained.
Ladies and gentlemen, that guy's not trolling. He's not, that wasn't a troll. That wasn't a joke. That was an actual, like, kudos for the tough question about windmills. Oh. Please, I need to play 10 more seconds of this, and if he doesn't say, I'm just playing, I'm trolling, guys. If he doesn't do that, I'm wrecked. I'm just saying. I mean, no one younger than 60 years old watches Rachel Maddow anymore. Yeah, probably. And yeah, well, he's got to keep him down. He might. Guess what? Let's say the winners of history write the history. It might be like some sort of promotional thing in the future where it's like, I took down Rachel Maddow, or I'm one of the, I'm one of the people that took down Rachel Maddow. I'm just saying.
Did pretty well. I understand it now. I was a little skeptical, but yeah, he makes a pretty good case. It drives him crazy. Earlier this week, Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign announced that she would not appear on America's most popular podcast due to scheduling conflicts. Reuters reported.
So I'm assuming that the whole reason of showing Trump there is to show that Kamala wasn't there. Okay.
Podcast. Ooh. Great. Speaking extempore again against.
Oh, wait, for the fact that it's these guys talking about this and not Dore himself on his channel, it's kind of crazy to me. It's kind of crazy. Sorry, tweets won't do the job, Jenny. Okay, play another clip or something?
That's the key. That's the most important thing. Cabernet, baby. California grape. That's what she expects.
She'll
None of that Texas
imbibe
shit.
7 before she got there. Rogan, he's a pro, man. He's still working the angle because he has some vague hope that he might be able to get her on.
Yeah. It was not to be, unfortunately. Here's the rest of this.
That was my goal, having her on, trying to get her to express herself just as I don't know if I don't think these formats are good. I don't think that two people, first of all, I hate the idea of the presidential debates because I hate the idea of a time limitation on complex ideas. Also, you have to break.
I think you have to have the debates, though.
Right, but the way they do the debates, I think, is the wrong way to do it. I think they should have a conversation. I think you and Kamala, you sit across a table with no one in the room but the two of you. Of course.
Yeah, that's a hell of an idea. Look, Kamala, there's no way she was going to be able to.
That is not a hell of an idea. I get where Rogan's going with that, but it's like, obviously he's a nincompoop. He doesn't think a little bit beyond that, where it's like, yo, what if they just agree to bullshit with each other? We've seen the debates when they cut each other off or they talk over the time limit and they keep going. It's still just blah, blah, politics, right? And not even just politics. It's like watered down versions of their ideas. Like, yo, sit down and fully explain what the fuck you mean to do by this. You need someone there to question, like, yo, you said you were going to do that, 4 years before, but you didn't do anything. Listen, when I didn't start any new wars. I need someone to be there and question that immediately. Right? I need someone there to question that. So it can't just be the two of them. Because what if they're both professional liars? Which it seems like they are. Right? Even if whichever one of them gets in office, do you think they're running things by themselves? Like they're the fucking actual head chief motherfucker? Like, come on. They hire teams, and the team and the people that are always there in every administration, from intelligence to police to military to all that shit, like, it's more likely to say like those guys probably run the country. These guys are just figureheads, man, in my opinion. So you need someone there to question both of them, because we're not dealing with honest people here. I don't think we are. And even if they are honest, that should be fine for them to hear someone questioning their idea so they can explain it fully fledged. Can you imagine a presidential candidate when asked a question, well, what do you think about this idea or that? Like, I think Kanye did it actually on Rogan's podcast. He was like, oh, I'd have to look more into it, I have to look more into it, and I'm not so well versed in it, so I would look into it. I'd sit down with a team, I'd figure it out. I think was one of the an answer to a foreign policy question that Rogan asked him. Rogan didn't ask Trump about these things. Let's be honest. He tongue bathed them. But can you imagine that a candidate actually saying yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've seen what these guys have done, X, Y, and Z, and here's what I would want to do. Imagine it just an honest answer, but they can't do that, right? They have to promote themselves as being the good guys, just like the content creators do. I mean, mainly when they're talking in comparison to someone else, right? If Jimmy's being talked about as a person on his own, then he'll probably be, what's it called? It'd be self-deprecating. Like, oh, I'm just a stand-up jack-off comedian. I'm not a big deal. Yada yada yada. But if you put it in comparison to TYT, he's gonna be like, I'm fucking better than they fucking suck. Right? That's the PR the little PR spin, a little PR move. I'm just saying. Whatever with these guys. I want to see Jimmy actually talking about this podcast. That's 2 years. Is Trump really going on Rogan? He ended up going on Rogan 5 months ago. Trump's classified documents case thrown out. Donald Trump is smarter than all of us from Van Jones. Is that Jimmy Dore? It is Jimmy Dore. Fuck your ads.
Hey, come see us do live shows January 3rd in Los Angeles, Honolulu after that,
is now
Baltimore,
my
Maryland,
favorite phrase.
Atlantic
Yeah.
City, Cohoes, New York. And is that guy literally wearing a mask?
Oh my!
Oh my
Is that,
god!
That's his shirt collar.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank God.
I thought he.
Now I'm actually glad I clicked on this fucking video. Just to hear that was enough. Now, who the fuck is that pandering to? You guys tell me. You guys tell me. Is that guy, is he actually wearing a mask? What's wrong with wearing a fucking mask? Who cares? Holy fuck, bro. An idiot. Fuck. Anyways.
He was doing a chin diaper too.
Sorry, I'm going down this rabbit hole.
Here
I'm
we
a little
go.
curious. I'm just going there.
Van Jones says Donald Trump was smarter than all of us. Have you seen this, Kurt? Watch this.
No.
How the hell did Donald Trump figure out the mainstream media is the fringe and the fringe is now the mainstream?
Wow.
He said, Donald Trump we're told he's been a moron. You mean the guy that Hollywood was giving Emmy nominations to? You mean that guy? The guy who Oprah wanted to run for president? You mean that guy? You mean the guy who's been on the cover of every magazine, guest hosted Saturday Night Live? He's been a celebrate. He plays golf with every president. They all go to each other's third and fourth. You mean that guy?
The guy that only richer people don't like.
Yeah. And he's like, how the hell? Because that's the.
How did you not see it?
Exactly. How did you not see So the point is, you're dumber than Donald Trump. That's the point. Here we go.
By a lot.
How the hell did Donald?
Well, Trump has teams that do things for him. He can witchcraft. I don't call that intelligence. I call that being crafty or clever. All right. I mean, granted, who the fuck thought people would fall for an orange oaf like this motherfucker? But whatever. I guess he says some funny things. I guess people like. He says things that are funny, so it feels more casual. But granted, psychopaths can do that and lead you right into a fucking alley where you get fucking murdered. I'm pretty sure Ted Bundy was a smooth talking guy, smooth talking fella, who was charismatic and all that shit. I'm just saying, guys. But yeah, once again, Trump has teams, right? The whole WikiLeaks. I love WikiLeaks. That was a part of a strategy. He probably had a team that was just on the internet all the time, collecting data. You know, maybe not through an algorithm, but through like just with their eyes collecting data and be like, yo, this is the sentiment that people are screaming out. We need those motherfucking voters. So start winking and nodding at them and hope they join your team and get you to become and vote you in. These non-voters, these guys that will never vote, they'll now all of a sudden start voting again for you because you winked and nodded and made it seem like you're a 9/11 truther. And idiots fell for that shit. I'm just saying. But yeah, you know.
Did you not see
this
it?
isn't about Trump
exactly.
for
How
Jimmy
did you
Dore.
not
It's
see
about
that? So
how
the
bad
point
the
is, you're
Democrats are.
dumber than Donald Trump.
And I have a feeling he's been doing this all leading up to the election. I have a feeling this was his platform leading up to the election. Was look how bad these guys are. Look how less anti-war, or look how more anti-war Trump is compared to Kamala, or Kamala, whatever the fuck. That sounds like the strat. Okay, and then once he gets elected, boom, we start. Since we got all this new MAGA audience, we can just start getting them towards our side. But whenever Trump's fuck up, maybe we point it out. Or, you know, if he fucks up in a way that pisses off the quote-unquote MAGA crew, or the MAGA team, if it pisses off some of their supporters, like, boom, you just bring them over here. Get them to join our side. MAGA communism. I mean, I've never heard anything dumber. And it's like, yep, we'll compromise our morals for that. It sounds like a winning strategy. The guy that only richer people don't like. But now he's like, now he's the fucking asshole now. Right? What's up, Ant?
I don't know. I woke up. Was good.
It's the parlay. I was going through because fuck. Like, I wanted to see if he talked about Joe Rogan and Donald Trump interview at all. Apparently his lackeys did, but he didn't.
His lackey.
Apparently. And it's just like, but you're friends with Joe Rogan. Like, you can text that guy. Like, yo, you should ask more questions like this or do something like that. Maybe he is secretly. But then why are we keeping it a secret? This is a part of the strategy, man. You pronounce MAGA like it's a bad thing. You just start saying ultra MAGA. Okay. Listen, teams and politics don't go together, but for some reason, that's the only solution I ever see people try to get away with, is to make a new team, make a counter team, joining an existing team. Seems to be the only thing I hear in regards to how do you figure this shit out. How do you get water to poor people? You join a team. That's how you do it. How do you end the wars? Join a fucking team. Duh. That seems to be the only fucking thing I ever hear. In so many words. I don't hear any fucking moral thing coming out of anyone's fucking face. It's all fucking team playing shit. Join a team. Get these guys to vote for us. Through strategy, marketing, commercials, nice clothing, loud voices. Get that guest spot on that show. Get that guy to come on your show. All strats. No morals. Don't hear the morals. It feels like the moral thing is this thing hiding all the way in the back of the classroom that gets no attention, right? And then it's going to pop out at someday and be like, surprise! It was all about me the whole time, see? As soon as we get a people's party, we get... You can't just start. You got to get people to vote for it. All right, after we start the party, we need to get like millions of people. We can't just do that. You have to like officially sign up for this and that. You have to pick out a candidate that you want to run for your party. Okay, after we start the party, then we get millions of people. Then we'll get a candidate. But then you got to run a campaign against other. So you need to raise money and shit like that. Okay, after we start a party, we get 1 million people. Then we get a candidate. Then we'll raise money. It's like at some point, where does morality come in? It's gonna pop out of the clouds like surprise after you get your fucking guy elected. Fuck out of here, bro. Literally, trust the fucking plan. That's literally that's what the strategy is. Trust our plan, and that someday it will work out. I promise, folks. One day. It's very bizarre. Anyways, that's what you got to do. All right, so I don't expect them to expect another tongue bathing, or not tongue bathing, but more so shitting on the counters to Trump and calling it not really. Like, I didn't campaign for Trump. I don't like Trump. All he did was go after their opponents. So, well. Anyways, here we go.
I don't know if you know, but Donald Trump actually changed the rules and made it 30% more expensive for you to import workers on an H-1B visa.
You had to pay them more.
You had to pay them more than the American workers. So this incentivized you from bringing in foreign workers. Guess what? Amazon, so Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Apple, they all got together and they changed that rule that Trump implemented.
Wait, what? I thought we need to get the best tech people in the world that just
Mr.
happen to be
Masochist
there.
himself.
Surely
How
they're
you doing,
worth
bud?
30% more because it's not.
Yeah.
No, I guess we can't afford to be the best now.
So now Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are pushing to have even more H-1B visa people come in our high tech. Joe Biden is on his way out the door, is making it cool to import truck drivers because apparently we don't have enough skilled truck drivers in the United States. We have to flood our country with foreign-born immigrant truck drivers. And why do they do that? To suppress the wages of truck drivers. Just
Are
like
they saving on vehicle insurance doing that? It can't be.
So here is what Donald Trump says now. So I showed you what he did say.
Right.
The H-1B visa should be done. It's bad for workers. It's bad for our country.
Buckle up for this.
Well, here's what he says now that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are saying it's good. President-elect Trump told the Post Saturday he supports immigration visas for highly skilled workers, appearing to side with Elon Musk in the rolling intra-MAGA debate on the issue. Do you feel like a sucker?
No, you already had. You had the means to be like to ask this crowd if they're suckers. You already had the means to do that, Jimmy. You could have did this 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 8 years ago. You could have did this. Do you guys feel like suckers? You could have been saying this about these fucking characters.
He took their money first and led them astray. Then he asked them the question.
Like, what the freak? And by the way,
he confirmed every bias they had for the last 5 years before he asked them this.
Yeah. And by the way, my personal opinion on this idea, well, granted, when you build it around economics, that's trash to me. That's trash to me. But the idea of someone that lives over there working over here, I have zero problems with that. I get that the real complaint would be about would be financially, right? Like, oh, these guys maybe they get underpaid, or they undercut American workers who are desperate for the work.
Yeah, they saturate the wages.
Yeah, but I could see a world where we don't have to saturate.
Yeah, like inherently, that should be a neutral thing. Oh, they want to come work over here? It's all right, cool. It's like, oh, they want to stay over there? That's even better. Or the same, like, cool.
But you want someone from America wants to go work over there? Why? Why not?
Why?
But let's be real. People's minds have been fucked up and been bent over and fucked sideways for years and years and years, to where their first initial reaction is this kind of like Pavlovian survival instinct type of thing, where it's like, okay, that must be foreign workers. Like they get this little thing that kicks in their fucking head,
Well,
and they're thinking that way.
They're like sovereignty is a divine right.
Well, I mean, for an individual, sure.
No, but you know what I mean. Fucking arbitrarily through land. It's just divine right.
Yeah.
The same way Nazi Germany taught blue-eyed hair, blonde hair, blue-eyed 6 foot men. It's our divine right. It's like the same shit. It's a deviation of that, but might be even dumber because it's like, yo, why are you fighting over this? If you take out because there's people that they might start off not economically, they'll just start off ignorantly. It's about sovereignty, like get the man of my country, like Dubster, get a man, and then you push Dubster, then it becomes economic.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree. Like inherently, like no, it's not a bad idea at all. It just wouldn't be this thing called H-1B one. It'd just be like Bob's going to work in India and some fucking Ishmael from fucking this place going to work over here. Like whatever the fuck. I don't know any Indian names. Give me an Indian name. Dev Patel. Dev Patel is going to come work over here. Some dog millionaire is going to come work in St. Louis or some shit.
I'm blanking. There's so many. I'm blanking, right? Dinesh.
All right, but the thing is, like, I understand with the world we live in as to why the arguments are the way they are, kind of. But I always ask this of people. Okay, let's say it was your perfect world. Would this be okay? And most people, believe it or not, I kid you not, a lot of people say, "Yo, we still have borders. We still be blocking people out. Like, still, like, what the fuck, dude? H-1B visa. You better be official. No, you're not gonna get a job over an American worker." Like, they're actually like. It's weird. It's like working against yourself. Like, is that a healthier world where, yeah, it is because I get mine and they don't get theirs. As long as I get mine, that's all that matters. It's like, huh?
Well, isn't it worse that they think that way, and then they support a person like Donald Trump who's telling them, yeah, let's do that, and then behind their back, they're like totally taking advantage of their loyalty and doing it anyways.
It's fucking bizarre, man.
Or it's like you're falling for heroes, and then your heroes are like, "Yeah, we're not really about this." But thank you for your vote.
And then they run off to someone else.
And they run off to the next victim.
Yeah. Apparently, Nick Fuentes is some sort of fucking hero out here somewhere.
Prophet.
Apparently.
He's a prophet. Dude.
Apparently, this fucking sippy cup weirdo dipshit is some sort of like genius out there. I think now it's crazy. I'm like, I saw where he started at. Like I was watching that guy early on. He was like, there's nothing like this guy's kind of like A sus, B. Like if he ain't sus, he's a fucking dweeb and a half. Like this is the guy you want to follow. Like there's not even anything cool about him. Like seriously. He hangs out with Kanye. He looks like a dress-up doll after that. Like this giant, oversized hoodie. Some shit Kanye thinks will be like a fashion statement. He dresses Nick Fuentes for him. Like, all right, get out there, kid. Like, go like, yo, tell Kanye about the lower IQ stuff. I don't think Kanye would. I don't think Kanye would care, to be honest with you. Because I think he's like, yo, we gotta love everyone.
Yeah.
Like, even Hitler had some shit that's likable about him. You can love everyone, y'all. He says no. Kanye just doesn't know how to say it. I think Kanye needs to give me an oversized hoodie. Let me go out there and talk for him and shit. Because sippy cup Nick is not the right way to go. I don't think. Yet it was racist and evil when Europeans went and created jobs for themselves in Africa. Who are you talking about? When whites did it, it was called apartheid.
What's the argument? What's the argument with?
I don't know. I think he creates like, forgive my non-politically correct statement. I think he creates these mental midgets in his head for him to beat up. But it doesn't take it's not actually dealing with the reality. He's just dealing with these mental midgets in his head. He beats them up and feels better about himself. That's what it looks like from the outside. But I can't, I don't know. I can't read your mind, Matt. I don't speak for you. That's just what it looks like. You create arguments to beat them up that no one's actually fucking saying. Anyways,
Always liked the visas. I have always been in favor of the visas. That's why we have them. No, I just showed you 2 videos where he's against them.
Very vocally. And
Very,
he was right.
very, yeah, and he was right. And now he's lying to you, saying that he was always for them. He wasn't. Trump said by phone, referencing the H-1B program, which permits companies to hire foreign workers in specialty occupations. I have many H-1B visas on my properties. I've been a believer in H-1B. I've used it many times. It's a great program, added Trump, who restricted access to foreign worker visas in his first administration and has now been critical of the program and has been critical of the. So I just showed you when he did that. So in his first administration, he restricted them and he said they were bad. And he said they were anti-worker. But now, because Elon Musk, I don't know why, you tell me, but it looks like Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, he doesn't want to cross them. He doesn't want to
brothers?
He doesn't want to cross.
Whoa. Are we building up a built-in excuse off rip like this?
Brothers.
Whoa. That's a crazy narrative to go with. Because now we're all going to be looking at Elon Musk and Vivek Swami, whatever the fuck his name is. We're all gonna be looking at that guy instead of like Trump. How is he that easily moved by people that he didn't need to get elected? They needed him to get more popular. Let's be honest. Have you heard of the Vivek guy before Trump?
No. Before the elections, no. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Yes, Elon was very popular, right? But was he in the political sense? Was he that popular? No, not until Trump.
But you can understand, even like a layman, you can understand why Elon's important. Vivek was begging Trump to let him be part of the administration.
Yeah,
you can understand, like, all right, wait, Elon, like, yeah, Elon his word holds weight.
Either way, like if
it's implied, at least.
If Elon crossed the whole MAGA movement, I think his popularity would have already been quite low. Or it would have became possibly low because of how if they view like Rachel Maddow all of a sudden, right? People start just every little video from on YouTube and on Rumble and on whatever. And they're all sitting on this little Elon Musk guy who's a far leftist, SJW culture warrior, multicultural loving, DEI higher loving. Like they'd lower his popularity by quite a bit. People would be protesting, buying Teslas and the shit like that. He'd still be filthy rich and be very popular. But, so is Kathleen Kennedy. She's also very rich and very popular, just not in the right light,
Well, what's funny is that, remember we had this conversation, it was you, me, and Jesse. We were having this conversation about how the right just falls for dumb shit, dude. They fall for dumb shit. So Elon can market himself in a way when he buys Twitter, and where he's like, no, he's in favor of our Lord and Savior being president, meaning Trump. So he's on our side, and all Elon had to do was play along that string until Trump won, and then now it's like, yo, this guy's always been a little creepy motherfucker that's gonna go where the wind blows, and it's like he's the technocrat these fuckers cry about. He is that technocrat these fuckers cry about. Oh, like Soros and like he is Soros adjacent, if you want to really go there. But somehow he skirted because he was riding that Trump train, and now it's like, oh well, no, I don't need to appeal to you. I can do what I want. And now now these guys are up in arms, like, yo, it was always there. It was always there in plain sight. You guys just didn't want to see it. But that's not uncommon with the right. You guys don't want to see a lot of shit. Not saying the other side is any better. I'm just saying, like, the blind spots are gaping wide. They are gaping wide. With that ideology. A lot of
as far as
a lot of not understanding either. There's a lot of nuance that goes over their heads where they compartmentalize that shit.
it seems like a lot of like it's weird reasoning too. It's like it's not. I don't know.
It's the
not
belief
investigated.
system shit. No,
Yeah,
not.
or there's no investigation needed by them. Like it's not even like a thing to be proud of. Like, oh, I studied this many hours of this. Hey, watch this documentary. Hey, read this article. Like, it's not really that. It's never that for some reason with some of these guys. It's just like they say it first and look it up later and try to like make it true. Like Trump hasn't started any new wars.
Well,
Okay,
it's
well
like,
I have this article
yeah.
for you here, and you're like,
Like, yo,
I'll
you
figure it
guys
out later.
You guys are like most people in that space in that follow that type of thinking are balls deep into like the minutia of immigration and numbers and all that. Yet you guys don't consider like what the United States outwardly does to incur so much immigration. Like no, they don't. It's like that shit doesn't matter. It's like no, it's the price of doing business or whatever. For some savvy ones like Jack Basoga would be like, it's the price of doing business. But then you'll have dipshits that don't know nothing. Charlie Kirk will never bring that shit up. Like there's a spectrum of stupidity or lack of understanding.
Yeah. I mean, do they have to? It's like,
No,
look,
they don't have to.
turned.
Yeah, they
Bro,
don't have to.
they turned the 9/11 truther right into just begging for jobs and shit. And now what has got them out of their fucking seats? H-1B fucking visas? What
Not
the
only
freak,
that though,
bro?
but the whole like culture war thing.
It's not even for moral reasons. It's for jobs for them.
Yes. It's not for
Correct.
moral reasons.
It's not because, hey, you guys are underpaying these guys. That's wrong. And you're taking advantage of them. You're not letting them go in. They're essentially indentured servants in a way. In a way. These fools don't even care about that. They're just
No,
like,
I don't care about that.
It's
It's about us. It's about me. It's about
American
us.
jobs. These guys claim to be Christians too, by the way. They claim to be Christians. It's the funniest thing ever. I hope Jesus comes back. I hope he comes back, bro. Skateboarding down the street. Wait, but eternal salvation. I need my jobs, Jesus. All right, get out of my way.
I need my jobs.
Get out of my fuck truth and morality. I need my job. Get out of my way. Like, it's like beyond stupid. And I said this earlier. I'm like, no one's. In all these political discussions from any side, I don't hear enough about morality at all. Like, why do you care to do this, Jimmy? I think people can guess why Elon's doing it, but someone should ask him anyways.
Yeah.
Hey, why do you do this? What's your point behind all of this? Ask Trump that. Ask Rogan that.
I was about to say, ask Rogan that shit.
Ask Kamala that. Ask Biden. Ask anyone. Like, yo, give me like a reasoning for this. Like do some epistemology questions for these fools. Like, what's your true reason for being here and opening your fucking mouth? What's your point? I'm curious, man. But it is what it is. Somehow people, I don't think people think that'll be an actual I think a lot of people would think that's a waste of a question. But I'm like, no, it's very telling. A little simple thing where, okay, the Julian Assange topic, right? And the Dak Rouleau guy was going around asking people what they think about the Julian Assange thing. Right now, yeah, exactly. For a lot of people, it was like for them when they're looking at this, like the guy, the quote unquote independent people, right? And they're looking at it from a moral landscape of like, oh, like you can't prosecute this guy. It's not right. He's just reporting on crimes the governments commit or whatever the fuck. He's a journalist, whatever their fucking reason, right? But they put it in a moral context. So when you see, what was his name? Julian something, whatever. And these guys, Bernie, and these politicians, you watch them start scrambling around, giving these non-answers to this question. It's like, that's what I expect to see with the question about actual morality, like directly about morality. Is what I expect to say. Either that, or they just tailor towards religion, and it's like that's not going to work here. If someone knows that they're asked the right questions, that won't work either. You can't be because Jesus told me so. That's not good enough. But yeah, but why are you doing this? They know it's not good enough in 2024. They'd be like, well, I'm following God's plan. That's not good enough. So I'm very curious. I'm very, very curious. I think that might be the most pertinent question in politics, but also the most avoided question, or even like thought for anyone, from audience to content creators. They all avoid that thing, I think.
Well, I think it's an initiated problem. So whereas there's stipulations in front of that question that stop you from asking a meeting, you support a X, Y, and Z policy, and in turn that means you are this, or you are that, or if you don't, you are that. To whereas like they subconsciously are applying it, but it's like it's so abstract. You wouldn't. That's why they would say it's a waste of a question. Because they support this and policy, that means they're great people. Doesn't mean this guy could be cheating on his wife, throwing her downstairs or whatever. But if he supports his policy, he's on the good guy's side. Point blank. Period. Where that's a big problem too. I think that's a very big problem.
Yeah. Freak my life, man.
Where policy can like sway you on what you think of somebody's intentions.
I thought people would have like took a hint from the whole Bush era, where he's toting around the same policies that these same guys are asking for about like the domestic thing, like jobs and taxes and deregulations and the typical right wing shit, right? George Bush was also toting, like, saying those same things, right? And he was also doing, fucked up things all over the Middle East, just like Trump's been doing, like this same thing. I mean, Bush did deregulate thing. I'm pretty sure.
If you look at it, it was in reverse in the sense of, on paper, Trump looks like he's more of an isolationist abroad, and he's like more tough on like immigration and those kind of things at home. Whereas Bush was outwardly way more, as far as like his administration is concerned, he was way more hawkish abroad, but he had a lot of policies in regards to immigration that like Trump fans now be like, hell no, like we don't support this shit at all. Where he was like a lot more on that like NAFTA, that whole Elon kind of way of thinking in regards to immigration, and a couple other topics. So where it's like you guys don't see the fucking writing on the wall. To where like they can, like, Trump can go around the edges, but if he's gonna overcompensate over here, he's gotta be a little more malleable in this other regard. But it's really not that much different than what Bush was presenting. If you really think about it.
No, I agree. You can go as far as NAFTA if you want to with Trump. It's there. He wrote policy. That's NAFTA.
But when you ask Dubster that, he runs. He runs. He starts full speed sprinting. Because there's just areas where he can't. Like he knows he's on a cliff. He's on the edge of a cliff. He's like, fuck. That ends. But also, like that, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. So you see that a lot, where like, oh, like in this regard, nah, Trump's this. Elon says something. Trump's like, yeah, I agree with Elon. They're like, no, how could he? They don't understand. It's not even it's not fathomable. How could he? How could he? I thought he was this. How could he do? That's the problem when it's all like surface level policy. The policy dictates what I feel about this person and what I think this person it means, quote unquote, morally in their head. And it's like, oh, but from topic to topic, they're not consistent. And it's like F2 reboot. Like they got to reboot their brains. They got no answers.
You two are so certain in your political and culture beliefs that it transcends into the realm of religious dogma. In fact, I would argue that you guys are more dogmatic, unwavering in your views than evangelical Christians.
In what regard?
If you say what I believe in morally, yeah, I'm kind of immovable. I'm more unmovable than evangelical Christians and their shit. You can scare them into things. You can't scare me into things.
Well, is it objective or subjective that dropping bombs is a good or a bad thing?
If you mean dogmatic as in I don't know. I don't know what he means by it. You mean like I'm forcing it on others? Or dogmatic as in I'm just strict with my ideas? Yeah, I'm pretty strict. I'm pretty strict with my moral ideas. But I'm not like, forcing anyone else to do it either.
We go into it. Why are you strict on those principles, let's say?
Because it seems like when you go to the end of the logical conclusion of why this is wrong or why that is wrong, I haven't heard anything that counters it to make it right. Nothing. Not efficiency. Let's say something like war, right? As far as war in the sense of people shooting bombs and bullets and blowing each other up. No one has made that make sense to me yet. But I'm not saying, the concept of war, doesn't have its place. It's just what we do with that idea, with that word, with that term, and what we do with it. I know that's wrong. I know it. And nothing's moving me off that pedestal. Why is dropping bombs a bad thing, yet using raid on roaches is not a bad thing? I don't use raid on roaches or bugs. I don't kill insects on purpose. All right. If I walk down the street and I step on an ant, I'm absolutely sorry, Mr. or Mrs. Ant. But I did that. Sorry. Right, I'm not anti-death. Death happens. I'm sure a rock could fall off a ledge and knock me over the head and kill me. But I'm not the rock for existing. Right? That's much different than there they are, get them, kill them all. I'm serious. I seriously don't kill insects. I don't do that. Haven't you asked this before, Matt Hunter? What about all the microscopic organisms you kill? On purpose? I'm running around chasing that, trying to Holocaust fucking organisms or whatever, microscopic organisms? I don't think so.
You trying to kill dust?
What do you want me to do about that, Matt Hunter? I'm sorry. I'm sorry you asked these questions to the wrong person. Go ask Jimmy Dore these questions. Whoa, Matt, you have a point. Oh, that's right. Jimmy will just ban you before you ever get to ask the fucking question. He would just ban you, dude. Anyways, here's more Jimmy Dore.
The richest man in the world.
Questions.
He's not.
And so that's what's happening. Now you can see why Cenk Uygur switched.
Cenk's like, you know what? Trump's got a lot of good ideas.
A lot of good ideas. Maybe he could. Cenk could help crush his union and bring in some foreign people to do that video editing. So here's what Steve Bannon. Now Steve Bannon is the real populist that used to his union and bring in a lot of good ideas. Maybe.
Cenk's like, you know what? Trump's got a lot of good ideas.
A lot of good ideas. Maybe he could. Cenk could help crush his union and bring in some foreign people to do that video editing. So here's
Just because Jank is late to the game you played already, Jimmy, you're
Makes
now
it better.
scorching him for it. That's weird. He's late to the game, right? Hey, maybe we shouldn't just shit on MAGA. That's what you do.
No, that is a good point, though. That is a good point. Like, dude, like, you know, like have you seen yourself in the mirror? You're not the guy to bring this up.
He's like mad. Someone's like inching on their fucking territory. Like, yeah, I took this first. You little latecomer. Pause. Whatever. All right.
That's what Steve
Mad at
Bannon knows.
Cenk for doing
Steve
what he did.
Bannon is the real
Crazy.
populist.
Actually, I have more to say about this. Shouldn't he be happy that, like, okay, he's learning the moral lesson that you need to work with everyone else? Right? Isn't that your reason for doing that, Jimmy? Isn't it a moral reason? It's a moral reason because hey, these things with teams and labels and names, it's not about that. It's about people. We need to look after each other when we're fighting the 1% or whatever the fuck he says, right?
He probably sees it the way a lot of people see it, where it's marketing. He's just trying to pivot himself. Marketing. But it's like at the same, it's like, Jimmy, you fall for that every day. And more ways than one, like.
Well,
and
I
you're
have to ask, Jimmy, is what you're doing marketing?
Yes,
or is it
perpetrator
morally
also.
based? If it's morally based, you should be able to lay it out because you thought about it. That's what morals are. Those are things you think out. If you don't think it out, and I send Matt Hunter to you, he starts asking you questions, the fuck do you think is gonna happen?
Yeah, like put you in a situation where you can't run away from Matt Hunter.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
It's not gonna look good for you. It's just that he skates because obviously there's a left wing of people that used to watch him, maybe still watch him, but let's just say are still view him favorably, or they did view him favorably, where they can point that shit out like, yo, you used to do this, now you don't do this anymore. And they're looking at, but then on the other side, you have that phenomenon where, like, the right wingers are like, no, they skip the fine details and they're like, look, he's a former leftist and he's agreeing with our point. And they'll just piggyback off that and they'll use you and discard you when they see fit. So that, and then I think this guy understands he can live in that lane as long as he holds the tightrope.
Yeah. But by the way, Mounter, what was he say? He says it's gay to believe the bloodlust instinct can be removed from the human organism. Okay, so you're not even talking about killing; you're talking about bloodlust. Are you fucking trolling, dude? You don't think that's doable? I think that's very doable.
Hey, I corrected him. You do not mean to kill microorganisms. You did not intentionally brush your teeth.
What?
You didn't intentionally take our.
Intentionally what?
That kills organisms.
Do you hear him?
Oh no, you faded out, dude. But I get what he's
Okay,
saying.
so you
Yeah,
never
did not mean
intentionally
to
took a
kill
shower,
organisms
Jordan.
by brushing your
Yeah,
teeth.
you never intentionally
have.
took a shower.
Of course I have.
Never.
No, I have intentionally taken showers. Hello?
I don't know where the fuck you're at, though.
The car wants to take over. The truck wants to take over the Yeah.
They sent
It won't let me fucking have the headset.
Yeah, they sent you to the
It's that
shadow.
audio setting, bro. But whatever. So what are you saying?
No,
I said
like-
I have intentionally taken showers. I have intentionally washed my hands. I've intentionally wiped my ass. Whatever the fuck. And
So you've intentionally killed organisms.
you mean germs?
Yeah.
Those are organisms.
Am I thinking about germs or thinking about rashes?
Dead skin, removing it. All those things that brushing your teeth does. You're killing bacteria.
Yeah, and I'm killing bugs when I walk down the street too.
Yeah. Are you intentionally doing that?
No, I'm intentionally walking.
But you're intentionally killing bacteria.
I'm intentionally not trying to starve when I eat a plant, but they're dead plants.
Therefore, he is right in his statement. That's all I'm saying. Matt's correct in his statement.
That's an interesting.
1 out of 1,000.
He just
1
he
out
just
of
said
1,000.
he just said bloodlust instinct.
I wasn't talking about that one. I was talking about the one before that.
Yeah, we all like, dude. If I go left instead of going right on one random day, it could lead to the death of a person. But you're not fucking looking for that, right?
But you are
about that.
When you are for survival of the fittest, you are intentionally looking to eat meat so that you can continue to go on. Vegetables and plants and shit. You are intentionally doing that.
Okay. I'm intentionally eating food. Okay.
Yeah, survival of the fittest. I mean, I'm not saying to the level of King of the Mountain. I'm not talking about to the level of King of the Mountain, but sure, that applies too. King of the Mountain. That's survival of the fittest as well.
I mean, okay.
I don't
Fair
know
enough.
what Matt was talking about, but I just was weighing in on that part. Yeah, of course you intentionally kill things.
No. That's a different story. I think that's different. That's much different, I think.
Yeah, I missed the rest of it. I've been taking a shower for 30 minutes.
You're showering for 30 minutes? Jesus Christ, dude.
Yep.
Save
Dude,
the water,
I got
man.
long john. No, I got long johns on. That takes me fucking 10 minutes. Put them on and take them off.
Long johns?
You don't actually shower for 30 minutes. It just takes.
Dude, I was in Ohio. I was stuck in a fucking blizzard.
It just takes you 15 minutes.
I'm now in Missouri.
Get in and out of the shower. It takes you 15 minutes. Is that what you're saying?
It's like a bizarre discussion. So, do I also intentionally kill myself? Right?
Yeah, you're making the conscious decision to do that.
Like, when I cut my fingernails, I'm intentionally killing parts of myself.
Yeah.
Is that how you look at it when you cut your nails?
When you clean the wax out of your ear, you try to kill yourself.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
As long as
I'm
there's
killing
something
as you
living
rub
about
soap
that,
on your
right?
arms and hands.
There's
So when
something
you're-
living about wax. There's something living about fingernails.
Yeah, I'm living too, but I don't say the rock is intentionally trying to kill me when gravity happens and it falls off a fucking cliff and hits me.
How would you know? You ain't talking to rocks.
Okay.
The rock whisperer.
Or if lightning strikes, I'm like,
Hey, you're the one that believes in reincarnation, and that'd probably be one of the worst fucking reincarnations. You're a rock until you die. How long
I
am I
don't
going to
believe
be
in
a rock?
reincarnation. I don't believe in reincarnation unless you failed high school.
What?
If you failed the school of life, they send you back for more. There you go. There's my philosophy on reincarnation. But yeah. Fall prey to a more predatory organism. Okay.
Is that like an argument for consumerism?
I don't know. He could have said survival instinct. That would have made way more sense. The survival instinct, but he put it in bloodlust instinct because he's, I think, a masochist. So it works for him. Yeah, look how bloodlust he is. Look at him wash his hands. Bloodlusting for kills. Like, nah, man. Anyways. All right, I guess he's going to play the clip you were looking for before Dubster. Jimmy's going to play that clip. Here we go.
Video editing. So here's what Steve Bannon. Now, Steve Bannon is the real populist that used to, when he had
he's the
Trump
real
here,
one.
Trump was a much better politician, meaning much better for America. And here's what he has to say about it.
Really? Steve Bannon's the real deal. Okay. Remember that in case Steve Bannon does some fuckboy shit. I mean, already working with and for Trump was already fuckboy shit to me. But maybe he does something more obvious later. Huh? There we go.
As a fact, the H-1B visa
brilliant.
program is a total and complete scam from its top to the bottom. And Elon's put out this tweet that, you know, all his companies have depended upon that. Now, we'll go dig out the information from public documents and just I'd like you to publish.
This isn't the one.
We would like you to
This is the
publish
one of a few days
every
ago.
engineer that you brought in on HB1 visa and let us determine. Let's just see the information.
So this is the tweet that he put out. The reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of H-1B. Because America couldn't do it themselves. Right. Take a big step back and F yourself in the face.
That's marketing ploy by this.
I will go to war on the issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend. So what he's telling MAGA is go F yourself, you peasants. I'm the richest guy in the world, and I'm running things. And I want my cheap labor. And all that stuff we said before was all bullshit.
What are you, racist?
So that's the equivalent of Ned Beatty saying...
So the video of today, it's on InfoWars right now. I guess when I copied it and pasted it, it didn't make it a openable link for the Twitter thing. So if you went to InfoWars and dug clip that, you can watch it. But the point of it, yeah, probably. But this is just a 3-minute video or whatever. It's a clip of it. The point of it was that what Elon's doing, since these guys are starting to get paid out by being popular on X, it really is like the idea of a social credit score, as in you're rewarded if you appease the master Elon.
Yeah.
Yeah, this video.
Sure, it's on screen. Yeah. Hey, go ahead.
And that, I mean, that's part of it. And then Steve Bannon calls Elon immature. Called him 11-year-old. He connected him to chomos, child molesters, because they are stuck in a mentality they never grew up out of. They never matured past. So he's gone to the level of calling Elon a child molester. Or equated. He's equated him to a child molester.
I think Steve Bannon's a fucking child, if you ask me. That's just me. I think he's also a child.
On this one, I agree with Bannon more than I do Elon, but I understand both sides. And the problem is we've relied on this since World War II. So if we just cut it off,
making it more immature sounding. Jesus.
Well, if we just cut off the growth in our technology, we relied on the American citizens to carry our level of technology forth, and no outsiders that could come in and help boost that, wouldn't we fall behind in technology growth? Like, it has to be an American that makes the new whatever. We can't. But H-1B isn't really about the super geniuses. It's about middle management at a discounted rate that gives them incentive to, well, it's cheaper to fly this guy over here than to hire this American that I'll have to pay a better wage consistently.
So you want the Nazi scientists, but not the Nazis. Is that basically what you just said?
Equivocally, Equivocally, that's the best argument for the support of the visas. The other side is no, fuck that. Let America develop itself, and only Americans, which would help more of the workforce,
and
but it would slow down technological growth. So that's two aspects of the argument that none of them have even touched on.
I wonder what Jesus would say about these lame brains out here. Very curious. The only reason we are here is because some longer claws and a longer spear, a longer sword, a bigger bomb. We are the beneficiaries of slaughter. Okay. So that means we should all do it, right? How many murders have you committed now, dude? Admit it on YouTube for everyone to hear.
I recommend you listen to this video when you have a chance.
Listen to what?
This video when you have a chance.
I was just going to play it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Almost a year that I've watched. You remember when he first bought Twitter in 2022, Elon Musk talked about himself being a free speech absolutist,
remain undiscovered
meaning
for decades.
that anything goes, right? It would be the return to the old Twitter. None of that happened. And over the last, we'll say 7-8 months, you've seen a really dramatic influence or bias or manipulation of who is and who isn't boosted on the platform. And of course, that benefited the Trump campaign. But nevertheless, what he did was put his thumb firmly on the scale and pushed the
You might want to highlight that big butt he just said.
Okay.
Yes, this helped Trump get elected, but
of who is and who isn't boosted on the platform. And of course, that benefited the Trump campaign. But nevertheless, what he did was put his thumb firmly on the scale and pushed the discourse in the direction he wanted. In the aftermath of the H-1B visa arguments, he began pulling people's blue checks. He began suppressing people, shadow banning them in very obvious ways. And now he's just announced that the platform will deboost negativity, is what he calls it, meaning that anyone that's hurling insults, much like he did, calling people retarded, much like he did, telling that poor Mormon Elon Musk fanboy that he should go F himself in the face. So yeah, I think it's not only hypocritical, but it just shows how much of a shapeshifter this guy is. Anything that is convenient at the moment is the new zeitgeist of the Twitter platform or the X platform. And it's also important to note, Steve, that even as he's talking about deboosting negative content and promoting what he says will be informational or entertainment content, he's also rolling out the X payment system. So aside from the payouts people get from a high impression count, you're also going to see, I would imagine, something much, much closer to the Chinese credit score, in that people who are deemed to be undesirables or antisocial are liable to have their actual money, their actual wallets meddled with.
This is the danger of the guy. It's total. This is the CCP. This is a social credit score. This is what he's gone to. He's got a glass jaw. He can't take, because of the autism or where he's on the spectrum. He's clearly not. He's got the maturity of an 11-year-old. You can tell that.
He's shit talking.
But it's obvious.
God,
he can't take criticism. One of his weaknesses is that he needs to be loved. He needs the masses to love him. You can tell he's on the stage. He needs that glory. For instance, I don't give a damn.
In regards to marketing, yeah,
he needs to be loved
for money, for his what you call it, net worth. Yes, It goes up and down based on people's liking towards him, I think. Or maybe even hatred. Maybe there's the Disney formula where it's like these motherfuckers hate us so much they just keep watching our content, and thus our sales go up and we make more money. We're more socially known because people hate us so much. That could work too. Mayweather with boxing.
What is it? Any type of
any press is good press or something like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it doesn't have to necessarily be love, but like be at the tip of everyone's tongue. Pause, especially in the world of politics. Like, yeah, that's definitely a big boost for him. But here we go.
Hey, as long as the objective, that's why 12 O'Clock Guys my movie. It's the objective. Whatever happens doesn't matter. It's the objective. It's the objective that counts and nothing else. They say it win at all costs, but hey, you have to win. You don't need anything else. He must have adoration. You can tell that. It lights him up. So then when the platform, when his apparatus turns against him, and particularly people that cheered him saying, hey, we hate what you're doing to this country. We know now that you're lying to us, bald-faced lie. These are not higher skilled people. When they turn, all of a sudden he has to go to what is the Chinese credit score? This is to have a digital ghetto and to only have raised up what praises him. That is like the little boy's mentality. If I want to be the superhero, I want to put the cape on and kind of skip around.
Here it comes.
Real quick. I think Steve Bannon is a child himself. I think he's a ignoramus, and anyone can market shit around him, and he'd get wrecked by it if he even believes in what he's saying. As of right now, I have no reason to think otherwise. Sure, he may believe what he's saying, but someone could easily, using just little psychological techniques, move this motherfucker all over the place. I truly believe that. But it is what it is. I'm sure politics works very well for him. Here we go.
It's a lot in Danbury. These, what they call chomos, what they call these sex offenders. They've got this, they've had a maturity level that has stopped. And they want to be, they all watch the movies that have the Cape Crusaders on there.
Equating them to
it's a
child molester.
It's an absolute indication of immaturity, of not being able to deal with things as an adult. And that's what you're seeing here implemented now on Twitter.
Child molester. Chomo means child molester.
Okay. Oh, fuck. Why are we making up catchphrases and shit?
Oh, that word's been around forever.
I've never heard that word in my life.
They use it in jail a lot. They call them chomos.
Okay. Never heard that shit before.
Yeah. That's probably first place I heard it. They were calling my fucking what? Yeah. He wasn't even my cellmate. He was some guy that came into our cell and kept fucking like barely talking, but sitting in our cell. Found out he was a child molester, and by the next day he was out of our fucking pod. Because
protection?
They moved him. No, they didn't have a place for protection. This was in the middle of fucking nowhere. They had maybe 6 pods. So they just kept moving him around and telling him not to tell him what he did or why he's there.
Okay. Yeah.
And then his dumb ass told us. And
he told you? Good God.
Well, he tried to phrase it like it wasn't the thing it was. I forgot how he did it, but we put it together what he was saying.
Anyway,
he raped a kid that wasn't old enough to testify against him, as in not able to speak. And he got probation and violated that somehow. And that's why he was in jail with us.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we were all plotting at that point.
Yeah. All right. There we go.
You have messed with the global order of the transfer of dollars, and you will atone. That's what that is. And Steve Bannon is here to say, well, if
You
that's
memorize
true,
that, Jimmy?
show us all
Or are you actually just a fan of the
your
movie?
H-1B visas, because I know at Tesla alone, it's 720 H-1B visa tech workers in 1 year, 2023 alone. Really? You couldn't find qualified tech workers in San Francisco to work at Tesla? You had to import them from India and wherever else?
Well, San Francisco, I could see, because I got news for you. The people that have made tech people are the lowest form of life on the planet.
In a healthy
San
world, that's
Francisco, they're
not
real low.
even
Here we go.
worthy
So
of complaining
it's
about.
by
Please.
design, this managed
Okay.
decline, but that's actually believable. San Francisco's a disaster.
Politics
And see
have,
if
dumb
American
shit.
citizens
fucked up more of humanity
could not
than
fill
helped.
those billets.
Let's be honest.
You're going to find we still haven't seen, with all this going on, have they come forward with any examples? One example, from David Sachs to Vivek Ramaswamy to Elon Musk to any of them. Have they come up with examples?
I haven't seen any. So
It's like basketball, they said, remember? It's like the
Yeah.
NBA bringing a foreign player.
So Vivek Ramaswamy gave his big thing about how American culture sucks and we don't make smart people anymore that can run our tech. Apparently, Joe Biden says we don't have people smart enough to drive trucks,
We're
or
all
do our
jocks.
fruit picking, or our farming,
That may
or our
be
meat
true.
packing, or our construction.
That may be true.
And now we got billionaires like Vivek
Have you
and
seen Ben
Elon
Shapiro?
saying we
But
can't do
the
the smart
MAGA's
jobs
point
either.
of view
We can't do the manual
is
labor.
train us.
We can't do anything. We have to
Because, Jimmy, you
flood
know
the
why?
country with cheap labor.
And then once they get sick of it, once they settle in and have kids, we got to fuck their kids and bring in more cheap labor.
That's right.
What's funny is, wasn't there a whole thing about like learn the code, right? Wasn't that a thing?
Yeah.
That was like a meme.
It
So it's
was
like,
the
are those guys going to
leftists
start
telling
learning
us-
the code?
Leftists told us to learn the code.
To
And
do
now
what?
we're
To
begging
stop the
them
foreign
to-
workers, right?
Yeah. And now we're begging them to teach us how to code. We're telling the leftists to teach us how to code. Don't be a miner. Don't get in the energy industry. Get into the industry that relies on energy industry. Because somehow the service after raw material pays better.
I mean,
that's where we are. The service is a much better paying thing than the actual raw material job.
like that guy that everyone hates, Michael Moore. He made documentaries
I guess that's
about.
kind of always how it is.
Yeah, Michael Moore has made documentaries about manufacturing jobs leaving the country, right? Where like he's from Flint, right? But he's from Michigan, right? Their big thing is car manufacturing, right? The GM
Right.
and all that shit.
That's Detroit, yeah.
But he's right now like an enemy. That the MAGA crowd would call him an enemy, though.
Who?
Michael Moore.
Yeah.
The MAGA crowd would call him
Definitely
an
call him
enemy.
Michael Moore.
Well, he was predicting Kamala would win Georgia.
Yeah.
Oh, he voted for Kamala.
His
He
answer
supports Democrats.
was the left. His answer was the left.
But you see how, like, okay, look at the dude's credentials, though, as far as that goes, right? He's from there, and he also we should be bringing back jobs for Americans, yada, 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 right? That's like part of
So
his
you
platform.
So
Doesn't
you
mean
turn
just
to the
trust him.
people. Hold on, you turn to the people that ran Detroit into the ground.
That's
like
both
the
sides,
Democrats
though,
ran.
Doctor.
No, the
not
Democrats
saying to
ran
support-
Michigan for 70 years now.
He was a fake Ralph Nader guy first, but he also got denied. I'm just saying. The point is, right? I'm not saying trust Michael Moore. I don't trust him. I don't even like his. I think his documentaries are a little sus. Let's be to say the least. But still, on the surface, narratives that these characters put out there, how is that? How come that's not looked into by any of the MAGA crowd?
It is.
They don't sit down and watch Roger.
We
and Ned.
analyzed it. It was obvious how it was wrong. What Michael Moore was coming to the conclusion on how to fix these things for us. He was correct. Detroit's falling apart. But his answer is get more Democrats to fix it. Democrats are who broke it.
That was not like, okay. Go watch, if you watch Roger and Me, that's not the conversation. He's blaming almost everyone in the documentary, mainly big business. But
his solution is more Democrats.
Hold on, but years as far as on the surface, quote unquote, right wings, they were cheering for the deregulation and the lack of taxing that made these guys this rich to where they went to multinational, or they became multinational corporations where they don't have to just work with Americans. They can go over the seas, they can work there, they can work over there, yada yada yada.
That's not the regulations we want deregulated.
Yeah, but dude, the only thing you see is the politicians. That's all they're saying. They're not saying details.
Well, it's once you give them the keys to the man, they do whatever they want with that verbiage, with that phrasing.
Yes, but they also don't actually say those details.
That's true, and
but they don't actually say those details.
That's the problem of continuous politics for all our lives.
But George W. Bush, his idea of trickle down economics, right? He said his plan out loud, man. Like, oh, if you stop being so harsh on these giant companies and corporations, they'll give more jobs. They'll be able to produce more jobs. Thus, it will trickle down to the rest of the population.
Right? Well, that's common. Yes, that is common sense. You do not
think about it, Dubster.
We have the lesson from.
I told you what he was doing
before John F. Kennedy. We got the lesson from before John F. Kennedy. Corporations were taxed 95%. He cut that down to like 40% or whatever he did. No, he started the cut down of it to where it got down to 40%. And it opened jobs up crazily whenever JFK did that.
I never trust these little economic, because Bill Clinton could say, like, I had a successful economy when I was president. He could say that. But is it based on things he's doing?
No, it's built on the back of what came before him, first of all, and also the NAFTA.
He claimed he balanced the books. That's what Clinton's thing was.
The fucking internet came out during his. It started getting popular during his fucking terms.
And then, like Jesse said, it was a bubble. Remember Jesse said that shit was a bubble?
Yeah.
To where by the time he got out, it popped.
Yeah. You talking about the dot-com bubble?
Yeah.
.com. Yeah, my parents lost 40 grand in a week. It was the week we were moving to.
Damn.
In the stock market.
I mean, I felt the fucking housing shit. The housing bubble.
Yeah.
I never moved so many times in my life when I was like a fucking teenager. Right, living with my parents, like moving from house to house, because right before, like as it's happening, like that shit was happening. I'm like, God damn, this is fucking crazy. But yeah, I can't just sit there and be like, well, JFK was in office and the economy, he lowered taxes on corporations and this happened as a result. Like, we can't say that, because then it allows you say the same thing about Bill Clinton, but really, if you look at it with the internet coming out, that's a giant boost to your economy. Giant. You mean Microsoft and Apple are starting to boom, or starting to grow as your president? It's like, do you take credit for that and say like, oh, it was my policies that made things so good? Meanwhile, if you think about NAFTA now, I'd be like, NAFTA was like horrible. It really fucked us. Or what you said earlier, the World Trade Organization, of why people were protesting that fucking thing, right? That was under Bill Clinton. So it's like
99. No, I was talking about the provocateurs in the thing.
Yeah, but the World Trade Organization, the protests in Seattle.
Yeah.
That was about the WTO, right? And Bill Clinton was president, and he was ready to like expand, like allow more expansive.
It was basically the next step for globalism.
I mean,
World Trade Organization, a board that decided the values of things to be traded across countries would be not according to the actual nation's rules, It would be according to the world's rules.
Yes, and you could see Trump ran off creating these band-aids for that phenomenon, right? Of tariffs and shit like that. And at the same time, he's also going with this H-1B.
Well,
policy,
the World Trade Organization, in effect, made it so that no nation would put tariffs on it. They would just decide which nation they like to make the profit, and the other nation have to just deal with it. And like it would be world distribution according to efficiency versus any nation state's independent interests for their own products in their own country.
I mean, well, yes. But, there's, as far as the future implications, not at the time, but the future implications, like that we have hindsight for, that we have hindsight now for. I mean, kind of obvious, the results and how one picks off the other in regards to policy, from one presidency to the next, from domestic policy to foreign policy. They all tie and attach to each other. And I guess the main point was mainly about the JFK thing, but whatever. I'm just saying, like, sometimes you can't just look at look at the economy, maybe a growth or a downfall, and just say this is the reason why this happened.
But
this or
the
that.
basic
Meanwhile, like, other things
understanding,
could be happening.
the basic understanding of trickle down economics is what you were talking about, and that's why I brought up that example. But the lower you tax corporations, it is in effect an increase of their hiring ability because they have more money in hand versus a government having that more money in hand.
The only problem is, Dubster, that you associate more jobs with better wages, and that doesn't correlate.
No, I was not associating that with more jobs, more wages.
Not you, but in general, the argument doesn't consider that maybe they pocketed more money at the same time they're giving more jobs.
Which are usually attached to their bubble, right?
They gain more power by the more employees they have, so they can eventually.
It's even a marketing ploy. It's even a marketing ploy.
Well, yeah. Anytime a corporation grows, it has more power in the field. And remember, a corporation's not a real thing; it's a person. Because there's it's a CEO is actually doing all of this with helpers,
with a board,
different like a board or the other executives,
a board of like-minded people.
Yeah, there's no.
But it's remember that's one thing that you gotta keep in mind is there's not really anything called a corporation. This is individuals. Corporations are a tax method.
Yes.
Damn, I say the same thing about government, but everyone shuts me down when I say that. Or it feels like people shut me down when I say that. It's just a bunch of people, right? It doesn't make government evil itself.
You are correct, but we don't think of it like that with government, but we do with corporate. It's easier to understand with corporation than it is with government. I don't know. There's some kind of disconnect.
I think we should someday consider that. But once again, like the loudmouths that are on the big stage are not. They don't even philosophize about these ideas. They don't try to look into it deeper or use epistemology and ask questions to go deeper. Like it's just they just accept the on the surface idea of the thing and run with that. And then it's like, damn, it feels like one day we're all gonna dislike you, and then you're gonna get replaced by some other content creator or some shit like that. I'm like, damn, man, you guys aren't the government. Like Jimmy Dore, you're not the government, right? I hope you're not. I hope you're not working for the government or whatever the fuck. It doesn't seem like he works for them. But like, okay, you don't work for them. So like, what's your excuse for not taking this? I think more seriously. Like, Dead ass. Like, why is it not taken more seriously as far as like a true study to look into, or just not even that? Just have a curious mind and ask questions. How come that's not even like a thing? It feels like it's just straight up like, I don't know. Like we just accept the terms in front of us and try to negotiate those terms instead of like, well, what's outside of the terms that we can possibly think of? It doesn't feel like those are ever brought up. For me, at least what I've seen.
I'll tell you why we look at corporations more in the reality of its individuals than government. It's because sometimes, not often, but sometimes corporations get held accountable, and governments almost never get held accountable.
Well, they're the ones supposed to be holding the account, right?
Right.
Essentially, that's their job. But if you look deeper than that, we're supposed to be the owners of the government. Like,
yep.
We're supposed to be like, we're supposed to dictate. Like when we send a person into office, it's not us. It's not hey, some guy go over there. It's some guy who's supposed to represent us. Like they're supposed to be us over there. Just like whoever they're talking to, the president, some other senator, like states versus states, federal or judicial versus executive, the Congress, yada yada yada. They're all supposed to represent us. And I think even that's kind of like a lost idea. I think somewhat. It's probably more present than other things, but even that seems to get lost in the sauce a little bit. Like these are some sort of like it's the others. Like no, they're supposed to be like us. When a cop arrests you, like I'm paying your fucking paycheck, dude. Like you kind of work for us in a way.
Corporations can't write into the rule. If we do something to you, you have no recourse. But the government can. But the corporations get that behind the scenes anyway. But it's the actual rules for government. You can't have recourse under certain. It's situations like judicial immunity and all that stuff. Like you can't sue the federal government under certain circumstances. You can't sue the government if it's military related. But corporation you supposedly can, but they do all these side deals behind the scenes that they got it too. But it looks more like corporations can be held accountable.
I mean, nothing should be more obvious than the when Trump's not in office, when he's a quote unquote private citizen, he's getting all these fucking lawsuits and all this shit. He gets elected president, they all kind of start going away. I mean, that should be like point blank period right there.
Here we are. Here's our friend.
I finally made it.
Jared Taylor.
Oh yes, he's back. Jared Taylor's back.
What do you call him? A homosexual liberal. Shut up.
Tell me about the what?
We're still there now.
The what people?
The what? The what?
Oh yeah, there's the silent Q.
But all right, let's play this video more. Finish it up. Here we go.
Play it. You back it up like a couple sentences. This guy on the left just called tech people the lowest form of life.
Wait, what? I just mentally missed that.
Yeah, and so did Jimmy. Like this is all advocating for them, right? The guy that shows up on the left, he said that a few sentences.
Kurt Metzger, yeah.
Well, this is a war. Pick your side, Jesse.
Well, it's right after he references San Francisco. You know, like he's trying to shit on San Francisco, but he says it.
Okay. I mean, I'd want to ask Jimmy, like, yo, and the like, what's your actual moral, or what's your true like good idea version of how this would work? If the world was a better place, it'd be no problem to have, let's say, an engineer who in India or China or Japan or whatever the fuck that wants to come over here and then work over here. Like, oh, I want to work at Apple. That was a dream of mine. I'm a tech guy. I want to work at Apple. Or like, let's say these companies were healthy and all that shit. Like, that wouldn't be a problem. But when like I said, they take the dog shit arguments at face value and just argue those. I feel like we get nowhere. What's up, KDC, by the way?
When it's 80,000 immigrants a year that are coming over here for this, and it's affecting the pay rate, and then Americans can't even get the job just for the simple fact they're Americans and deserve that higher rate.
Yeah.
That changes the whole dynamics, doesn't it?
Well, well, there's that, and also what Jesse said, was it yesterday or the day before, where he's like, "Oh, these guys are like stuck here, like they can't just bounce from company to company on these visas.
Right,
they're stuck in the company.
They're basically a step above a slave."
And yeah, that's why I'm like, that's all. I just wanted, like, that should be a part of the discussion. Like, in a healthy world, it'd be cool for someone from India to come do an internship over here, or an American to go over there and do an intern. Like, in a better world, I'm just saying. Like, I have to say, I feel like I have to say it because it doesn't get mentioned ever. Never gets mentioned. It's always in the context of idiot argument versus idiot argument.
Right.
That's why I feel like saying that.
It's weird because we've had this our entire lives. This has always been part of our lives, that the H-1B visa thing has been. I mean, I get that you're pissed off that they opened our borders, illegals came over, and this, on top of that, is part of it now, too. But
it's almost like saying illegals all this time wasn't really about illegals, because this is literally legal.
Right. They passed this law in Congress, and we have not complained about it in my entire life.
I've heard it complained about, but not to this degree, because it's the main stage names all talking about it, right? The guys with the big microphones are like Elon and Trump, and even the lower level guys like Jimmy Dore. Like, everyone's talking about this right now. I'm fucking talking about this for some reason.
Right. In the last 2 weeks, we've all been fucking talking about it.
Yeah.
Before that, I don't really know this argument from anybody.
Yeah, it wasn't on the major level, but I've heard the idea. I've considered the idea.
You have heard it. I haven't. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Believe it or not, a lot of the quote unquote race realists would complain about this idea before this even became a bigger topic.
I could see it being something. I could see it being something Nick Fuentes has brought up, and
yes,
about that his extreme version of American First, which gets to the point of white power, basically. If you listen to it all the way through.
Well, guess what? Elon's not going to hear your argument. I don't think he's going to hear Steve Bannon's argument. He's going to hear the Nick Fuentes's and say, "Look, these are racist guys. These guys are racist. These are guys that are arguing for H-1B and shit. These are the guys that are arguing against it."
Says the white South African.
Don't tell Matt Hunter that.
Matt Hunter has a Jared Taylor video on H-1Bs. It might be a good contribution to this.
So
Jared Taylor.
Elon Musk probably shouldn't bring up race, being a white South African. I don't know. All that history.
Hi, can I get some fish and chips, please?
Yeah, what size would you like?
I'll go for a medium meal, please.
Yeah. We are doing haddock. Would you like to try that?
Yeah, sure, I'll try a haddock, yeah.
Yeah. Would you like any sauces?
Yeah, what sauces have you got?
We got curry sauce, mushy peas or gravy.
I'll have a pot of curry sauce, please.
Would you like any salt and vinegar?
Yeah, I'll have loads of salt and loads of vinegar, please. Oh yeah, that's really good.
That's too much salt.
Plenty of salt, plenty of vinegar. Yeah.
Would you like a slice of lemon?
Vinegar,
yeah, sure,
okay.
I'll have a slice of lemon. You guys got any drinks I can have?
Yeah, would you like me to get a few out?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
With all that salt, you're gonna need a fucking drink.
Okay, so you got Fanta,
Casey, is this your
okay, Sprite, Vimto. Oh, what Fanta is this? Fanta lemon. I'll go with a Sprite, please.
Oh, these American companies.
Would you like a bag?
Yes, please. Hi, can I get some fish and chips, please?
It is, yeah, sort of fucking God. Anyways. All right, let's play this video. I want to hear Kurt Metzger if he's gonna. I didn't hear that initially, Jesse. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't hear that.
It was only a few sentences before. Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. Did KFC sent you that video to cite someone saying chips wrong? Or saying French fries wrong?
He just, it's over, Dubster. You already fucked it up. You said saying chips wrong. You already, like, he now has one up on you. He probably recorded it. He's gonna meme it now. Whatever. Anyways, let's continue with this video.
We can't do the manual labor. Yeah. We can't do anything. We have to Jimmy, flood the country with cheap labor.
And then once they get sick of it, once they settle in and have kids, we got to fuck their kids and bring in more cheap labor.
That's right.
But the TV shows, just because we watch Saved by the Bell, you got to watch quality Bollywood productions, like where they just steal an American IP like Spider-Man and make it a musical, instead of being mediocre.
So Eric Weinstein retweeted.
What? See, that's actually a perfect example. I didn't hear him say. I mean, he sounds like an idiot. He said some stupid shit there, but that's almost like a perfect metaphor, because as much as foreign films or Bollywood maybe use a story, like American films do that, 100% steal concepts from foreign fucking nations or foreign artists, use their work, and then sell it to Americans as brand new. That 100% that happened. There's no way around it, bro. But yeah, I don't know. I think they're leaning into American pride shit in order to once again shake their asses for the MAGA crowd and hope they win them over, so that one day they can we'll prop up some sort of People's Party thing, and this candidate will be the one.
What happened?
We'll get Republicans to vote for us. That's my guess of the strategy of these guys, in my humble opinion.
I just realized my dog just took over my bed. The hell?
I thought you were gonna say took a shit, but okay,
shit.
That's much nicer. It's her bed, anyways. Yep, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're fucking right. It is her fucking bed. The whole fucking house is hers.
Exactly.
No disputing that.
All right, here we go.
You got to watch quality Bollywood productions, like where they just steal an American IP like Spider-Man and make it a musical, instead of being mediocre.
There's also good Bollywood
So
production,
Eric Weinstein retweeted Vivek, and he said, "I love this. Do you want to fill an entire stadium debating this with me? I'm so game. For America, you love this place, so do I. We don't know each other. I'm U.S.-born STEM PhD with some background in this issue of sciences. Dance with me. Come on."
I asked Rogan to have this, to facilitate this, by the way.
Well, I tweeted out. I'll facilitate it.
I want him to do it. I want it so bad.
So I just want to, before we get into Eric Weinstein, I just want to make this case that Trump has sold out the MAGA movement already. He's not even in office.
Good boss.
And now it's up to MAGA.
Did you hear that? Jimmy Dore's like, hey, why'd you say Rogan? I wanted to host it.
Wait, what?
The other guy said I tweeted out that I wanted Rogan to host this debate between Elon Musk and this PhD guy. And Jimmy was like, fuck, man, I did a tweet where I would have hosted it.
Bruh.
Like, you could just hear it in his voice. Like, you took away my thunder.
I do get little hints that Jimmy gets pissed off when he gets cut off by the Kurt Metzger. Yeah.
What he cut him off with.
All right. Here we go. God damn it. Fucking mouse.
Before we get into Eric Weinstein, I just want to make this case that Trump has sold out the MAGA movement already. He's not even in office.
See, that's
and now
the thing
it's
I
up to
wanted
MAGA.
Comment on. fucking.
Yeah, we're gonna have to rein him in. We're gonna have to rein. Yeah, I do lean more to the Steve Bannon side because I'm thinking this America First thing. But at the same time, I understand. Do we want technology faster? Yeah, we do. We absolutely do. That's going to take reaching out to big minds, but HB1 is not the genius visa. It's not. That's the Operation Paperclip 01B visa.
I mean, yeah, but fuck. Morally, you would want that for the world, right? Or nah?
Does the world have it? Does the world have open visas for geniuses to come to their countries?
I'm saying the resulting technology. But then again, that'd be you asking for a world government in a way, because that's the only way to actually have that happen.
I'm saying, do other countries even have this to where they're taking in foreign geniuses or foreign mediocre labor?
We have fucking Rhodes Scholars in fucking America, right?
No,
like a Rhodes Scholar goes to fucking
do they have both?
Oxford or something.
Do they have both? Like, not everywhere has it. That's not a thing for every country on Earth.
I don't know, honestly.
Okay, let's go through like the big ones. Most of Europe probably would have it, right? Because they think like that.
Or some version of that, yeah.
With China?
I'm sure there are people that get intern jobs in fucking China. I'm sure there are. Maybe something even as simple as like English teachers, right? In their schools. So they learn English. I've heard that a lot more in regards to like James Corbett in Japan and other places, but I'm sure China has that too.
That would be like our H-1B. What about Super Genius visa? Do they have the Super Genius visa?
I don't know.
I mean, I bet they would if they could get them. If they offer. I mean, that's the thing about America, right? It was always the beacon of freedom. Like, that was the incentive to come into America.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah. We only closed our immigration. Let's see. We had open immigration till like 1900s, and then we closed it, and then we partially open it. We balance it out to percentage from certain countries. Like, you can have 3% coming from this country, 5% coming from this country. We balanced it out forever. And then when World War II came around, we were not accepting a single Jew for so long or whatever. And then 67, we opened it up to almost every country.
Einstein over here and shit. Weren't people? There's plenty of people coming to America, right?
They escaped.
Maybe before the war.
They escaped.
There's asylum seekers and all that shit, right? Had to be.
Yeah, there was asylum, but there wasn't open immigration.
But that's what you're calling. wait. The things on the southern border, right? A lot of the people argue that those are asylum seekers.
That's illegal immigration. Yeah, they can argue all they want. It's wrong. It's illegal immigration.
So if there's like Mexican Einstein crossing the border, like, yo, take him in. But
no,
he's just like a road worker.
Asylum is supposed to be. Asylum is supposed to be you come to the closest nation to you that is not going to harm you. And
yeah,
Honduras is not close to America. Ecuador is not close to America. El Salvador is not close to America. Go to Brazil, go to Colombia, go to Argentina. Those are a lot closer to you. But 1967, we opened it up to the whole world. Just normal immigration, not a H-1B visa, not a O-1 visa. What meant You come over here, you pay these fees. Once you pay these fees, then you can apply for jobs. Visas was, oh, we heard about you. You're someone we want. We're going to recruit you from your country, fly you over here, and give you a job.
I'm sorry, I'm wrecked. I was reading Matt Hunter's comment. Elon Musk understands that the Indians that work for him are not the reason that it's no longer safe to bring your children to Chuck E. Cheese. Black Americans are the blame for that. Like, no. Damn, us black people have ruined Chuck E. Cheese too. Apparently, we've ruined everything. You can't go to Chuck E. Cheese in peace anymore. Damn it.
Oh, is he talking about those fights on YouTube? What's that dude that covers the woman losing her shit? The black women losing their shit. He's a black guy.
What's his name? Sotomayor, some shit like that.
Yes.
Tommy Sotomayor.
Yeah.
I think I got his name right. Whatever.
I've seen like 3 or 4 of them that were in Chuck E. Cheese.
All 10 of them. It represents everyone, apparently. Well, once they get that particular visa, they're required to work for their sponsor employer or else at half the cost of an American. Yeah, that was a concern also brought up. But I don't know. Let's hear if Jimmy does a well-rounded assessment of the scenario, or if he's just going to straight up just try to get MAGA followers.
What's
for whatever reason.
Minutes
It
left?
seems political to me. Yeah, there's 4 minutes left. Like 4 minutes.
Come on.
Well, he might just play band the rest of the time. I don't know. But here we go.
To stand up. And this, if you think this is actually a need that the United States has, you're a chump. You're a chump of the highest order. Steve Bannon knows better. I'm going to play it for you one more time.
Good.
As a fact,
there it is.
The H-1B visa program is a total and complete scam from its top to the bottom. And Elon's put out this tweet that, all his companies have depended upon that. Now, we'll go dig out the information from public documents and just I'd like you to we would like you to publish every engineer that you've brought in on HB1 visa and let us determine, let's just see the information and see if American citizens could not fill those billets. You're going to find we still haven't seen, if all this going on, have they come forward with any examples? One example from David Sachs to Vivek Ramaswamy to Elon Musk to any of them. Have they come up with examples?
I don't think
Trump,
so.
which he won't say, because he's playing the same game that Jimmy's playing. They're both playing the same game, so they can't say Trump. Or Steve Bannon can't say Trump. Jimmy can because he needs the MAGA followers to realize, like, you guys got played. Join my team instead. But Steve Bannon can't do that. So,
and Elon Musk can't do it either.
Can't do what? Trump's already agreed with him, so he doesn't need it. Right? He already got Trump on his side.
Yeah, but and this is after Trump's changed his point of view from 6 years ago.
Okay. Fair enough.
Because he did say we should get rid of H-1B visas. We should regulate it or alter it until it is effectively non-existent. And that's my paraphrase of what he said.
Yeah.
Back in 2016.
Which sounds like anti-competition. I don't know about you. But that liberal that Jared Taylor debated in Matt Hunter's link is well-known race realist Richard Hanania, who works for Peter Thiel and is a Palestinian Arab. Okay. Well, okay. I don't know. I've never heard of the guy, but I guess we'll hear of him tonight. I got you, Matt Hunter.
Hold on, let me ask you this. You know the idea of Trump saying, like, we got to stop sending our jobs overseas? This is like, yeah, we're going to stop doing that, but we're going to bring them over here.
Sorry. I muted it.
Chuck E. Cheese.
This is every Chuck E. Cheese across America. This is all of them. It's exactly what's happening. The Chuck E. Cheese brawl of 2021.
What is that a gun?
Looks like a cop cam footage thing. Chuck E. Cheese. She had a gun on her. You Bowder's like, what is your like? At this point, I think Matt Hunter's brain is shaped like a giant black penis. At this point, I think it's BBC shaped his his brain. He's like, this is all he watches and shit. This is probably Matt. Matt's probably in the background here somewhere. He's a thick black woman, you know. All right, sorry. All right, back to the video. Here we go.
Yeah, they said Saved by the Bell sucks.
And if you're a MAGA and you're not sure, here's Eric Weinstein saying, come on, debate me. I'd love to have a debate over this. Here he says, hey, Vivek, this hurt a lot of Americans. I invited you to a public debate about your claims as I've been fighting
Twitter and
the
Substack,
insinuation of inferior American values in STEM for 35 years. It's a myth that came out of National Science Foundation and this other thing. Let's debate in public on camera. Vivek does not want that. The claim that America is inferior in STEM is a calum. How do you say that word?
Calumny?
I'm a comedian. What is true
it.
is that Americans in STEM behave like Americans. Our own scientists aren't going to act like employees. Our engineers aren't going to say whatever you say, boss. We aren't lining up to sign your DEI oaths. Our own scientists and engineers expect their kids to go to the top schools. They expect to get recognized for discoveries. They expect academic freedom. They expect to be financially secure, etc. I say that our system produces the best STEM talent in the world and then promptly destroys.
I see how, like, this is where the argument, like, why are we going this direction with that? I don't understand why this is the direction we go. As far as like being against the H-1B or whatever the fuck it's called. Like, why does it sound like American pride sounding ass shit instead of like, does it sound practical or real? I don't know. Can someone correct me if I'm wrong about this? It doesn't sound like the argument that should be being had in regards to this at all. But
he's been he switched the topic to STEM research. We're number one in STEM research. So it's like he's saying, here's an example where we do excel. So why couldn't we excel in tech?
Excel like what? You say theft?
Tech, T-E-C-K.
Oh, tech. Well, I think any population can excel at anything. I truly believe that. Any population can excel at anything. But that's not the conversation that's going to be had about this, Dubster. It's just not. It's actually, you could see them, all of them, from Jimmy to Elon to Trump to Vivek to Eric Weinstein. They're all drawing lines.
And by the way, I don't know.
Drawing lines and making teams out of this topic.
His name scares the hell out of me.
Who? Weinstein?
Yeah, is he related?
I don't know. I know he has a brother, Brett Weinstein. They're part of Rogan's
it's that.
intellectual.
Oh, it's Eric and Brett, not Harvey.
No.
Oh, okay.
For all I know, they could be. Actually, I think he says his name. I think these guys say their name. I think it might be Weinstein. I don't know. I think they say their names differently to separate themselves from that guy. Yeah,
they're of the tribe. If they got that Steen in it, they're of the tribe.
Oh my god! But yeah, these guys they're all drawing lines and then trying to pull people towards their team.
Oh, and I was thinking about this earlier
more
too.
so than Jimmy.
Trump thinking about Trump thinking about technology and being on the MAGA side. He's like, bro, when was the last time a redneck invented shit? It had to do something with a rope and a fucking couch being towed by something.
That's not. People create cultural things if they don't create tech things. Like leave the tech shit for tech-minded people. For people who are not tech-minded, they do culture things. They're creative artistically and all that shit. And I think we end up, by drawing these lines, we end up fucking up the normal populace. Well, they do it to themselves, so I'm not going to fully blame it.
And part of what
being conditioned by something.
Part of what Trump's doing is also he's picked this position to where he's trying to show that he's president for the whole country, not just MAGA. I think that's what he's doing here partially, is he's saying, I know there's lots of progressives that believe in this point of view that Elon Musk is promoting here. So I'm going to go on his side with this one because I'm president for the whole country, not just the people that like me. I think that's part of what this is.
As far as I understand, on the surface, this would not be a progressive idea. Do you mean like the Bernie Sanders types?
Globalism?
Yeah, that's
of course
not what they would want. They want rights for the workers type of shit, right? This is what Jimmy Dore's claim to be a part of.
They want open borders. You can cross any border at all times, and you can get a job.
Okay, now here's the thing, Dubster, because you do this yourself, right? If I associate progressive with AOC, then I have to associate Mitch McConnell as being right-wing, and you're right-wing, so you're all the same thing.
Is that not a communist point of view? You can work wherever you want to work, anywhere in the world.
Dude, these
it's
guys
all
are like
the same country.
They lean more towards Jimmy than Elon and Trump on the visa thing. They lean a lot more towards Jimmy, if I had to guess, because they see it as a ploy by corporations to pay for cheaper labor.
Okay,
that's what I say.
But communists don't believe in pay in the first place.
No, they do. They do. It's just like they want equal pay, equal living wages for everyone type of thing.
They want vouchers to get everything. Just endless vouchers. What you want, you get. So
they want
the job you do,
workers to own the work they do.
You got like a 12-hour work week. You got a 12-hour work week, and you get fucking $5,000 apartment.
Why am I going here? Yeah, I'm telling you, like, whatever. You're probably partially trolling, whatever.
Partially telling the truth too.
If you draw these lines that get drawn out, like, kind of kill the actual discussion, even in regards to that, like this whole thing with communism and capitalism and all that shit. It kills the discussion. Actually kills it. But I want to get this video over with. I'm going to play it. Here we go. Boom.
It's most of what it produces in favor of more pliant labor. Let's have it out. So here's a guy, Mr. Smarty Pants, saying that the United States produces the best STEM talent in the world. And then the business squashes it. Here's what Steve Bannon has to say about people like Vivek and Elon
Anyone
Musk.
To be capable
of very hard because this is central. It's not just central to the economic.
Sorry. Real quick. Do you see how the people Dubsters worry about, the quote unquote communists or whatever? They're going to have a point. They are going to have a point in regards to this. That, like, the reason why other countries can't or haven't, or let's say they agree with Eric Weinstein, right? Like, oh yeah, Americans have the best this or that, best, technical intelligence. The other political team's going to show up and be like, yo, well, the reason why this country doesn't have that is because here's what the U.S. did to them, here's what Europe did to them, yada yada yada, right? And they're going to have a point, essentially. Not for me, but for most people, they will have an based on egotistical logic, will have a point.
No, but
and thus the argument goes nowhere.
Points. I'm talking about the communist solution. Is the whole world is basically one country that efficiently works as one.
But Dubster, part of people just logically speaking,
everyone gets the same size house, the same size car, the same size load of groceries, the same size furnishments of the house, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
But logically speaking, if you want to, if you dare to say a solution for something, you're damn right probably going to point out a problem. And guess what? They'll be able to point out problems from A to Z all over the fucking world, point out problems as to why, something happens, right? They'll have problems for days, just like the other team will have problems for days to point out. That's what I'm saying. They'll be able to point out fucking problems that will make sense, and you're egotistically, logically, will make sense. Thus, they could be because since I point out the problem, here's the solution to it, and that's when what you're saying comes into play. But until then, if it's just about problems, just pointing out problems gets Trump elected. This fucking idiot.
No,
you can see Elon Musk here. If you just point out problems, do you see their solutions now?
The topic here is allowing people to work in America. A communist will be like, well, yeah, anybody can work in America. Open borders, we support that.
Hold on. 11:50. Let's fucking finish this thing. Then we're gonna go back to 11:50, where Kurt Metzger says some wild shit. Okay. I think he's talking about Kurt Metzger. But here we go.
Economics
Just finish this video
of what they do in Silicon Valley. The hate America crowd, and they hate America. The hate America crowd there. And when I say hate America,
marketing.
they hate the United States of America, the nation state of America, and American citizens. They believe in some sort of techno-feudal situation like was in Italy back, I don't know, in the 14th and 15th century. These kind of city-states. What they want is a network.
Florence.
They want a network where they're like a city-state, control the network. And there's a bunch of serfs that work for them. Not American citizens, but serfs, indentured servants. That's what they want, and they're not going to get that. We're going to win this fight. If you think that...
So he's saying they hate America.
Boring idea.
That's pretty powerful. Come see us on tour in Los Angeles.
You tell me what the fuck was that? You tell me.
He's pandering, bro. He's pandering hard.
So what he's saying is
that was a non-point.
They hate America.
It was such a non-point that it was a point.
If that ain't straight from Idiocracy, I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
Right.
Holy shit.
I mean,
So
I
the point
understood
is,
what Bannon was saying.
I hate America. He ends his video on that. It's like, what happens if Steve Bannon does something that's suspect or weird or corrupt or something like that? What do you do with this? You just hope people forgot you made this video? I won't fucking forget, Jimmy.
You just hit that video with,
bro. There's no barometer.
You just hit that video with Steve Bannon hates America.
There's no barometer to keep the mainstream media in check. What do you think these guys fucking have to go through?
I'll go a little bit right here. Dubster is talking about anarchist communist hybrids. There are several versions of communism. Yeah, I know that. It's just different sex and pause. SECTS sex.
Yes. Yeah.
There's different versions. There's different clubs, different teams. More people that are. I don't know. Once again, I can't understand the phenomenon, which is why I keep bringing up that idea that hey, are people doing this for their own entertainment versus actually trying to get something fucking done? I bring that up a lot, especially with the audience of it. The creators could be looking for their own personal money, or they're a strategist, right? They want to like, okay, the only way to get things on is to like lean into them this way and then pull the followers, like scrape off the bottom feeders of the followers to bring them to our side. Then we'll have voting power, right? Trump did that in like a swoop. He should win a marketing fucking award like Obama did, because Obama did the same shit, right? He pulled people over in a fucking swoop through strategic marketing. I think Trump should get an award too. That was incredible. Watching John Jones do the Trump dance after he knocked someone out. I mean, that's fucking brilliant. Did he pay John for that? He probably didn't. He probably didn't pay John Jones for that. John Jones did that on his own volition, and you can't pay for better marketing than that. You can't do it. But whatever. Deceitful wants to tongue bathe Steve Bannon's greasy mullet. Okay. You're all wrong. There's a tech bro push for Punjabis because the CEO of Google is one. Anyways, all right. Let's listen for this. I think it's Kurt Metzger that's supposed to be saying this. Let's listen for this statement.
India and wherever else?
Well, San Francisco, I could see, because I got news for you. The people that have made tech people are the lowest form of life on the planet. San Francisco, they're real low.
Here we go.
So it's by design.
Yeah, it cuts them off. He's like, okay, all right, moving on. That's what I have to do to Dubster every 5 minutes. Like, all right. Anyways, moving on. Your stupid ass shit. Jimmy cut him all. All right, we're done. That's crazy. That's actually great. I did not. I guess the turn by Jimmy, I just didn't even notice. He said.
So what is the point of this video?
I think it's to scrape up MAGA fans.
They hate
It's really
America. No, it's they hate America. That's a powerful message.
It's like, Jimmy, you're supposed to be the guy who mocks some guy with a crew cut, gets on fucking television and says, you know why they're doing this? Because they hate America. And that's a powerful message. And they go to commercial break after that. Like, dude, you're supposed to mock that shit. This dude's fucking up here doing it. So yeah, Jesse, this video is about scraping up MAGA fans. 100%. MAGA fans, to turn them into Jimmy Dore vote, whatever Jimmy leans towards, voters. Or just even a part of a movement, quote unquote.
Yeah, just wanted it to be clear that the whole H-1B topic, for like what we're seeing in front of us at least, yeah, it's bullshit.
Oh man. Don't worry. I mean, he's dancing. He's dancing like a motherfucker. He's two tapping his shit around. But like, at the end of the day, Ben, you've done enough compromises that someone could make a full compilation of it. And it's like, well, now you're the bad guy. Congratulations. Someone's going to replace you. Congratulations, Jimmy. You are to be replaced at some future date. The shit you're doing and the style you're doing it, in my opinion at least, because it's not, like, you know, vocally, morally based, because that's not the case, in my opinion, that it's going to be easily replaced by someone else someday. Maybe you lose a debate, or someone questions your video, or someone makes a full compilation of all these terrible takes you've made, while at the same time claiming you're the guy, right? That's not going to work out too well, man.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, no, I'm just getting ready to take off.
Oh,
I'm going to
okay.
stay on while I'm driving, see if I can focus and still listen.
Do your thing. Safety first.
Yeah. Right?
Damn, I almost want to skip this shit. Tesla outed for replacing thousands of U.S. workers with H-1B immigrants. Is this the one I played before? This is a different one. This is the one you sent me, right, Anthony? Or am I tripping?
Which one?
Let me see. This might have been the one you sent me, right?
Let me check.
Tesla outed for replacing thousands of. Yeah, you sent me this. Okay. Let's do it. I know my steaks don't look too good right now, but watch this.
Texas, Baltimore, Atlantic City, Cohoes, New York, and Providence, Rhode Island. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets, and only there. So now Tesla's getting exposed and ripped for their abuse of the H-1B visa program. Elon Musk says the reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of H-1B. Take a big step back and F yourself in the face.
Sorry. I want to respond to stupidity first because it builds me up. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I was a good marketer, I could just use Matt Hunter as like a backdrop for me, and I just use him as like see why I'm so right? Look at this guy. And I'll just destroy all of Matt Hunter's comments all the time. Just make a living off of that. Amazing. Why is violent behavior inconsequential, playfully, casually, dismissive, even comical when you black women engage in it? Is it? Oh, all right. See, non-statement. Anyways, here we
Now
go.
Tesla's getting exposed and ripped for their abuse of the H-1B visa program. Elon Musk says the reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of H-1B. Take a big step back and F yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend. So that's the richest man in the world telling the peasants to shut up and know your place. He'll handle this.
Okay, Jimmy. Well, the context is going to be brought up. Let's be real. It's going to be brought up in regards to race. That is what the context will be from Elon Musk. It's kind of obvious. We know this already. It's going to be like, oh, these white nationalists don't want brown workers in their country. That's what Elon Musk is going to spin towards.
The white South African. The white South African.
Yeah. He's going to be saying that's his response is going to be. He's going to focus on guys like Fuentes and all this other shit.
The guy that grew up in a country that was built on white employers and black employees, also known as slaves.
Well, here's the thing, Dubster. He just has to point out the right people, and he'll have a point. Just like, see this? Laura Loomer, Musk, technocracy. She'll have a point. In words, at least. Not their actual intentions of what they want to do with these things, with these with these concepts or ideas. Not that, but in the sense of, if I want to make this person look bad, all I have to do is go through some of their shit and be like, boom, here it is. They look bad. If he wants to focus on Nick Fuentes, guess what? Like, oh, this guy's a race realist. So all you people jumping on his bandwagon, you better recognize what this guy has done before or has said before. If someone wants to go at Musk, look at the technocracy. Look at the technocracy of Elon Musk. Sorry, no one can see it on the stream, but it's there. I'll show it.
Cecil B. Rhodes. Cecil B. Rhodes.
Transparency. There it is, right there. Boom. Laura Loomer. Musk technocracy. Yes, Cecil Rhodes. I understand that. But guess what? Someone will have something on Laura Loomer too, because guess what? She's done fuck shit too.
Yeah, he took her. He did something to her.
They'll be like, yo, what about your stance on Israel-Palestine? Then they'd wreck her. I'm telling you, it's idiot on top of idiot on top of idiot on top of idiot, bro. And they're all arguing with each other, and they get the fucking megaphones. And they're that's the real winners, is these idiots. Like I said before, someone could make a compilation of this fucking guy. On the surface, Jimmy doesn't look as bad as Elon or Laura Loomer or any of these or Nick Fuentes.
That's a point of view.
But you can make a compilation of his shit and be like, yo, this guy's full of shit. Look at him. You could do that with Jimmy. So it's like, what happens? It's just line drawing and team play. Like people just jump on your fucking teams and let them all have a Royal Rumble together. Let them beat the fuck out of each other. We don't get anywhere with it.
And next week we'll be on a new lineup, and you get to pick your teams again on the next topic.
You can see when one gets taken down, it gets replaced with another. What you can do? You're gonna pivot to who? Candace Owens? She's gonna have her own fucking laundry list of problems. But whatever, man. Like I said, I think a lot of people do this, and it's just in regards to entertainment. Thus, I guess we want our own demise as a form of entertainment, as I've heard some people say before.
Oh,
anyways,
yeah. Owen Schroyer also lost his blue check mark.
Who?
Alex Jones second.
Oh, Owen
Schroyer.
Owen Schroyer. Yeah, I heard that. I think he got it back recently. I think.
No, he didn't. Today he was bitching to Alex Jones about how he's getting censored, and then Alex Jones is like, well, I'm not really familiar with what's going on. They're updating me with all this information. Basically, everybody's like, Alex Jones is about to sell his company, and we secretly think Elon Musk is going to be the purchaser. That's probably why he's not really saying anything back to Schroyer about this.
Dude, that's what I heard. I heard that in this video with T-Lab and Steve. They were talking about that. And that's why I thought I heard them say that Owen got his shit back or something. Got something back. Maybe his blue check mark or something like that.
Then it would have had to been within, I guess this was live today, so it had to happen after 3 o'clock Central Time.
Okay,
if he
I don't
got
know
his
then.
stuff back.
Maybe I misheard them. Maybe they meant the blue check mark, but not all the capabilities that you normally like. It's almost like a portion suspension type of thing. I don't know.
There's some other stuff besides the just check mark. So, the reach. That's one of the things. Remember, whenever Alex Jones censored Kanye West, he said, "You have freedom of speech, but not freedom of reach."
Yeah.
I can
You mean
basically shadow
Elon.
ban. You can say all the shit you want to say, but they're gonna have to find you to secure it.
Yeah, I think you mean Elon too. You said Alex Jones. I think you mean Elon.
No, Elon, whenever he censored Kanye West.
Yeah,
the Jewish stuff.
Yeah, I got you.
Freedom of speech, not freedom of reach.
And apparently there's notifications for shadow bannings and shit like that now, or something like that, right? Or they're gonna maybe implement that. I don't know.
He might. But he said, Owen Schroyer was saying that I talked to a couple people. There's at least a dozen he knows that lost their check marks. He said it could be up to 100 people lost their check marks over this H-1B visa thing. But good thing you spend $8 a month for something that's free.
I mean, but you get the. These guys make
the
money.
Seal of approval. Yeah, they do. They
make a lot of money.
They get these people to think they're more important than us. That's what the blue check mark means. Is I'm more important than you.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all it really means. It's an appeal to authority bullshit mind trick.
Can chat show me one argument that I have made or has made that was not birthed from that cancerous cunt between shut the fuck up. Check what Dora was saying about Vivek before the H-1B mess. Okay. He's probably like, oh, this guy's pro-worker. Some stupid shit like that. As a matter of fact, also check what Glenn Greenwald was saying about Vivek until now. That I can imagine. that Glenn Greenwald, I mean, he's been kind of doing the Jimmy shit where it comes up as like a strategy, and he's like, I don't think he folds as much as Jimmy has, as far as what I've seen. I don't know, but they definitely they're a lot nicer to the MAGA crowd than what their supposed ideology is supposed to be, if that makes sense. But yeah, for sure. For sure, Target. For sure. Might give it a look too. All right, here we go.
I thought he just told us that we were supposed to do nice, happy.
I'm ready
things
to I'm
on
honestly ready to
Twitter.
scroll through
Wait, I just
all
saw
of Jimmy's
I will go to
content.
war with this, the likes
From
of which you
before
cannot
election
possibly
to
comprehend.
after
And then
election.
next day he's walking.
I'm very
Of course he was.
curious.
Tesla faces backlash for replacing U.S. workers with H-1B hires. No kidding? In a now controversial move, Tesla has reportedly replaced thousands of U.S. employees laid off earlier this year. Remember I said in 2023, Tesla, hired 720-something H-1B employees alone just in 2023. Well, this year they've laid off thousands and then replaced them.
Hey, Matt, when have I
with
said
foreign
any of that
workers
shit?
on H-1B visas. So
When have I
again,
felt any of
Steve
that
Bannon
shit?
was correct about this. We were correct. The people who are pushing back against this are correct. This is all BS.
Just
this
admit
is
you're a weirdo. Let's
billionaires,
move on,
and
man.
this is how you do business. You do business by finding the cheapest. Why do you think
If you and
everything
Dubs
gets
want to go to gay
outsourced to
discos
China
together,
and
I'm not mad at
Bangladesh?
you for that. Go do your
And
thing,
why
man.
do you think that why do you think
Stop suppressing
Boeing
yourself, though.
outsourced their engineering of their 737 MAX plane, which crashed twice, to $9 an hour engineers? Because that's how business works. They get paid because.
Well, someone help me with that one, because just because they got paid less money, does that mean they were bad workers? It is like he just implied that the things with the planes is because of bad workers. Is that proven? I have not looked into that story too much. I've seen like little things here or there. I probably commented to like friends or whatever on the internet, but not I haven't investigated the fucking thing. Is that a real thing? Like, yo,
the Boeing, the screws?
Yeah, with the planes, yes.
Apparently, yes. They hired
like it was their fault. Like they fucked it up. That's what they were calling it. Yes, they're calling it
unskilled
DEI
workers.
hires.
Yeah, they call them unskilled workers. Like they didn't know the job they were getting into. It was just because they were of this race they were hired.
Yes, that's the story I heard. And it was like, oh, these guys aren't even like they have no experience at all. But they have zero experience and they're just like given these jobs. Like can someone explain more to me of what happened with
that's
that?
as much as you got to hear and let you listen into the actual board hearings and stuff. That's just the summary I've always heard. There was commissions and board hearings over the planes. Like, why did this happen? And apparently, that's the conclusion is they were doing that.
But I've heard ideas of like they can pay cheaper, but these guys also have expertise in the area. Like they have expertise in regards to whatever engineering to whatever field, right? But they still get paid cheaper, which is more money they may be making in their own country, but they get paid cheaper compared to other American workers. But they still have that expertise. Is that a thing too? Or is it what Jimmy's going on?
I didn't even hear the details of them hiring out a country. I thought they were just hiring just not white people. I thought that's what it was.
That's the idea I heard as well. But I'm taking like where Jimmy's going with this, and it
was foreign H-1B visas. Okay,
that's what he's saying.
Then they would have had to have the schooling in their country, and then maybe it's just lacking compared to ours. That's what I would conclude from that.
I just don't believe that. I think a screw is a screw, or physics is physics type of thing.
Well,
Or
you know,
if
like
right.
you know how Cuba, they didn't have any new cars since like the '60s or whatever. They just been fixing the same cars over and over.
Yeah.
Maybe they have that kind of mentality in their country versus here.
I don't know. I
That would
think
be the only thing that I can think of is a different mentality.
all right. I'll say this: between me and you, Dubster, it's essentially a mystery because I don't know. It sounds like you don't know either. So
right.
If anyone fucking feels more or feels like they know more about it, I'd love to hear it. But all right, let me read some of these comments real quick. Elon is a race realist as well. Really? Silicon Valley tech bros are openly race realists now through people like Richard Hanania. Okay, the Jared Taylor debate that I can't wait to hear. If you are a man and you are jealous, okay, I already responded to that. Elon is not seeking approval from people bothered with racism. Most of those people exiled themselves blue sky anyways. No, but I'm telling you, like on the surface for everyday Americans, like he would essentially be able to build receipts and be like, yo, you want this guy replacing me? Or you pick this guy over me? Look what this guy said before. I could see that. 100%. That they don't have to be blue sky leftists or whatever the fuck. Or, Twitter alternative. If you're in your 30s, 40s, and you blame your poverty on money and puss, and piss on rich people, you are a homosexual. I don't know. I thought it was like if you're a dude and you like other dudes, you're homosexual. Or if you're a girl and you like other girls, I thought that's what that meant. Anyways, and regular people are posting celebrities slop on Instagram. They're irrelevant to this discussion. Yeah. Elon openly said that the American white working class are too low IQ to work on the tech industry, and that's why he wants Indian immigrants. But like, yeah, listen, guys, there's going to be either incorrect information, certain factoids with holes in it, or whatever, because the point is just to keep the argument going. As things keep tumbling along. It's almost like we don't want to sit down and like actually go over like what should we like here's the problem. What do we do with it? No, what you gonna do with it? It's a rapper from Florida. Who's white, Matt Hunter? He's white. Okay. Jesus.
It essentially is a choice. Do you want this or do you want that? And there's going to be cause and effect from each.
Okay. That's on my stream.
What?
Sorry, it's MAGA ass cheeks. Thank you, deceitful. Sorry, go ahead. Dumpster pulls his truck over. Where? Show me. Show me those ass cheeks.
What? What?
I played a fucking link from the chat. And it's just like this girl in like a Miss America swimsuit looking thing. But superb ass cheeks, by the way. Superb. And I was like, oh, Dutch is gonna pull over. Like, where? Show me. Play it again. Anyways.
I mean, I just want looking at the screen because I'm driving, but if you want to play it again.
Don't worry, I'm screen recording, buddy. Just play it again. Play it a couple times. All right. All right. Here's more Jimmy Dore. God, he's just a disappointment. Crazy, actually. Here we go.
737 MAX plane, which crashed twice, to $9 an hour engineers. Because that's how business works. They get paid because they're all run by Wall Street. And so the more money they make per quarter, that's how they're evaluated. And nothing matters about long
Monolith off
term.
Wall Street.
They're not in it to make the company better in 5 years. They're in it to make the company better in the next 3 months. And that's all they care about. And so cutting corners, outsourcing
That is something
jobs,
I've heard
firing,
already.
laying up, the whole thing. It's the worst side of capitalism.
You hear about
airline's
Jimmy getting owned on
unprofitable.
Twitter
Just those
by that
guys get
squirrel guy?
profit.
Yes.
It's
No.
better to run it with no profit.
Sparking debates over
No
labor
dumb data.
practices and the visa program's role in Americans' job markets. And this is reported by Breitbart. Tesla has reportedly replaced thousands of U.S. employees laid off earlier this year with foreign workers through the H-1B visa. Thousands. They laid them off, got rid of them. Tesla, led by Elon.
Before he reads that, this is where Jimmy has a point, right? Like this is this is why I'm calling this like a mishmash of bullshit. Because they're all gonna have some point they can say out loud that someone would be like, yeah, that does work. But instead of like dissecting each idea and like, okay, here's all the ideas I agree with. Here's all the ones I don't, like which is like, let's be honest, like where they lead them, right? Sorry, Jimmy smells like a strategist. He's probably gonna lead people somewhere. That's just my opinion. Right? And then Laura Loomer is gonna lead you somewhere after she's done with, yelling at Elon Musk with quote unquote credible information. Or anyone that's doing this. Elon's gonna go at the race realists and have a point on the surface. It's just what's gonna happen, I think. And no one gets anywhere, I think. It's this is drawing lines, picking teams. That's what I think they want the audience to do. Instead of like saying like, yo, fuck me. Who gives a shit about me? Fuck me. Here's the information. Here's what I can show you. Here's the best I can do. But, here we go.
They laid him off, got rid of him. Tesla, led by Elon Musk, billionaire, richest man in the world, is under scrutiny following reports that it replaced many laid-off U.S. employees with foreign workers on H-1B visas. This revelation comes as Musk continues to champion the visa program despite backlash from critics who argue it undermines American workers. And who are those critics? Steve Bannon is the loudest critic right now, Steve Bannon. According to Electrek, citing U.S. Department of Labor data.
Is it okay. Is that the account I'm thinking of? Oh, shit. I forgot to do this. There we go. Jimmy was getting lit up for promoting Zionists. The squirrel guy exposed him for being friends with the MAGA friends like PD Entertainment or Valuetainment and RFK. I know who you're talking about, I think. There's like a squirrel, like someone like a squirrel picture or something like that. That was around in like 2015, 16 on Twitter at least. I did not see that. You better not be a fucking troll account, you fuckface. Hey, I'll love you anyways. I'm giving you mod stats. You can fucking send that to me. Put it in the chat.
Hey, do not. As a mod, you cannot censor anyone else.
That is true. No blocking anyone. Anyone. I'll handle that.
Even if you don't like it.
Only thing I ever block is the spammers like, go to my website for free fights. Like when we did the UFC thing. That shit, I'm like, all right, that's gotta go. That can't be here. But no blocking anyone from mods. Although I think this is James or Seb's, maybe Prop. I don't know. I'm too paranoid. They cry wolf me. And I try not to give people with their alt accounts multiple fucking mods, right? I want them like their own sole account to be that. Yeah, if you can find that, send that shit, bro. Down. All right, here we go. Here's more of this.
Are those critics? Steve Bannon is the loudest critic right now. Steve Bannon. According to Electrek, citing U.S.
probably
Department
like
of
5
Labor
moderate
data
accounts right now.
and accounts from Tesla employees, the company increased its use of H-1B visas after cutting approximately 15,000 jobs
In April, in a month.
April of 2024. The layoff, concentrated in Texas and California,
As a blind man.
affected
As
all
it is.
departments, including senior engineering roles. I wonder why those Teslas are blowing up. H-1B visas designed to allow
Okay.
U.S. companies to hire
All
foreign.
right. Okay, see that right there? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? I
wonder why
That's-
those
why
Teslas are
the batteries
blowing
are
up.
blowing, why they're catching fire and shit like that, right? Like that was the whole like meme thing of the Tesla cars, not the trucks, but the Tesla cars, was that their batteries would self implode or catch fire or some shit. It's like, hey, do you see
Well,
why
it's
it's happening
because
now?
of-
A bunch of foreigners are coming over here and
because-
working for cheap. Like, really? So he is actually
they're getting
consciously
fired.
leaning into that narrative. Good.
No, he's saying sabotage from the other employees.
No, I don't think he's saying sabotage. I think
Is
he's
it?
saying they're dumber. I think he's saying they're dumber
Oh.
because they're cheaper. And it's like, what?
Which in
But
itself
they're
is
dumb. Which in
itself is a dumb
they're
way to
dumber
look at
and
it.
Yeah.
they're dumber and we're dumber at the same time.
I think he's saying Americans can just do this. They get laid off though, and they get replaced by dumber, cheaper workers. It's like
So
you're
Mega's
really leaning
argument.
into this America thing. Got it, Jimmy. Got it.
So Mega's argument, according to Jimmy, is that Mega is mad that they'll hire cheaper and dumber, and then Elon's argument is if I hire American only, they're going to be dumber. So both sides think we're dumb.
No.
Somebody's dumb.
Well, yes, but no. I think in reality, yes. But as far as narrative, what they're trying to say, I think Elon is saying, like, oh, I just take the best of the best wherever they come from, around the world or America. I'll take the best of the best. That's his narrative. He's not showcasing that he's actually possibly paying workers less for the sake of like getting the same job done. The point is just to get cheaper labor, and you kind of own them, right? Because they're on this visa. As I've heard Jesse say before, like where it's like, oh, you're kind of stuck there. You can't just bounce around from company. You can't take offers from other companies to where there's like competition for your work, right?
Right.
To where
It's
like,
like
for you more over here. If you come over here, but they
Like
can't
a
do that.
5-year contract before you get on the plane, kind of thing.
Yeah. Yes. And Jimmy's kind of going with, well, regular paid American workers are just better than these guys, which I'm like, I don't know if that's the case either. I don't know if that's the case. It could be, hey, because you guys can't go anywhere and actually shop your skills around, because you can't do that, we get to pay you cheaper. Thus, you're stuck in this scenario. That's what makes you cheaper as a worker, but your actual expertise are good enough.
Yo, Jordan, I think dumb data guy might be from the land of maples.
Canada?
Yeah.
Listen, prop. Just you're bad for it. Nah. Listen, I'm gonna fuck up because you buttheads make so many accounts. You, Sebs, and James trolled me some time before. It is what it is. As long as it's not like abusive, I fuck up. Listen, I don't know who everyone is. As long as you're not being abusive with all these accounts, I don't mind. Do your thing. And if you're sending me information, fuck it. I'm with. Just fuck it. Send me the info. I'll fucking take it. Yeah, this is the person I'm
Well,
thinking.
don't deify Jimmy Carter.
Before I play that, let me get the other one up. Before I play that, let me get the other one up. 143 to 245. My shit's so fucking laggy. God damn it. Mute that. Trump makes actual sense talking about our. See how that doesn't work together. 143. I'll hold on to that. I want to finish this original video first. Yeah, this is the PBD fucking fuckface. All right, let's play this one real fast. Here we go.
Senior engineering roles. I wonder why those Teslas are blowing up. H-1B visas designed to allow U.S. companies to hire foreign workers
Listen, you maple
for
syrup ass
specialized
motherfucker. How dare
occupations
you.
are often justified as filling gaps
Swear
in
to
the
God,
domestic
Popeye has
labor
8
market.
mods in
And
here.
that's all garbage.
8
We've
modded
showed you
accounts.
on this show a million ways a Sunday why that's garbage. However, critics argue the program
I
is
love
being
metrics
misused to lower labor costs and displaced American workers. You know why critics argue that? Because that's what's happening. Reports indicate Tesla filed over 2,000 H-1B visa requests during the layoff period. Wow. Accounting for more than 3% of the total visas available nationwide, just for Tesla. Proponents of the
Okay, but
H-1B
he
program,
fired
including Musk and
15,000,
entrepreneur
you said, right?
Vivek
Laid off.
Ramaswamy, argued that it addresses skills shortages in specialized fields, particularly technology and engineering. There isn't a shortage. There isn't a shortage. And if there was, Vivek Ramaswamy or Elon would debate Eric Weinstein about this publicly. But they won't. They won't even acknowledge that Eric Weinstein, a super famous STEM tech guy, even offered to do it. They won't even acknowledge it. That's how afraid they are, because they know they're lying. Critics maintain that companies exploit the program to prioritize cost cutting over retaining qualified American workers. You know why they critics say that? Because that's what's happening.
Most likely.
The controversy and
Right, most likely. I'm not denying that at all as a possibility. Cutting costs, like just the way I explained it already, right? I could 100% see that. 2 million percent see that. Even if it is like a high, like a, you know, quote unquote higher education, right? Where you have to actually have schooling to understand things like physics and engineering and all that shit. Like, hey, but if we can save money on this shit, bro, let's do it.
Right.
So, all right. Here we go.
critics say that because that's what's happening. The controversy, and I know I'm getting flooded with DMs from people telling me that people who are from India, who are now citizens here, say they can't get hired, but their cousins from India can get hired here.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just said it yesterday, the last show. Why we have Indians here?
Yeah.
Like India.
The Indians
it's not a
here,
racial thing. They just don't want them because they're from here.
A guy DM'd me to say, hey, as soon as I always apply for jobs and I always get called in because I'm Indian, but as soon as they find out I'm a citizen, they're no longer interested. I'll show you that DM in a minute.
You're gonna have to do an exaggerated Indian voice to get hired.
But that's
yes,
of Indian
not
descent.
proof.
So as the
That's not
debate
proof of
continues, the controversy over Tesla's labor practices has intensified calls for reforming the H-1B visa program. As the debate continues, Musk's defense of the program and Tesla's reported use highlighted the broad tensions between innovation, suck it, labor rights, and immigration policy. Well, that's like a false choice. You can have innovation, you can also have labor rights, and you can also have a sane immigration policy. You can have all those things. You'd have to
You mean like a Sputnik moment, Jimmy?
Yeah,
like the goddamn commies. They figured that out.
Let's listen to this.
Oh my God.
As someone who administered that H-1B program, it is in bad need of reform. It is a lottery system. It's not based on merit.
Now, this is Chad Wolf, former acting secretary, Department of Homeland Security. He's saying the H-1B visa program is effed up.
Pay is extremely low, and so you have this concern
Well,
by
as
many,
long as
and I
Homeland
share this
Security
concern,
agrees
they're
with it.
actually just bringing in foreign labor
We're
at
now
a
an
much
authority
lower
figure on the
rate
topic.
and replacing American workers. I don't disagree
they
that
agree with
we need to continue to attract the
Or
best and the
support my
brightest. The
narrative I'm
question
going
is
with.
whether that H-1B program as it's currently existing, as it's currently administered, is the right program to do that, and I don't think it is.
Wow. So there you go. Tesla getting outed. Elon Musk getting outed. Vivek Ramaswamy getting outed over this, as they should. And again, I'm not saying if I was a billionaire or the richest man in the world, I wouldn't also be messed up on this issue. I'd probably be out of touch. And so I'm not saying...
Wait. You're saying people are doing this to get cheaper labor. That's not an out-of-touch issue. That's a moral issue, isn't it? You better not be fucking hedging bets right now. After this whole video, hedging bets at the end like he's Tim fucking Pool or something. Holy man. He better not be fucking hedging bets. But here we go.
Or the richest man in the world, I wouldn't also be messed up on this issue. I'd probably be out of touch. And so I'm not saying Elon or Vivek or Trump are evil because they're doing this. I'm saying the effects of what they're doing is evil. Just like Joe Biden. Joe Biden doesn't even know what he's doing. So when he signed the bill that let the people come in to drive trucks in the United States, the effects of that is evil. You're hollowing out the middle class in the United States on purpose. And how are you doing it? By exploiting more desperate people.
Lots of wrecks. They're causing lots of wrecks.
What do you mean?
The
Causing
truck
lots of
drivers,
wrecks.
they don't know. They're not used to driving on our side of the road in a lot of countries they're coming from, which you can see the types of wrecks they're causing.
That's a stretch and a half, Dubster. Stop it. That's a super stretch and a half. That one I'm not going with. Sorry, I'm not going with that one.
There's a lot more of them in backing accidents in the truck stops. I don't know how that plays on them being from another country, but just seems to be they're having a little bit more problems than the rest of us.
That needs to be a little bit more examined than that.
There probably needs to be a actual study on it. There probably is some.
I mean, it's if I take that argument, not trying to dunk on you with this or anything, but like that argument, like, oh well, they're not used to driving on this side of the road or that side, right? It sounds like the same thing as Steven Crowder getting a secret camera and going into Canadian hospitals, be like, look how long the lines are for healthcare. But it's free. Yeah, it's free, but look at the lines. Like,
well, there was cases of
it feels like
you
a
got
phony
cancer.
argument. Yeah.
You got cancer and you need surgery in like 2 days, but you're waiting 6 months. That's
your
what his
argument.
document.
Your argument is actually an argument for H-1B visas. If you don't realize, if you're going by like, yes, if you're saying, well, these guys don't drive as well, right? Like, or they're causing wrecks. If you get another set of guys who are much better, then they should get the jobs, right? That is the actual argument for H-1B visas.
What? Americans are better at driving in America. What are you talking?
No, driving's kind of driving. If you bring in an F1 Formula driver from Europe, right? They're better drivers than 98% of Americans, bro. Probably more than 98%. They're probably better drivers.
Except they're on the wrong side of the road.
Yeah, but how hard is it to learn the other side of the road, man? I feel like if I moved to England, I could learn that shit and like as far as like be used to it, like within like weeks. As far as like just naturally being used to it, I think I can pull that off very quickly. I don't think it takes a whole bunch of like skill training to fucking drive on the other side of the road.
No, it's not really the argument for why they shouldn't be here driving trucks. It's just, I guess it's just a stereotypical thing I'm noticing happen. And what people are talking about in the trucking circles. But I guess more of the reason is they're taking away American jobs and it's affecting the economy. That's probably more of the issue.
I would assume that's more of the issue. What's up, Lithium, by the way? But this is what I'm talking about when I say like lines drawn and the idiots had the fucking megaphones. These from content creators on YouTube to mainstream media, you know, like clips of a statement or something like that. These are the ones making these things, and regular people end up taking shit from there and running off with something. And that's what I get worried about. It's where they are thinking about, like, well, I have noticed that these guys from this foreign country, they're worse drivers than us. I just started to notice, like, okay, we notice that now, right?
Well, I did just watch a Boneheads. There's a guy that collects all the stupid shit we see on the roads, kind of thing. People send in videos of truck drivers doing stupid shit. It's called Bonehead Trickers, and 3 of them were people going down the wrong way on a road, and they just highlighted one of them had a what's the Indian thing on their heads?
Hijab.
Oh, the Indian one.
I don't fucking know, dude.
Starts with a T. Too. I forget what it is, but I remember it starts with a T. But it was just a highlight of, and they highlighted that in the video, which was stereotypical.
If we just go for pure better drivers, if we base things on better drivers, if we get to a point where the cars can drive themselves better with less accidents, then then we should, if we're consistent, we would support that, which I don't necessarily think is the right argument, right? Like that would be against jobs.
No, that's another Elon Musk argument. That's a Tesla argument.
Well, what I just said is that like if you're going like what's your metric? If your metric is better driving, and if then you'd have to go with the automated drivers when they get to a point where they're better. It's not. I'm just saying that's not a good thing to lean on, because it'll just get flipped on you later on. That's
theoretically, yeah.
Let's have the robots drive, then nobody gets hurt.
But then what do you do with that?
Right.
When there's no like, well, there's no jobs for this or for that because it's all automated.
Yes.
Right.
What happens after that?
3 million jobs. That's 3 million jobs that not existing.
I mean, do you pay them for the work they would have done? What happens?
Well, was that a thing that the left was proposing, a CBI or whatever?
UBI, Universal Basic Income. That shit.
That was more libertarian thing, but yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't that left of an idea. Yeah. I think even Elon Musk has mentioned that before. And Peter Thiel and the technocratic guys or whatever.
That's a leftist idea. It's not a conservative idea in any sense.
Listen, I mean, once again, in the idea of it, I have no problem. Like, that works to me. Fucking, I want basic things taken care of, and
that's rational.
Everything else is bonus. Everything else is a bonus.
Tommy, you dirty Tommy.
Whatever people call me, whatever. But I think my shit actually makes sense.
All right, Bernie.
I think we can take care of basic things, and then, hey, if you want a Mercedes Benz, Go get a fucking job. They can get a Mercedes Benz, or you can get that DJ spin table thing. But as far as like shelter, food, water, you're good. You're base level good, no matter what. That's what I cheer for.
There's enough charity out there because we're capitalists that you get those basics anyway. Yeah,
no, you need it in writing, point blank, period. Like, yo, there's a system here in place that takes care of you.
I've been homeless for 15 years. There is enough charity, which is only possible because of capitalism, to cover water and food, and you get sleeping bags.
We'll call charity a different name. Fine, we'll call charity a different name, and we'll do the same thing, but a little bit more optimized. How about that? The same thing you're asking for, we'll give it a different name, and we'll make it more optimized. Is that okay with you?
UBI? Could you call that charity UBI?
I mean,
no, because
very basic shit.
Charity is a choice that people make to provide for other people. They're not forced to do it.
Well, my shit wouldn't be forced either.
Well, UBI would be forced. It's coming from
I didn't say anything about UBI. The core idea of UBI, which is like all your basic needs are taken care of. That would, for me, that wouldn't be forced. If you don't want that, just don't do it then.
Your basic needs are eating, drinking, sleeping, and shitting.
And
you don't have to be inside to sleep. No, you don't have to be inside to sleep.
Okay, but can you like
sleeping bags? That's shelter.
Oh, stop it! I mean, actual like shelter for you if you want a fucking house or a home or an apartment or whatever the fuck.
Go in the woods and go build a tent or build a log structure that covers you.
I didn't say anything about deserve, Matt Hunter. It's not about deserve. If we did deserve, there'd be a lot of motherfuckers out on the shit. Let's be real about that. If we
none
do
of
deserve,
us deserve. Yeah, none of us deserve anything. Remember, none of us are perfect.
yeah,
we got what we deserve. We all be in hell.
I don't know about that, but I'm not talking about deserve at all. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm not going that
far. Freedom of job. If Dubster's like, yo, I'm fuck trucking. I'm done with it. I go do something else. He has the means to do it. He's not held hostage. Almost like the H-1B guys, right? Where they're like, you can't work anywhere else. You have to work here. We're making sure you get to stay in America. Otherwise, go the fuck home and don't get paid by us or whatever, right? That's essentially like a thing. So like I'm saying, like for the average American, they're also under that kind of thing where like their health insurance is tied to jobs, how they feed themselves is tied to their jobs, on and so forth. Imagine if that you had the ability
you got
to
a record
move somewhere else. Exactly. You have a criminal record. There's certain things that you can't go. Like fuck that, man. Let's I like the idea of a little bit more freedom. How about that? Yeah. Socially speaking. Social freedom, not actual freedom, but social idea of freedom. How about a little bit more of that? And then it's like, yo, if you want a fucking Harley Davidson to go on road trips with your buds, your friends, hey, just do some jobs where you make money to fucking do that. I'm not against jobs or even quote unquote capitalism. It's just why not take the best of everything? But we have more fun fucking each other up than actually working towards like, I guess, being content. I think having fun in the minutia is more entertaining, I guess.
Here's another thing though. If you're homeless and you start looking into how to get some of these basic things covered to get out of homeless, in certain places it's damn near fucking impossible to achieve. And in certain places there's more than enough, and then once you you can get stuck in a mentality of a threshold kind of thing, and you just, okay, well, I gotta always go and get this more than enough, to where I never have time to actually achieve a goal of getting work. Like you can get 3 weeks worth of food in a single day, but then you're always gonna want to make sure you never lose that 3 weeks ahead. So you make sure you never miss the next place to get food from.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you get stuck on these thresholds mentally, and you start chasing these pantries around and shit like that.
It's
a lot of it is psychological, like you're scaring your shit into a cycle. Scaring yourself into a cycle.
Yeah. And that's I mean, that's what happens with normal, like even like homeowners, right? To things like property tax.
Oh yeah, I gotta
like,
work. I gotta grind at this job. I gotta grind at this job. I can't be late, but it's just barely keeping me above water.
Yeah. Now it's like the house you grew up in maybe could be threatened. Even though like maybe it was passed down for generations, maybe even. To where now even that's threatened. Right? So it's like, yeah, at the very least, you don't have to agree with me, but at the very least, there's definitely a better way we could be doing all of this. I don't think that could be fucking disputed.
Right. And then the efficiency argument gets in the way of the personal interest argument too.
Yeah. But
like, yes, I could make, with what I have today, I could invest 30% of it, or I could take my girl out to dinner on the weekend or something crazy. Which
home
would you
maintenance,
do?
yes, that too. Yeah.
And different people choose differently.
Yeah. I mean, there's a real discussion to be had, because I don't think all the quote unquote the far leftists, I don't think they all dismiss the idea that Lithium just said of like home maintenance and shit. Like they're not ignorant of how milk ends up in their refrigerator. Not all of them. I'm sure there's some that are like, oh yeah, you just go to the store and you buy milk. No, there's an entire process to that. 100%. I don't think all those guys are just ignorant of that, which kills the discussion, because they all get lumped into a party or a team, and then they get responded to as a team instead of like hearing the real nuance of any discussion. And that kills things. It really does. Like what Jimmy's doing here, I'm telling you, man, like this is not for the health of people. I don't think it is. I don't think it's for the health of political society. I don't think it's for the health of that. But this is more of take down team A or team B or both teams, right? And hope my shit wins out, because I stand for workers. I stand for workers. Like that mentality, instead of like, hey, let's, like, if you go through it through and through, I think there's a lot more interesting of a story being told.
Speaking of, have you ever seen Jimmy go to some kind of union kind of job site? Like with cameras?
Job site?
Yeah, like something that's union, where he supports unions. And he's like,
when he worked at TYT, I think he did. I don't know what he did with union workers. I don't know about that, but I'm sure he was a part of a union. Probably he did like roofing and shit like that. He might have been part of a union, possibly. I can't say I know that, but I don't know. Like I remember him doing a lot more like outside, bring a camera with you, talk to people on the street, shit, when he was working for TYT.
Okay.
But I don't know. Someone can correct me on that.
What's the definition of a worker when there's less jobs? Because some people come from a philosophy like for the economic model, they say, well, like there shouldn't be billionaires, or there shouldn't be people that have an outsized proportion of resources. Okay, understandable. That's understandable. And then they come up with this type of distribution system. That's one way to arrive to this. We're talking about technocrats, I guess is a term now. And these technocrats, they're coming to these conclusions of UBI or distributing money. And from the outside, it could sound like the exact same thing, right? Like, hey, they just want to distribute it. They think in the first case, it has like they both have very different whys. Why do you do one versus the other? And the conclusion sounds similar, but on the technocrat side, they reach that because if we're successful in creating these systems that automate like routine work, which there's projections that could be like 2 to 6 years away. Like it's not an unrealistic thing to automate much of the things that we do right now. If that happens and we're able to wipe out like half of the jobs, like what do you end up doing? You can just give people jobs, to just keep people employed. That might be, like whatever solution you come up with, there's going to be a gap between like we won't have the same constraints that we have today. So our current ways of thinking about these solutions have to be prepared for a world that doesn't need as many jobs. And then you have to figure out, okay, what would I do in that case if so many jobs are not needed? Do I distribute money? Do I just give people jobs or what are the solutions possible? Because it's not always going to be the same situation we have right now.
Agreed. Geez, I would assume, God, because that's a giant question because of we don't know if someone. Okay, let's take regular people. They didn't have to work anymore, and let's say you paid them on top of it. Like, okay, we're paying you for the work that you would have did, but you didn't do because we have a robot that does it. Right? Like, would the behavior change? And that still comes back to the questions. I think. I'm pretty sure that comes back to the same questions I keep asking about in regards to when we're in the shit right now, right? Like, what happens when all cash register jobs they're obsolete, not needed for people to do them because it's less efficient or, it's requiring more resources than we even need to do, right? Like, oh, we don't need you to do this anymore. You can go do whatever you want. How does the human behave after that? That's a good question, man. But it's like, exactly, like what does happen? How do people behave after that? Now, I have this little, I have a very darker outlook on certain things. Not because I view humans as so bad, but more so because I see what humans don't seem to care to do socially because they get wrapped up in this or in that, where they don't actually sit down and think about things. It's like, yeah, that looks a little weird, possibly scary. But I guess in the best version of the world, where like we didn't make robots for the sake of certain companies saving on money, but we made robots for the sake of people doing less work and they can spend their time doing something else. I guess it'd be hopefully happier. I don't know. I can't say I know.
But then those robots you're making aren't for you. It's for somebody's company.
That's what I'm saying. But if they made it, if we all agreed upon it as like an unofficial social contract, right? Where it's like, oh, we're allowing robots to take our job for the sake of us not having at a cash register all day and night. Right? We want to do something else with our time. Or like we want to use technology to make our lives easier type of, concept. That's kind of what I'm asking. Like where do we go from there?
Yeah, but that's not how it would play out in any sense of realistic. We're doing it for somebody else's company. They're going to have more free time because they're more automated, so they can build another business, make even more money, or they could just sit back and collect the money and be retired for the rest of their days.
I mean, that will 100% lead to your greatest nightmare, right? The communist takeover of we own the means of production. Ours now. God.
Well, it wouldn't even be that. That would basically be we're not any use to these people. What could they do to Gestapo us?
I mean, shit.
Yo.
Hello.
Am I on speakerphone? Hang on a second.
You're live on YouTube. So you know.
Can't hear anybody.
You are live on YouTube, just so you know.
There we go. Now I can hear you. I got speaker on.
All right, did you hear me? You're live on YouTube, just so you know.
On YouTube? That's cool.
Yes. On the boob tube.
Boob tube. God, I haven't heard that term, man, in like since the 70s.
All right. 100 Years' War and the subsequent carnage that led to the end of the Middle of the Renaissance caused by a... I didn't know that.
Caused by what?
A woman. Apparently. I don't know.
What it called the War of the Roses? The 100 Years' War was the War of the Roses?
I don't know. I don't know any of that shit, bro. Be real with you.
It was
I'm not
between
learned
France
on
and
that.
England, I know that.
I am not learned on that shit, bro. Sorry. I noticed that Door's perceived solution is revolution, yet it's obvious he can't lift the rifle. I don't think he's saying for violent revolution. I don't think that at all. I think he's actually arguing for voting power. I think that's his whole strategy, is voting power. If I had to guess. Target says War of the Roses, yes. Confirming what you're saying, Dubster.
Okay.
Listen, K2C, we eat catfish and french fries, not fish and chips, okay? Anyways, moving on. Let's finish this video. I'm going to get to these other things.
That you are importing. That is evil. So there you go. I think it's good. And Steve Bannon and MAGA. Now, I don't know much about Steve Bannon. I'm sure I disagree with him on lots of things, but his big thing is to bring blacks, Hispanics, whites, people of all color together around economic issues, which is exactly what the message of Fred Hampton was, Martin Luther King was, which is why they killed him. And it was also Malcolm X, which is why they killed him. It wasn't at first.
Anyone else feel fucking
but as soon as
trolled by
Malcolm X
this
shifted
video
to
right
that
now?
message, they killed him. And that's what Steve Bannon's message is right now, which is probably why they put him in jail. Come see us on tour in Los Angeles.
I'm ready for these Jimmy
Dallas.
Dore, quote unquote, exposing videos. I'm ready. Let me make sure my screen's right. Okay, cool. Here we go. I'm playing it. Let's see. Jimmy Dore reads Chris Hedges saying Jimmy Carter had the courage to call out the oppression of Palestinians. Yet as president, he was a Zionist fanatic. He agrees with him. Then he reads me saying the exact same thing, and he says I'm wrong as he does a smug chuckle. Pathetic. Oh, damn. The left is eating itself. Anyways, here we go.
Chris Hedges wrote this article, Don't Deify Jimmy Carter. Out of office, he had the courage to call out the abominable oppression and persecution and strict segregation of Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza in his 2006 book, Palestine, Peace Not Apartheid. He dedicated himself to monitoring elections, including his controversial defense of the 2006 election of Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, and championed human rights around the globe. He lambasted the American political process as an oligarchy in which unlimited political bribery created a complete subversion of our political system as a payoff to major contributors. But Carter's years as an ex-president should not mask his dogged service to the empire, penchant for fomenting disastrous proxy wars, betrayal of the Palestinians, embrace of punishing neoliberal policies, and his subservience to big business when he was in office. See, do you want to hear here's what, although Jimmy Carter was unique among former U.S. presidents for taking a principled stand against the genocidal Israel apartheid regime, while he was in office, he too was a war criminal, Zionist fanatic, like the rest of them. The media.
And I've seen this video.
So he doesn't get the first part correct.
The Noam Chomsky video.
Nice try, Z Squirrel.
Like
But you didn't. So he doesn't get to war against the. Although Jimmy Carter was unique among former U.S. presidents for taking a principled stand against the genocidal Israel apartheid regime, while he was in office, he too was a war criminal, Zionist fanatic, like the rest of them. The media. Well, so he doesn't get the first part correct. Nice try, Z Squirrel, but you didn't get that right. But anyway, thanks for the video.
Okay.
That's quick.
What? Jimmy Dore reads Chris Hedges saying Jimmy Carter had the courage to call out the oppression of Palestinians, yet as president, he agrees with him. Then he reads me saying the exact same thing as he does a smug. Okay. So, like, I don't know if the Jimmy has this scroll part. I don't know. I don't know. Hey, if he's maybe biased for some other reason that's outside of, which is what Jimmy goes over, like what people say on the surface. We just watched him going over Steve Bannon, right? And he sounds like a Steve Bannon fan at this point. No, we may not agree on everything, but on this, we're right here. But I guess Jimmy has a personal thing with this squirrel. I guess that's what I'm getting from this. I don't know. I don't know. You said this is a thread? This is a thread, isn't it? Oh my lord. There's a lot here. Okay. The reason Jimmy Dore praised Chris Hedges for saying the exact same thing that I did, pretending I said something incredibly stupid and bad, is because he's mad I criticized him for doing things like this, which is actually deserving of that response. Oh, here we go. Jimmy Dore is such a cowardly scumbag. He was on a right-wing podcast yesterday with a crazed pro-Israel fanatic spouting lies. Then they go to Dore and he didn't respond at all, pleading ignorance. This is the guy who shouts at others for not being principled enough on Israel. I can attest to that as far as not just Israel, but things in general. He does a lot of moving and shaking.
What Bibi Netanyahu has done is sort of recognize I'm never going to make peace with these guys.
I've seen this before. I believe.
It started with the Oslo Accords with Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat under Clinton in '93, and they've been trying to make peace with these guys forever. Hamas does not want peace. Think about saying, well, who's Hamas? Are they the government? Well, actually, they have a majority of parliament. It'd be like literally the equivalent of, in the United States, KKK had more than 50% representation in Congress, which is insane to me.
He just called Hamas KKK.
Love them or hate them, whatever you want to say to them.
I mean, you can do that with the Likud or the neocons in America. Like, I'm telling you.
No. Likud is black power. Likud is black power.
What?
They're fighting KKK.
What? Are you trolling?
The Black Panthers. Likud is the Black Panthers, and they're fighting KKK.
You're trolling. Stop it.
So the Black Panthers are good by proxy.
Once again, you're trolling. Let's move on. There we go.
In Congress, which is insane to me. So Israel, love them or hate them, whatever you want to say to them, they have the right to defend themselves. That's the whole thing. But
What's up, Grey Walker?
When you talk about the Mossad and the IDF, when you talk about intelligence, talk about tech, you have this small little startup country that was since 1948 and is an economic miracle. And they're the ones that now the rest of the Middle East is saying, why would we want to befriend Palestinians and we should make peace with Israel?
Jimmy, how should the U.S. react to this? How should the U.S., how should Biden, how should the President of the United States react to this?
You know, I'm not an expert on Palestine-Israel relations. I don't know how I don't think it's ever going to be resolved. I don't see, at first I thought a one-state solution was the best thing, but that's never, and then I thought just two-state. And so I really am not the guy to talk to about this. But I do know that Israel has been bombing Syria. And no one gives a shit. And so they're just allowed to do whatever they want. I know they have a nuke. And so, but it's good to hear that Saudi Arabia and that they're starting to make peace. I don't understand why
Israel's
the other Arab
lots of
countries, and I need it explained to me, why they don't do something about Palestine. And
I am a little dumbfounded myself, but go ahead.
When was this recorded?
The tweet is from October 8th, 2023.
Okay.
I don't know when it was recorded.
So, okay, I don't
know when he was on the show, to be honest. So
October 7th was 2023, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah. Because the anniversary was
He might not have been paying attention to the Israel-Hamas issue as much before October 7th.
He had plenty to say about Israel and its lobby and all that shit in the U.S. before 2023.
No, but not about the Israel-Palestine issue.
I don't know.
I thought this was recorded last week. And I don't have much to say. I don't know about Israel and Palestine issue.
Palestine wasn't adopted into Israel until the 6-Day War, if I'm not correct, right?
But that's different
before
than
that.
what this topic is.
That was the 60s, right? No, this started in 1947. This started in 1947.
No, the 6-Day War was in 68, I think. And that's when they took the Gaza Strip and the Sinai. And then later they gave the Sinai back to Egypt.
Well, I'm not going to lie. I'm ignorant about that shit. I'm not going to lie about that.
So,
well, it's just the Palestine thing doesn't go back to 1918 when they initially were dividing up land.
Oh, you mean
yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Well, sort of, because they couldn't come to an agreement on it. And when they kind of tentatively did with the British and the French, then the Arab countries attacked Israel, and then all hell broke loose in Korea.
Well, England gave the Rothschilds Israel before the Ottoman Empire was even dissolved.
Oh, yeah, as it was dissolving, yeah, that's right, yeah. The French and Britain. Was it the French? Britain and the UK, or sorry, Britain and the US, or French? I can't remember. Something like that.
Balfour Declaration.
Yeah,
the Balfour Declaration comes from an English government employee named Balfour, and he said, "When we win, we're going to give you, Mr. Rothschild, Israel."
Oh, Rothschild, really?
Yes. I think it was David Rothschild.
They allegedly promised land to Arabs as well. Over that territory as well, and they kind of fucked over the Arabs, I guess. Made a deal, but didn't really stay with it.
Yeah.
So
that's why they attacked Israel right away, because they got screwed over.
Yeah. But okay. Go ahead, Debster. Go ahead.
The story of Lawrence of Arabia is these Arabs helped the Allies in World War I.
Yes.
Fight the Ottoman Empire, and then we betrayed
they're getting
them.
something out of the deal. Yeah.
We betrayed. It starts with an H. Their tribe. We betrayed them to give their territory they were promised, which was the Arabian Peninsula, to the Saudis. We gave their area to Saudi Arabia instead because Well, they just said, we're not going to help you win that battle. We'll just sit back and see who wins. And Saud's won, so they worked with Saudi Arabia after.
The U.S.
Okay.
Yeah, whoever's got the oil, work with them, right? So it's probably before they discovered oil, but I mean, they still, you know, the U.S.
Yeah, they just basically said, whichever you two win, wins. We're not going to help, even though you helped us win this previous war, because their issue happened, and it took till 1926 to be solved.
Yeah, so it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. All right. But okay. Getting back to the issue from the fellow squirrel here. I mean, he knows. I get what you're saying, Dubster, that maybe he's not so learned on Israel Palestine, but he knows that he's been around enough people.
Well, I was thinking
he's
this
heard
video
from
is
at the very
brand
least
new.
gray zone motherfuckers, right?
I thought he was playing dumb with this person he was talking to. And I thought this video was made like last week or something. Not October 8th, 2023. And he was saying, well, you shouldn't be asking me about the Israel-Palestine conflict. Wow, I hear so many of Jimmy Dore's videos since then. He's weighing in heavy. And I thought he was just playing stupid. But I didn't realize it was October 8th, 2020.
No, I understand that, but at the same time, at this point in 2023, he already knows about like just saying certain things that can quote unquote foment his own words, right? Foment, kind of a brutality towards the country. If you say Assad is a murderous, gassing his own people dictator, right? He knows that already. He knows that narrative, like type of talk. So, at the very least, he can ask questions. Good. Yeah, Obama and Trump and all the administrations before that. Yes, they wanted Assad gone. I understand that. I'm saying Jimmy, his perspective is like, oh, these are kind of propaganda made by the U.S. State Department for the sake of taking over countries, right, and overthrowing them, and then replacing them with people you want there, or even allowing it to be like this kind of deserted country where you can just build pipelines right there if you want to, allegedly. But yeah, Jimmy knows that, right? And so when he hears that about Hamas, shouldn't his ears perk up and be like, huh, that sounds a lot like the way these other guys talk about Assad when they want to overthrow a country or get rid of certain people or whatever.
It goes back to Israel because Iran was transporting missiles through that corridor, and now it's wide open. And guess who's going to fill it? Israel.
Oh, okay. You mean to Hezbollah? The connection between Hezbollah and Lebanon, right?
Yeah, it goes through Syria. Yeah, it goes through Syria.
Go ahead. Good. I think you broke up a little bit. Go ahead.
Israel's going to fill that vacuum, and it's all been planned out years ago.
I mean, it's a strategic position. They said, okay, we have the goal on ice, but let's keep going. And let's also take out weapon depots while we're at it here, like as all this chaos is supposed to be happening, right? They make sure these guys. Good.
Iran cannot funnel weapons through Syria.
I didn't think about this. It also splits up more Muslims geographically from each other, because Turkey is not connected to Iran and Egypt because there's literally land occupied between them there.
I mean,
that vacuum you were talking about applies geographically too.
Oh yeah. I mean, I expect like they kind of did with Iraq. They're gonna do it like where it's like partitioned because of the strategic territories that could be held by certain people. They might even sit back and watch the Kurds get rolled by fucking Turkey. That could be a thing. and then boom, you open up even more territory. Like this is like a clusterfuck, actually, like an actual clusterfuck. Okay. Big point I was trying to say was Jimmy Dore is aware of a lot of these foreign policy situations, yet he like at least have a question on hand, Jimmy. You can't come up with a question, like the question what these guys are saying. Instead, he's just saying, I'm not an expert on this. Like, none of us are experts, right? I don't live over there. I don't talk to anyone directly on the ground over there. I don't. But I have questions. I have plenty of questions I can ask. That's probably the worst part of that is just no questions being asked about it. Just I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he is ignorant. But still, like, you can have a question, bro. You can hear where this guy's going. He's heard the Assad things. He's probably heard the Israeli things about Hamas. As far as narratives being created for the sake of allowing or justifying more military action. Or even more expansions of settlements. I'm sure he's heard of that.
They wouldn't expand, really? Israel?
Apparently.
Yeah.
Holy crap, man.
Type
God,
into Google.
they have some nerve.
Are these motherfuckers are building in Syria already? Like building.
Type into Google the Greater Israel Project.
I went over that already. You can move.
Israel has a plan, and it does not involve Muslims. I'm telling you right now.
No.
It sort of does, but not really.
Well, a good portion of their population is Muslim, but yeah, I was just surprised they're planning on expanding.
Oh, bro. No, seriously. Type into Google Greater Israel Project. Look how much territory they want.
Oh, I will. Yeah, I'll check it out for sure. That's great. That's insane. Because I think they're like smaller than Vancouver Island now or something. They're a pretty small state.
Yeah, and they're going to expand to where they're probably as big as the south of the United States.
Oh my God. That's
insane. That thing requires pieces of Egypt and Jordan, I believe. Right?
Yeah, that would take
that's a lot.
Like Netanyahu's already a wanted war criminal now by literally every leader in the world, but the U.S.
except the U.S. Yeah,
like come on already. Like, what more does it take? And I'm a conservative, and I'm like, geez, what more does it take? Like, this guy's a freaking war criminal. How many people does he have to kill?
Oh yeah,
it
we watched a documentary
like
made
probably
by
about 100
Israelis
million.
that are calling him that too. So it's like,
yeah,
people
they
are
don't. Yeah.
Well, what do you do about it? Because we had the same thing with George W. Bush. Like, there was a time and period, like probably.
Well, that's why I said Dick Cheney, because he's just a warmonger that like helped push Bush along into Iraq when there was absolutely no reason to go there.
Yeah, exactly. And those guys were very unpopular after even. Not directly after the Iraq War, like in 2003, but like a year or two after that.
Well, because they created
already
ISIS, right?
Again.
But no, yeah, partly because they created ISIS, but also because they went in they discovered they knew that there was none, and Dick Cheney had the papers knowing that there was none, but he kept them from Bush and encouraged. Bush wanted to go anyway because he was just looking for blood, because the whole country was just looking for blood. Because I don't know how old all you guys were during 9/11, but I, watched it live, and it was real emotional, right? And I'm American, and it was like, we want blood, right? So they just figured, hey, let's go to Iraq and we'll just install our own little friendly leader there, and because we don't like them, even though they never threatened a U.S. citizen or threatened the U.S. or did anything. Nothing. They didn't do shit, But that's the U.S. for you, nation building, right?
Mm-hmm. What's up? We need critical thinking. How you doing, man? Salute to you. What's this? I'm gonna keep going with this thread though for a little bit.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And
in this text, Mr. Depp,
do that all the time.
you said she's begging.
What? Johnny Depp's hilarious text message featuring Elon Musk. Oh God. I'll save that.
Celebrities and politics, and oh my, it's just this year it was just fucking hilarious. with all the celebrities in politics for all the sides. It was just like the biggest fucking joke ever. It's like, shut the fuck up! Don't lecture us. We don't need to hear your bullshit sitting on your ivory tower telling us what we should and shouldn't be. Like, go fucking in the corner and cry to yourself.
Hey, listen, I have a different philosophy in regards to this. Like, all right, first of all, I have a couple theories here. One,
what's
is that I
Elon's
think their
freaking out
internet
for?
is
The conflict of
edited.
interest. That is. Fuck. Sorry.
I think their internet is like edited or something. I'm like, how the fuck do you motherfuckers not hear of any of this shit that we're hearing about? Like, what are we getting that you guys aren't? Or what are you guys getting that we're not getting? Like one or the other. Also, hey man, I have nothing against someone being famous for whatever reason. Like whatever, it is what it is. Elon being famous, I think I don't know why. He's famous,
I'm not sure you're
personally.
talking about.
I don't have a reason for him being famous, but it is what it is.
Who are you talking about?
But anyone.
Oh, okay.
Anyone.
Oh, gotcha.
I'd be willing to talk to them like a real, like a normal fucking person. I'm gonna
Yeah.
scorch them or anything. Like, I'll talk to you like a regular person, man. Just like I talk to anyone else. It's just there's probably like a kind of an inbuilt fear of talking to the normal society people. Maybe because they're used to dealing with idiots or assholes. I don't know. But I'd be willing to talk
they
to
get
anyone.
paid millions of dollars to read lines off a piece of paper in front of a camera. I mean, give me a fucking break. Like they think
art is
they
art.
think they're better than us.
Well, you know.
Well, they either
they're not,
do
they're not
that.
better as human beings, but Beyonce can sing way better than I can.
Oh,
at the
damn
same
right.
time.
Yeah. She can. She
But
can do
that doesn't make her a
But
better
can she-
human being
can
than
she-
anyone else.
Can she change a carburetor? You know.
Exactly. That's a good point right there. Exactly. I mean, even on a social scale, they're equal to everyone else. They can't go to certain places. They don't have certain dresses. They don't have certain makeup. They don't have certain any of this shit without other people doing things too.
Yeah, and
So-
a lot of those people though are born with those talents, whereas most of us we have to learn them and we have to master them. You know, we're not born supermodels. We're not born. You know what I mean? With beautiful voices like I don't know, pick some friggin' female singer with a beautiful voice. You know
Celine
what I mean?
Dion.
Celine Dion. I was trying to think of her name. Thank you. We're not born with that voice, so I mean, we don't stand a chance, right? I'd never have a record career, no matter how hard I tried. But I mean, that's the way it is, right? Hey, Levine.
Fair enough. All right, let's continue on with this thread.
You ever notice how when they do talk to normal citizens, it's always like a reach out program?
Yeah,
like
what
can we do for you?
Yeah. Like our IQs are like 85 or something, and we're like, "Yeah, please just help us. Where's the door? Do you push it or pull it?" Or it's like, "Fuck off already."
They need YellBRo's Discord so they can get grounded very quickly. Someone will plant them back to Earth at some point. But anyways, let's finish this video. Here we go.
Why, in the Gaza Strip, where is their responsibility to this?
And I'm no Israeli-Palestinian expert, but I've been there a bunch, and I know people, and I have friends, and this is Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. It's not even close.
I think the Palestine.
Jimmy should know that one. No, Jimmy should know that one. He knows that one. He's not an expert, but he knows that. He's heard that before. When he used to.
And by 2023, you should know that Benjamin Netanyahu got in a vote of no confidence and is still the fucking prime minister at the time.
There's a lot you know.
He changed the laws too. He changed the laws right after that happened too.
And he was investigated for corruption during this time period. Like he knows, he has to know. Forget about that. When he hears Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, he knows that phrase. He knows that phrase. Like, wait a minute, that's from CNN. Wait a minute. He knows to debunk that, right?
Israel is a dictatorship at this point of this recording.
Jimmy should know. Jimmy should fucking know. Let's play it again.
Israeli-Palestinian expert, but I've been there a bunch, and I know people, and I have friends, and this is Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. It's not even close.
I think the Palestine-Israel is a different conflict than all the other conflicts, right? So Ukraine, Russia, China, these are all provoked by the United States.
Okay, that's it.
It's a new one. How the hell is it provoked by the United States? Ukraine?
The modern Ukraine, this Ukraine.
I guess
modern,
actually, now that I think about it, yeah.
If we're funneling weapons to countries, like we're playing a large role there. But
Yeah,
maybe that's what he's going to say about
they're the
Israel
buffer
too,
zone.
because we fund the shit out of them.
They're the buffer zone between NATO and Russia, them and the other Baltics.
The U.S. government has done a lot around the world. Let's put it that way. Ritter got rid of the WMDs in the late 90s. He was a UN inspector, right? And that's how they knew there wasn't. According to him, that's how he knew there wasn't WMDs in Iraq in 2003. That's how he knew.
I knew almost
Yes.
immediately there wasn't. I'm like, that sounds real fishy. Like, and even if there is, then like, what's it your business to go in there and just take it upon yourselves to go door to door and blow in the frickin' place up looking for?
Because the UN made laws.
The UN what?
Just comment.
The UN made the law to where we can inspect.
Yeah,
really? we can send inspectors in.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. We can send inspectors. That's right. Yeah, we did. Yeah, you're right. I remember that now.
Which, by the way, the UN has no justification either. Neither did the League. What was it called? The League of
Nations.
League of Nations had no justification either.
Yeah. All these acronyms, they just come up. United Nations. They just all come up with this stuff and give themselves power. But it's like, well, who gave you power? It's like,
we won,
we won
the war.
Yeah.
We won the war, so we get the
power.
power.
We won World War II, so we had the power. It's like, fuck off.
Hunter, I'm not falling for that one. I got a strike over my channel because of that N-word, even though I am an N-word.
What,
I'm
neighbor? Neighbor?
Yes,
That's not
yes,
that
I'm
word.
a friendly neighbor, and so I'm not going to read that. Our host participates in paying N-words to beat one another for sport and steals that content. Then has the nerve to. How do I? Are you talking about the UFC? You're saying I steal their content? How do I steal their content? I don't understand. That has the nerve to accuse others of supporting violence. Where'd that come from?
Is he talking about parlay?
Yeah, it's like his fingers have Tourette's or something. You just like spam that out there like that. Anyways, I have not mentioned Dor since he started giving public blowjobs on his show to deranged genocidal Zionist fanatic RFK Jr., which is particularly grotesque and sick, as he's again pretending like he's some stalwart defender of Palestinians to criticize them. Is this a clip? Democrat. Okay. Them hosting RFK on his platform. I mean, he's a presidential candidate. I say why not? But the way Jimmy does things might not be the way to do it. Can I say Ninja Lithium? Can I get away with that? I feel like there's an algorithm for Ninja. Can't say that word. Anyways, if you want to use the content I post for your show, go ahead, monetize it. I'm not monetized, but I'm using your content anyways. Squirrel, make money off of what I have never made a cent from. But if you add this fake bullshit, holier than thou, faux criticism that you yourself don't even believe, I'm going to call you out, you motherfucker. This person's pissed off. The squirrel's pissed. Here's a thread with the clip and of Carter calling out the genocidal Israel apartheid regime. Okay. So, yeah. I played this on my stream before. It's Noam Chomsky. He couldn't wait to get to someone like JFK or Jimmy Carter, where he's like, okay, I'm going to go through, like, these guys are all war criminals. And he's like, the host is like, okay, what about Nixon? He's like, come on. And moves on to the next guy. He's like, oh, Jimmy Carter? Okay, that one's fun. Hear this.
Nixon, the guy that told the president of South Korea or what's it called, Vietnam, to don't sign the peace agreement. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Just so he could get voted president. And then he completely screwed them over.
The Vietnam lies on their own for Nixon are incriminating. Let's call it that, to say the least.
They're limitless, but they got him. They won him the presidency.
All right, so that's the clip they play on Door's thing. I want to hear more. Okay. This is the last piece of the thread.
Okay.
Door just lied and claimed I blocked him because I hate him so much and am afraid of him. He was the one who blocked me first. It's utterly insane how easily lying comes to him and how his cult fans lap it up. They're now in the replies going, "Why did you block Daddy? You scared?" Oh, fuck.
And that's 100%. Like, they don't even got to put the daddy. You already know they look at him as daddy.
Yeah, there's. Jimmy's doing simple shit, and let's be real, it's working on an easily manipulated crowd. Let's be honest. Not saying his reasons for doing it are like some sort of evil agenda. I'm just saying, like, you're gathering troops, you're recruiting troops for the sake of freedom. Like, you're doing, like, military fucking recruitment shit at high schools, bro. That's what it looks like, Jimmy. It looks like you're trying to gather the MAGA crowd the way the U.S. Army goes to high schools, bro. Like, you're kind of like, fucking kissing their feet and like, oh, cool, you're so brave, you're so cool. The MAGA ain't buying this. They're too smart. You're too smart and too cool. MAGA will never follow you. Like, are you MAGA, Jimmy? No comment. I plead the fifth. No comment. Keeps his fucking mouth shut. That's what it looks like from the outside. It looks like he's trying to get MAGA people on his side for the sake of future political actions or voting things or whatever. Maybe just an audience. Some people say for money. How am I supposed to deny them, Jimmy? How do I say, yo, you can't say that? Jimmy wouldn't just do this for money. I can't say that. I can't get in the way of that discussion. I can't. It is what it is, Jimmy. So, yeah, we'll see one day, maybe. Where are we? So, fuck, do I even need to play this? Oh, Trump makes actual sense talking about Iran. This is the other clip that Dumb Data told me to watch. Fuck, I think it was like 140 something at the timestamp. But here we go. Clearly that's PBD. Ew, I feel pity saying that. But that's him. There's Jimmy reacting to something. Here we go.
Second part.
I can't keep it together as well as Trump when someone says something that's stupid that he just said, and lots of people say it. No, Patrick, if they put sanctions on us, would you turn on America, Patrick? No, you'd say, let's fight to the death. Everybody says that stupid shit. Would you do that if some bullying country was trying to muscle? People don't like it now.
So
dumb.
Let's not call Patrick.
You're too easy, man. I don't want to
to
embarrass you, bro.
I like Patrick.
No, that's the what he parroted out of his mouth is stupid and dumb.
I mean, we could disagree with what he said. Let's do that.
Right. I'm not calling him dumb. I'm saying that sentiment is absolutely stupid.
Okay.
So Kurt is
he crashed out.
He's hip to it.
Kurt crashed out.
Apparently Kurt is hip to it, and Jimmy's like, no, and that's all. Jimmy got
But look at
Jimmy said that's a friend of ours.
But look at the dichotomy. He's Kurt's being real. Like Kurt's like he's 10 toes down on the topic, and then Jimmy pulls himself out of like, hold up, you can't say that about Pat Ben David. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what Pat Ben David's pushing. You can't say that about it. So there's that's where the strategist came out of Jimmy.
Oh yeah,
strategist came out immediately.
I need that platform, bud. I can't do it, Kurt. And if someone asked about it, it was you who did it. I didn't say nothing. I'm just I'm an innocent passenger to you driving the car, bro. I didn't do anything, bro.
He literally
throwing his hands up.
He did like a cut mic moment. The shit he used to make fun of people for. Like, cut his fucking mic.
And his reason is because that's a friend.
Yeah, it's not even like that makes
So,
it.
When will the valuetainment guy get the Cenk Uygur treatment? Does he have to insult Jimmy first?
Yeah, he has to insult Jimmy like.
Oh, okay, got it.
Egregiously.
Got to insult
But
Jimmy first.
but not only that. Then Jimmy has to wait till the tides turn in a way where he can come out on top just by speaking on the topic, because you're going to debate, he's not going to get into arguments, so it's got to be an easy win. With Cenk Uygur, it was an easy win. By the time he started doing it, it was like, I got a whole army behind me of riders that can talk shit for me.
Same with Matt Hunter. He's just an easy target. All right, if you're against violence, especially for financial gain, why do you support the UFC? I don't support the.
Well, that's sport.
I watch the fights and stuff, yeah. But if they're doing that strictly for like this guy like hates fighting, but he's doing it for money, like I'd speak up for him. Like, yo, fuck this company. Actually, I'd probably already say fuck this company, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, don't you already say they don't pay him right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like, hey, listen, someone wants to be a porn star, go ahead. But if you're doing it strictly for money and not to do with you're a dirty freak, then you're in the wrong business. You should quit immediately.
Well, what was it? We looked up. John Jones has a net worth of like $1.4 million, while Conor McGregor has $300 million.
Seriously, that's all John Jones is worth, and he's like one of the greatest, probably the greatest all time.
Let's be generous. Let's say John Jones has $50 million in the bank. He's still woefully underpaid.
Yeah, I guess
considering the money they generate and where the UFC is now, and he helped build that. Yes, he's underpaid by a lot.
Boxing does it does bring in more revenue. It's not like they have fights as often, and when they're big fights, like Tyson fights, like the old school Tyson fights and stuff like that, it was huge pay-per-view that everybody around the world watched.
But even on like I mean, there's a lot of problems with boxing, but even on like a smaller scale, they are getting more bang for their buck than a UFC fighter is.
Yeah, like even like the Jake Paul fight, which was a complete freaking joke, and obviously Tyson could have knocked him out the first round.
That's part of the
I mean, Jake Paul got $50 million, like $50 million. That's more than John Jones ever, right? In one stupid fake fight.
Yes.
So there you go.
McGregor too. McGregor made $100 million.
Yeah. Did he make like what? Didn't one of them, Pacino or Pacino or whatever? Did he make like $250 million or something like that?
Yeah, Pacquiao
versus
Mayweather made like $400.
Mayweather, yeah. It was like something so ridiculous. It was like you can't possibly believe it, but it's like true. And it's like it's just so stupid.
Those pay-per-views are crazy.
Yeah.
That was fucking crazy. Not gonna lie.
That was the biggest thirst trap of all.
But there are a lot of UFC fighters, but John Jones, he should be paid more, that's for sure. If that's all he's worth. Unless he just blows it on crap. I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah. They're all worth more than what they get paid.
No question.
Like it was Oliveira and
Charles Oliveira.
They were begging him to give them a bonus. He's like, all right, $300K bonus. Like that ain't it, bro. You gotta win to get that.
Dana blew that thing against you that night, bro. Like when
Dana White knows where they're gonna go.
He's rooting against both y'all.
Dana dropped $300K to pick against you at Vegas, bro. What are you talking about? You get $300,000 bonus, bro. That ain't nothing for what these other motherfuckers are making, bro. These fucking quasi-mafia members, bro.
They're making bank.
Yes. They're making a shit ton of money. You want to hear where Jimmy goes after he hears this. He probably ignores it and keeps going. But I want to hear where Jimmy goes from there.
Like it now.
So let's not call Patrick stupid and dumb. He's a friend of mine. I like Patrick.
No, that's what he parroted out of his mouth is stupid and dumb.
I mean, we could disagree with what he said. Let's do that.
Right. I'm not calling him dumb. I'm saying that sentiment is absolutely stupid.
Okay.
Lots of smart people say dumb shit nonstop. This is America.
I've been invited to his house. I've had meals at his house.
Listen,
I know, Value Lago. I would love to go. But,
oh my god!
Again, I would love to go and tell him that's a terrible, one of the dumbest things I ever heard.
Cut the mic.
So
you're better than that, Patrick. That's what I'd say.
That's it.
Is he?
I think he is. So the idea that if the United States puts sanctions, because this is a thing if the United States puts sanctions, economic sanctions on a country,
I've been to his house,
and the only reason we can do that is because the U.S. dollar is the reserve currency of the world. But if you've not,
okay.
So I wonder if Nancy Pelosi invites this guy to his house, is he going to change his opinion?
Fuck, she's worth $75 million
More. She's worth more now.
That's the last I heard.
Her husband made
she's
like
over 100 million now.
Her husband made like 60 million on one stock.
Oh, really? Shit.
Yeah, recently, like a couple months ago.
You remember that guy that United Health? Oh, you heard that guy that just got killed by Luigi, the CEO for United Health?
What about him?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, he was about to testify about Nancy Pelosi and her husband trade stocks right before.
No way.
He got the investigation.
Yeah, we already knew that, Dubster. That's not new information.
I didn't know that. Shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
it's new as in the last month.
It would have been amplified for sure. But at the same time, I don't think so, dude. Because people say shit like that all the time, and no one watches these court hearings. You just read
I haven't heard that, and I haven't seen it on Facebook or any of the other talking point places that bring that
Pelosi, during the pandemic, she was like the biggest advocate for. There was like a law that I think Sanders was trying to pass to like disclose or like not allow lawmakers to participate in the stock market, and she killed that shit. And then later on, she didn't have the votes to kill it. And then she started being like transparent, like, oh yeah, I'm invested in all these stocks, and that's one of the reasons she decided to leave the fucking Speaker of the House, because they're like, yo, you're making us look bad. Yeah, the dudes were like, yo, you're making.
I'll be right back, guys. Be right back.
You bet. Plus, all the politicians, like all of them on all sides, they all line their pockets with the money from big pharma and big meat and oil industry, and they all quietly line their pockets while they give them little breaks. That's why they have the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, which sounds like a government agency, but it's just a lobbyist group. It's just a big, huge building full of lawyers, high-priced lawyers to go fight out the government and give a few bucks to the governors or to the senators and congressmen and women, and then they quietly pass the bill and they get richer and richer and richer, and we get fucked.
What are the three big corporations that are taking over everything? BlackRock.
What's it's called? Something Exchange.
There's one that's called something Street.
Oh yeah, what's it called? No, not State Street.
It's all the politicians are the investors.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I thought there was two of them, but yeah, it could be three of them.
Yeah, so someone made public a list of the investors, and you saw like 90 different congressmen.
Oh yeah. Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and BlackRock's the biggest.
They own BlackRock is the biggest. I think they own like almost 20% of every large corporation.
You remember the name of it?
Sorry?
BlackRock, something Street. What was the other one?
Yeah, I can't remember the other one. What is that other one? Geez, what the heck is it called? I'll look it up. BlackRock and
Did you guys see that Luigi was just following and retweeting IDW losers on his Twitter account? Those guys don't support improving U.S. healthcare. Like the Weinsteins and those guys, Peterson.
Vanguard's one of them. BlackRock.
Blackstone?
Which one?
Vanguard's one of them.
Vanguard and what street?
And something street. Blackbird and
Bleecker.
Something street. I'll just do something and just do ST.
Yeah, while you look that up, Johnny Depp's hilarious text message featuring Elon Musk, because it's a minute long.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in this text, Mr. Depp, you
Keep
said
saying
she's
State
begging
Street,
for
but that
total
doesn't
global
sound right. I know
humiliation.
it's something else.
She's going to get it.
State property.
I'm going to need your texts about San Francisco, brother. I'm even sorry to ask, but she sucked Mollusk's crooked dick and he gave her some shitty lawyers. I have no mercy, no fear, and not an ounce of emotion, or what I once thought was love for this gold-digging, low-level, dime-a-dozen, mushy, pointless, dangling, overused, flappy fish market. I'm so fucking happy she wants to go to fight this out. She will hit the wall hard. And I cannot wait to have this waste of a cum guzzler out of my life. I met a fucking sublime little Russian here, which made me realize the time I blew on that 50-cent stripper. I wouldn't touch her with a goddamn glove. I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her. Sorry, man, but now I will stop at nothing. Let's see if Mollusk has a pair. Come see me face to face. I'll show him things he's never seen before, like the other side of his dick when I slice it off. Did I read that right?
Bro.
Okay. All right.
Who wrote that? Elon or who?
I don't know. I don't think I care either.
It had to be Johnny Depp. It had to be Johnny Depp. Full big towel on Amber.
Elon went out with her after.
Fuck.
Right? Elon went out with her after Johnny Depp, right?
Was it after?
I think so.
Okay.
So I think it probably was Johnny Depp, to be honest.
There's no following me. I'm Johnny. Yes, Luigi was following Weinstein, Chris Williamson. I don't know who Chris Williamson, etc. He was also following Peter Thiel, Associated Twitter celebrity Paul Scalise. I don't know who Paul Scalise is either. I don't know. Vanguard will allow me to retire, bro. Politicians and their big money donors do not want to be corrupt. They make corruption legal. Elon
true.
was before, I thought.
Why they did Citizens United. Who's trying to get caught in some campaign contribution scandal? Let's make it legal.
Elon was before, I thought, according to Gray Walker.
No, I think he was after. But
Elon and his 30 kids.
Yeah, they all got a lot of kids.
Ew.
He just sold one of his kids because they went. He said he had a Jordan Peterson sit down, I think. Where he's like, well, he lost one of his kids to the woke mind virus. That's what Elon said.
They're trans kids or something like that.
Yeah, well, his oldest son, I guess, became a trans and got sterilized, and that's why Elon is now supposedly against the left.
Boy, how easy you fuckers are to convince the doctor. You guys are fucking easy to convince.
It's no hard work done.
No hard work, dude. No vetting, nothing.
All right,
no second thoughts.
All right, let's start going into
what a conflict of
where is
interest.
Jimmy's response at, dumb data? I was point that out to me. Is my shot all on screen? Yeah, it is. Is it?
I'm in Lebanon. Yeah.
Tulsa shootout? What the fuck?
Guys, I made it to Lebanon. I'm here to
sports, or is that like an actual shootout? Which one did?
Is that the
Jimmy respond to?
10 people shot, or is that
what?
Is that the 10 people shot outside the nightclub, Tulsa shootout?
Tulsa shooter.
Oh, I thought you said Tulsa shootout.
It is a Tulsa shootout, but I think they're talking about sports. Okay.
No, there was a couple, maybe yesterday or the day before. There was 10 people shot out front of a nightclub
in
Tulsa.
Okay.
That's where I'm going. Fuck.
Somewhere around. I don't know. It just sounded like a shootout between unfriendly people, I guess.
Hmm.
I didn't. That skipped the news circle as far as I know.
Ew, it's a cringy ass name, bro. Intellectual dark.
The only thing I heard of was the Urban Street thing and the Tesla thing at Vegas. I ain't heard about the same shootout.
Yeah, that's been taking up the news.
Well, I'm heading to Tulsa right now. I'll be there probably like 3 in the morning.
Oh, really? I've been to Stillwater and Oklahoma City.
I'm going to Oklahoma City after that. Got delivery there.
I was down there just after the building got bombed. The federal building got bombed.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere near there. If CIA is listening, I'm not going anywhere near there.
Yeah, I'm sure it's all.
Yeah, I'm just trucking over to Oklahoma City, and not that. No, not that. I didn't mean that.
Yeah.
Dumb Data, just tag me if you like, because I don't know exactly. I looked through some of these. I didn't see any Jimmy Dore responses. Did he respond in a video? You're saying, or are you saying he responded in a tweet to the squirrel, the other squirrel? I'm the real squirrel. This is the other squirrel. Just tag, post it if you can, because I don't know exactly what you're talking. To be honest. Let's move on to conspiracies. It must be done. All right, so this is the mainstream narrative. Well, okay, this is what I'm playing for the New Orleans thing, the truck guy, right, who drove through a crowd.
Yeah.
But there's also the Trump Tower one, right?
They refused to call a terrorist. Yeah.
Let's say. Here's the mainstream story of it. Here we go.
Now to the latest on the deadly New Year's Day shooting in New Orleans. A memorial of flowers and candles continues to grow at this hour on Bourbon Street, where an Army veteran from Texas mowed down a crowd, killing 14 people. The FBI says he was inspired by ISIS but acted alone. And now law enforcement says it's concerned over copycat attacks. ABC's Morgan Norwood has more.
Evolutionary psychology.
As the FBI combs
really.
through hundreds of hours of
happened at
surveillance
the
video
same time.
and hundreds of tips, federal authorities now warning law enforcement agencies across the country to be on alert for copycat attacks. It comes as dramatic video shows people scrambling to safety as a white F-150 truck raced down Bourbon Street New Year's Day.
Whoa.
One person just barely getting out of the way. Robert Neville works in the area.
Idiot.
He described the scene as terrifying.
Sometimes I just wish I was Superman. I just had some Abrams right now.
Yeah, no shit.
It's crazy. Like, as we seen the incident happen, we all try to, rush out to aid the people.
The FBI revealing a new detailed timeline, saying Shamsuddin Jabbar drove that rented truck from Houston to New Orleans on December 31st, posting multiple videos to Facebook, claiming he joined and pledged allegiance to ISIS. Despite earlier fears the 42-year-old may have had accomplices, the FBI now saying he was likely a lone wolf. At 2:03 a.m., he's seen near Bourbon Street. The FBI saying he planted explosives in two coolers with a remote detonator. By 3:15 a.m., surveillance video showing him taking a right turn, then barreling down Bourbon Street.
Yeah.
And now we're learning more about the victims who lost their lives. Kareem Badawi, a freshman and fraternity member at the University of Alabama.
Fun-loving guy. He was a positive guy and well-liked.
And 26-year-old Drew Dauphin celebrating the new year with his younger brother Matthew.
Everybody that knows Drew and knows Matthew
they were one. They were best friends.
According to a 2019 security assessment, the city of New Orleans was warned that broken blockades made Bourbon Street vulnerable to a vehicle ramming incident. Now, the city did beef up security presence and work to install new barriers, but that work wasn't done. And experts say,
well, come on, like no one's thinking about that when they're celebrating out in the streets, right? Or just bar hopping or whatever. They're not thinking of some guy like fucking speeding down the street.
Yeah. Trying to kill them. Yeah.
So I'm not gonna. There's no like. I hate when narratives turn that way when they start blaming the victims of things where it's like they're not supposed to be. That's not supposed to fucking happen.
I might have my
dude.
eye open for maybe a car that maybe a drunk driver or maybe they're speeding. I might hear that, but not somebody trying to kill me. I mean, who's keeping an eye out for that?
Yeah.
And there's claiming broken barricades. Put new barricades.
Now we need more surveillance cameras upstairs to curtail ISIS in America.
Oh, man.
What do you think Trump's gonna fucking try to roll out with these things? Let's be honest.
Well, there's lots of conspiracies around these two things, man. These two things that happen on New Year's. But I'll let you play your stuff before I get into that shit.
Yeah,
fair enough. And
same.
I just wanted to play the like a kind of official
just get
words of it first.
Get the basics. Yeah.
Now I do have. Don't get mad at me. I'm going to play some Sabby Sabs. Okay. I haven't watched the video. I don't know where she goes, but she has.
What you talking about?
Well, she says the New Orleans and Las Vegas attacks are suspect. Thus, maybe she can set the table, and then you'll find a point where you guys can where it's like, okay, pause the video. I want to say something to this. So I'll let her set the table, though. I just want the mainstream thing first.
You bet.
All right.
Okay.
Here we go.
New Year's Eve.
Sorry.
The attack
Oh, no. What?
in New Orleans on Bourbon Street. I'm going to tell you what I think is really going on and the connection or possible connection between that particular incident and the incident in Las Vegas with the Tesla explosion.
Did you find Jimmy Sing It?
Let's go ahead and start with that first announcement. You know where you were at this time, or maybe you may remember, maybe you don't, maybe you were asleep, but I remember where I was when this was announced.
You're watching BBC News, and the breaking news this hour is from the United States, where city authorities in New Orleans say that 10 people have been killed and 30 others have been injured after a vehicle hit a crowd in New Orleans.
I think Sabby is
happened
awesome.
in the early hours of New Year's Day on Bourbon Street in the French quarter of the city. Now, this is the scene at the moment where you can see multiple emergency services.
I can.
Okay. First note, why is BBC her first video she's referencing?
It might be just a set, like I did. I just picked a random fucking state, like whatever sets it up. I don't know if
maybe they just have good camera angles. Who knows?
Okay. All right. I just wanted that noted.
Maybe she's less worried about copyright with BBC. I don't know.
BBC is not my go-to news source. Trust me.
All right, here we go.
Services vehicles with their blue lights flashing. We know that after the incident, multiple police and ambulances were dispatched to the scene. Social media footage, which appears to have been filmed today, also suggests that numerous shots were fired by the.
And we can stop it there. You guys get the gist of that. You probably know the rest of that story, yada, yada. Now, many people are asking, like, why did this happen in New Orleans? And if I were to make a guess, think about the big events that are coming up in New Orleans this weekend. There was the Sugar Bowl that was supposed to happen. I think that may be delayed. And the Super Bowl is right around the corner, technically, which is also taking place in New Orleans. And then not too long after that, before you know it, you have Mardi Gras at some point. But anyway, Bourbon Street is a busy area. And of course, on New Year's Eve, it is going to be packed. Like, people like to go out and party on Bourbon Street. They have since announced the suspect who is dead. And this is the part, like, I got some questions about, because something don't feel right to me. This just all feels a little bit fishy. A little bit fishy. It almost seems a little too convenient the way this was packaged together. Whether it's the ISIS flag, whether it's the military experience and the timing that this is happening and this possible connection to the explosion in Las Vegas. Let's go in here when they start to discuss
possible connection. No, there's an
and we are starting to learn more about the now 15.
You want to keep going off of that, or you just throw that out there? Because I've heard the same as you, I think.
Oh, at this point, I just want to throw that out there. I want to hear more because I wonder when this reporting of information because there's been a lot of news last day.
Fair enough. But the thing I'm thinking of, like, this is a day ago, her thing is? I think I heard this before that. Especially with some of these guys.
Did they go to the killer's house yet?
I saw videos about that today, I think. But that could have been before. I don't know. But I saw videos about that today.
So, well, no, I'll just say what that issue is they reported that they found a Quran open to a specific page.
Yeah.
And it seemed to be very harsh, is kind of how they said it. That was the press release by the police officers. They didn't say what it was. They said it was harsh.
Have you heard of the possible Twitter statements by this guy that do not support the idea of him being in favor of ISIS at all? Have you heard any ideas about that?
He's definitely not ISIS, but I'll let the video keep playing and we'll look into that later.
Okay, so you might be talking about the same thing I'm talking about, but yeah, let's let the video play out. Here we go.
The explosion in Las Vegas. Let's go in here when they start to discuss the suspect.
And we are starting to learn more about the now 15 who were killed as a result of this attack, including 37-year-old Reggie Hunter from Baton Rouge. He had just texted his family Happy New Year a little earlier in the evening, according to his cousin, who tells us that he was someone who liked to laugh and tell jokes. He loved his family, loved his kids, leaves behind an 11-year-old and a 1-year-old just hours into 2025, Wolf.
Our deepest condolences to his family. Omar, thank you very much. I want to get right to our chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst, John Miller.
So black.
He's getting some new reporting for us.
Thanks,
John, what are you learning?
Well, Wolf, what we've been trying to do is develop a richer picture of who is the man behind this carnage in New Orleans. What do we know about him? And what can that tell us about motive? And what we've learned from multiple sources is that Mr. Jabbar apparently made, according to authorities, a series of voice recordings on video.
Pause. This particular image that you see right here was from his YouTube channel. So at one point he did have a YouTube channel. It is gone, where he was talking about businesses and all that type of jazz. So that's gone. His LinkedIn page has already been removed, but I got screenshots, so we're good. We're good. We're going to get there. But the man who was speaking is intelligence. So just keep that in mind. Okay. It's always important to understand who is on the.
Did she say he is intelligence or he is intelligent? As in, like, he's
the
a
man
smart guy.
speaking. The man speaking is intelligence.
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay. The CNN.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking she's referring to the video of the guy. My bad.
No, he's a spook.
Yeah. Here we go.
Man who was speaking is intelligence. So just keep that in mind. Okay. It's always important to understand who is on these networks. So that's who you're getting the message from. Now, first and foremost, I do want to say my condolences to everyone who lost their life in New Orleans. It's sad that people can't just go out and have a good time and they have to worry about these things happening to them. That being said, there are a number of things here that just don't sit well with me. He said that there are audio recordings, a series of audio recordings that he has made. I have not heard them. Have you heard them? I have not heard those audio recordings. I don't know. And it just, to me, when I heard more about the story, it almost kind of feels like to me that someone put him up to this. And if you want to know who that someone is, or you want to question who I think that could be, ask yourself, Who benefits from this situation? Think about that for a second, and we'll continue on.
As he drove,
Israel.
they believe, from Texas to Louisiana to partake in these attacks, allegedly. The recordings talk about the turmoil in his family, the long-fought, bitter divorce he was going through. He discusses, according to officials briefed on the videos, where it appears they're made while he's driving.
Oh, one
that
second.
picture looks like he was like
mass casualties
photoshopped out of another
in the name
image.
of ISIS. So
not those ones with the white background.
Starting
one.
to see
Looks a little weird.
is an individual who was experiencing turmoil and stressors in life, who was going to act out in some kind of violent way, and at least, according to what they believe are his own words, decided to do this as an alternative to killing his family.
We're talking the media and the government here.
That looks
So
like
he was stressed out with life, and he decided to turn to
put
ISIS.
a white background to it.
This
Maybe
just
there's
feels
censorship
weird to
behind
me,
him. I don't
man.
know.
I feel like this guy was put up to this. I don't feel like this is a decision that he made on his own. I feel like he was told to do it.
Wow.
Maybe ordered to do it. I don't know.
Go ahead
but I
and
don't
hit pause.
feel like this is a decision that he just woke up one day and said.
Good.
She has no connection to the point of view I know of, and mine's all coming from InfoWars. So these are completely different stories. So just wanted you to note that.
Fair enough. I've heard particularly T-Lav saying this guy, like his social media, he was like rah rah for Israel on Twitter, but then Elon scrubbed his social media account. That's what some people are saying. I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there of ideas I've heard. Once again, we're in conspiracy territory, so there's gonna be a lot of different moving parts, I assume. But just throwing it out there of things I've heard. But all right, let's continue, because I don't know exactly where Shabby's going with this. She says it looks sus, but in what way? Like, explain it to us. Here we go.
Said, that's it. I'm upset. I'm
Threatening
going through a
his family.
divorce. I'm pissed off. That's it. I'm turning to ISIS. Seems a little weird to me.
In the recordings, he also has a last will and testament where he divides up what little money he has left after all the financial losses and setbacks he had suffered to family members. So they're beginning to get a picture of what was going on, and it seems to be what was going on in the background of this individual's life that was as much of a driver as any commitment to terrorism.
Yeah, John Miller, great reporting as usual. Stand by. I'm going to get back to you in a moment or so.
So that is the comment there from intelligence about the suspect, right? So I want to show you a couple of other things, because I'm just piecing these things together. I'm thinking about the timeline, etc. And let's talk about a couple of things. So first and foremost, this happens, boom, right at the new year. Right at the new year. Also, new president administration coming in. Put these two things together. Also, it wouldn't be like the FBI and the CIA have not put people up to this sort of thing before. This smells very fishy to me. I believe it has intelligence all over it, whether it's CIA, whether it's FBI. If it feels very weird to me, the timing of it all, and also his name
You gotta
and
say
the
more than
type
that,
of
Savvy.
name that he has. Just put the
Let me
pieces
know.
together, ladies and gentlemen. He was in the military. That part to me is not surprising. He was in the military. He apparently also had worked with Deloitte at some point. We'll pull that up in a second. I don't believe that this guy just woke up one day and said, everything's frustrating, so the answer to me is going to be ISIS. I just don't buy that. That just seems a little weird. But I want to show you how the FBI and the CIA have done this before. Now, this is James Lee. He's going to show you examples where they've done this before.
The New York Times is reporting that the suspect who plowed through crowds in New Orleans today, killing at least 15 people, was carrying an ISIS flag and that the international terrorist group may have played a role in the attack. Reuters is reporting that this man, the suspect, Shamsuddin Jabbar, quote, may have had help. Well, what kind of help could we be talking about? Could it have been an elaborately orchestrated FBI sting, where the FBI provided all the necessary tools, the weapons, the bomb, maybe some money? Could it have been an entrapment operation gone wrong? The FBI would never prey on vulnerable people by luring them into fake terror plots. No way could undercover FBI agents help an autistic teen plan a trip to join ISIS. The US government would never spend $500 million creating fake Al-Qaeda propaganda videos. Would the FBI have created an actual terrorist? I'm obviously kind of half joking a little bit, but the fact that I can semi-legitimately ask these questions with receipts tells you everything that's wrong with the current state of the FBI and the US government.
Exactly.
Oh, hold on. I mean, we've heard of this before, right? Of the people that they give them money, and it's essentially there to. It seems like it's there to say,
let me
like,
say
hey,
this.
we captured people. See, look, we're fighting terrorism. Look at this. While they set up the plan themselves, type of shit.
Let me say this for you. What Alex Jones has been doing all day is like
I can only imagine.
hold on, I'm driving too. Hold on. He's been citing your Corbett report guy. How you say his name?
Yeah, Corbett
report about Timothy McVeigh in comparison to all of this.
Oh yeah.
What the hell does he have to do with it?
Well, he's done his own
there's
breakdown
theories.
of Timothy McVeigh. So, like, the idea is Timothy McVeigh, what worked for the government, and his job was to infiltrate this KKK group or white power group, whatever. And then whenever he finally did it, they used that against him in the outcomes of the Oklahoma City bombing. Like, they just placed that upon his character assassination. Once
Yeah.
yeah,
Part of the
once
idea
they
is
once they establish he's a member of this, they want you to forget that he was also military. Like, their cover story for him was he flunked out of military school.
that is an idea. Yeah, and from the Corbett thing, they're like, don't worry, these are fake. Hey, just drive the truck up there. Don't worry, it's fake. We're just gonna use it as a way to catch these guys that you infiltrated. This white supremacist group you infiltrated. And then this is the conspiracy of it. Then it blows up, and he's like, oh fuck. But which I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know how real or
he's
fake that
just
is.
rolling down the street around the corner. All of a sudden, boom, and they go, shit. What have I got myself into?
But they were fake, right? Fuck. Running. I don't know how real or fake that is. It's an idea that's out there.
All because of a license plate, too. He deserves it anyway, racist fuck.
Jesus. I mean, with any of these things, I can't just dismiss ideas when it comes to some of these political actions or governmental actions or fucking spooks or CIA or whatever the fuck. I can't dismiss them. They've made it that way. We've heard enough that as proven, right?
Yeah.
So you can't dismiss scenarios like that.
There's just too many of them. It's just you can't excuse them all. There's so many of them.
I mean, who knows when let's say they allow something to be live or not. Like, I've heard of a story where these guys were like planning to, like, there's an FBI guy who recruited these dudes to do a fucking quote unquote terrorist attack at a fucking Jesus Christ, why am I mind blanking? A fucking an airport, right? And these guys secretly on secret recording were like, yo, we ain't actually doing this. We're gonna rob this fool. We're gonna make them bring the money. We're just gonna take the money and go. Then not do this act that they want us to do. Instead, these guys like bust them before they do the thing, so that they can be like, look, we're catching terrorists. And at some point, I guess a FOIA request or something like that, they had to release these tapes on these guys. Maybe it was like maybe a lawsuit or something, to where it was wrapped up in court hearings and all that shit. Who knows? But they're clearly trying to set these guys up, even though they were trying to set the FBI up and take their money and go. Right, a guy that they didn't know was FBI. They thought it was just some chump that's offering them money to do some terrorist shit, and they're like, "This idiot, we ain't doing that shit, bro. Let's steal his money and then get out of here." But
it's just rare that
it's a real story, man. It's fucked up.
It's rare that there's proof, like the Iran-Contra deal, right?
Exactly.
But then they had a scapegoat for that, and then nobody else got in trouble. And what's his name? He got all the shit for it. Or when the CIA was literally flying cocaine into the U.S. and flying weapons to the frickin'
Contras and shit. Yeah.
Was that part of the same deal?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
With Nicaragua and yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was right. Yeah, okay, yeah.
They were using.
They were selling them to the Jews. The Jews were selling back. So
Iran Contras.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're using basically black market money by selling drugs. They're using that to fund wars.
That was a good movie. That's a good movie. The Seal or something like that. Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
With Barry Shield. Yeah, the Barry Shield guy.
If you watch the Whitmer kidnapping case, the patsies in that basically were saying, and there's recordings of it, we don't really want to kidnap this lady. Can you just give us more weed? They were literally like feeding them weed. And they're like, and eventually you're going to kidnap her, right? It's like, yeah. But can we get some more weed in the meantime? That came out in the fucking recordings.
Oh, God. Yeah. How embarrassing. I bet you the generals were pissed, but the rest of the group are just like laughing in the background, like, "Oh, fucking boys."
I mean, okay, there is precedence for someone to look at this as like something sketchy, right? There's room for that. But I am curious exactly where, because she can play all the people. I want to hear where she goes, where Sabby goes. I'm curious where Sabby goes with this.
And you said, when was this recorded again? Because I got some new news today on some of this stuff.
This video is from a day ago, but I don't know if she did a live. I think it might be a clip from a live stream that she did.
Okay.
I gotta fly, guys. I gotta fly, but it's been a hoot. You guys have a good night.
All right, you too, man.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Bye.
Later.
Cheers.
Yeah, I don't know when this video was recorded. It could be a clip from a live stream, or it could just be her. She just recorded it, but it says a day ago this video was uploaded. Yeah, so. All right. Let's play more Sabby Sabs. Let's hear what she says.
Exactly. So think about that for a second, and then ask yourself, well, why?
Actually, let me read some comments first. McVeigh was allegedly radicalized by both Ruby Ridge and Waco, and the Japanese guy working for ATF was assigned to both events. Oh, good.
I've heard those arguments as well, yep.
That's right. He didn't do nothing, Andre. Iran colluded in the U.S. elections to steal the election from Jimmy Carter to Ronald Reagan. I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, it's Freeway Ricky Ross is a part of that. He's one of the big names because he survived it, mainly, right? He made a shit ton of money. Yeah. He went to jail. He didn't die or get shot or get killed or whatever the fuck. He made it out and he told a story. Like, yeah, he's definitely a famous name from that. Multiple other nations.
So famous, somebody stole his dick.
Exactly. Multiple other nations were helping Iran collude in the U.S. election on behalf of Reagan. I mean, but weren't the Helping Iran collude in the U.S. election on behalf of Reagan. Weren't they fighting against Iran? And the whole Iran-Contra thing?
No, we're part of Iran-Contra.
No, but the U.S. was worried about Iran
We were part of that.
having power, right?
No, the guns came from America. They went down to Nicaragua to be traded for, to be traded to Iran. Like, we were providing the guns to Iran. It was secretly. After we were already at odds with Iran.
What I thought the outward surface level narrative was that they were fighting Iran by doing this, by funneling guns to fight against Iran.
How are the Nicaraguans fighting Iran?
No, not like that.
South America.
Like the gun movings, like moving the guns around and shit like that. Am I tripping?
No,
they were fighting fucking communism in South America, right? And they're all fighting Iranian influence, right? Wasn't that the idea?
Oh, I don't. I think it was just secret money making.
Because there were okay.
We couldn't openly trade with Iran after we stole $23 billion from them.
I don't know. I'm getting the story mixed up in my fucking head. Because there was I don't know. Wasn't there attacks that were blamed on Iran or Al Qaeda actually too in South America?
Wasn't it Iran was providing basically heroin to get to America?
I don't know. I don't know. Whatever. All right, let's keep playing. Iran admitted Republican operatives paid them to withhold the embassy hostages until Carter officially lost the election. Oh, okay. They're blaming fucking Carter for it. And then, yeah, that's fucking dark.
But remember, don't do drugs.
I can believe it.
Reagan was don't do drugs.
Always bringing drugs into America.
Uh-huh.
All right, whatever. Here we go. Here's more savvy.
Why would they want to do that? What has happened recently, ladies and gentlemen? What has happened recently when we talk about geopolitics? It's been over a year since Israel has been bombing Gaza. Israel has lost the narrative. Their reputation has been destroyed across the world. There's no coming back from that. A lot of people see Israel for what it really is, and they've seen the racism coming from Israel towards the Palestinian people. Video footage. They've seen kids blown apart. They've seen all of these things, and they've seen the racist rhetoric and actions that have come from the state of Israel. So there's no coming back from that unless your last ditch effort is to try to find a way to make Americans fear Muslims again. And this is what I was thinking about. His name, now, I don't know for sure if he was practicing the Muslim faith. I do know he was born in the United States and raised in the United States. I see people online saying, oh, he immigrated here. No, he was born and raised in the United States. He did not immigrate here. So there's that. But it's just very strange to me.
Nigeria and a few.
So again, look at his name, Shamoud Din.
A lot of islanders, that's for sure. But I don't know.
Jabbar, right? How do you get people to stop looking at what you're doing and to put their fear towards another group of people? Think about that. I also think that this will be another excuse for them to ramp up the police state, for them to escalate more war in the Middle East. Because the one thing that stood out to me is they said, oh, he had an ISIS flag. Really? He just happened to have that? He just happened to have that and had it on the back of the
Gotta
truck.
rep his colors, man.
Doesn't this sound weird to you guys? It sounds a little too neatly packaged for me. So there's that. But the U.S. government and Israel, they lost the narrative.
See, I'm not talking, but yet I'm being blamed for everything. I love that.
What's Matt saying?
Let me ask. In fact, he knew it was Matt Hunter. That's funny enough. Let me ask this: you like all the questions I answer from you, Matt Hunter. Can you answer one question for me? Do you think me and Savvy Sabs have the same opinion on this topic? Do you think me and her have the same opinion on this topic? Without lying, either. Without lying or trolling. Please answer that question.
Sounds a little too neatly packaged for me. So there's that. But the U.S. government and Israel, they lost the narrative for the need for more war. They have lost that narrative. So this, to me, feels like it has Mossad all over it.
My stream die?
If I were to make a guess. Now, obviously, the news isn't going to come out and say that. Why would they?
Thank you for
people are
exposing
asking,
yourself,
how is it he was able to drive through the crowd? Well, apparently, those ballards, they have these metal ballards that are usually above ground that prevents that from happening. The ballards just happened to be down that day. How did he know it was going to be down?
On New Year's Day?
How did he know that? Think about these things, guys. Let's put two and two together.
That doesn't make any fucking sense for being Bourbon Street, a party central for New Year's.
Yep.
For that to be down. They would definitely not want cars coming in there. Even if they're like, it's not even a drivable area with how many people are there.
I've never been there myself. I don't
I've
really
been there
know
once
exactly
and I
what
was
it
8 years
looks
old. And every day you'd think is Mardi Gras. Because there's thousands and thousands of fucking people there. Even on a fucking Wednesday at 9:30 in the morning.
Well, looks like I'm going to be moving somewhere.
Yeah.
Anyways. He knew they were going to be down. I don't know. I don't know enough. I don't know what their protocol is. I guess according to Dubster, if they're fucking kind of partying all the time, and then it's New Year's especially, they would definitely block roads off, right? You would think.
It's like another New York City location for the celebration at night.
Yeah, I know. Like Times Square is like kind of shut down, right? At for the ball dropping for New Year's Eve. All that shit, right?
Well, there's a couple huge places around the country, and New Orleans is one of them. Bourbon Street specific.
Yeah. Okay. Don't worry, we'll get to Jared Taylor. Don't worry. There we go.
During one of the busiest nights on Bourbon Street, New Year's Eve, how did he know that the metal ballards would not be there that day? Who knows that? Who has that type of information? Now sit on that and marinate. Then we go to this situation in Las Vegas. A Tesla truck just explodes outside of Trump Tower. Now they are saying
this one I know more
that
about.
This gentleman here, Matthew Allen Livelsberger, is
people were like, oh, this is good promotion for Elon. It showed how like indestructible his trucks are, like because the bomb didn't like blow up the entire side of a building or something. It like kind of like isolated within the truck or something. It expanded, but it like didn't like super duper blow up everything. They're like, look at Elon's trucks. They're so powerful.
It didn't even kill anybody.
Except the guy, right?
Hold on.
Allegedly.
Let them talk. I'm going to explain all this shit later. From a different point of view.
Okay. I assume it's going to be self-driving cars, but here we go.
Now they are saying that this gentleman here, Matthew Allen Livelsberger, is the suspect. But in the statement from the Las Vegas police force, this just came out before I went live.
I think the
They are
opposite.
not 100%
He's so by
certain
himself
that the body they found in the truck is this guy. But Matthew and Shamood have a couple of things in common. Listen to this, folks.
He's of Colorado Springs, Colorado, born July 22nd of 1987. Now, as you'll see here on a picture of his driver's license, let's see, the question really still remains for me, and I know that there's a lot of you folks in the media that are identifying this person as a person in our vehicle. Yeah. As I mentioned to you,
no, that's what? That's just
not
a picture.
Actual.
What?
Like, okay,
yeah, that's not a license.
Well,
that's not a license.
There's like one burn mark on his actual ID.
Okay, this looks like someone with their like a camera phone recorded. Like it's like skewed. It's like off camera-ish. It's like off at an angle or something. By the way, I thought this is what Harrison would look like. Like, if I had to guess what Harrison looked like, it'd be this guy right here, for like point blank, right there. Anyways, here we go.
Already, his body is burnt beyond recognition, and I do still not have confirmation 100% that is the individual that was inside of our vehicle. And so,
excuse me. So the Las Vegas police, he just told you he does not have confidence of 100% that this is the same person. Interesting.
As I'm calling it now, the subject or person of interest, I will not come back until I have the confirmation through DNA or medical records that this is indeed, in fact, the subject inside of the vehicle. Now, further complicating this identification of this individual, we also discovered through the coroner's office that the individual
Anthony Cumia talks at
sustained a gunshot wound to the head.
To the head.
Prior to the detonation of the vehicle.
Patrice O'Neill.
Okay.
Save his best
so now they have added this piece of information that they're
had sustained a gunshot wound to the head.
Go back.
To the head.
Prior to the detonation of the vehicle.
Well, hold on. Hit pause.
Okay.
Okay, that is crazy.
Hit pause.
Hit pause.
So, what came out today was there's video of all this, and within 17 seconds of the vehicle arriving at the location, it blows up. So he shot himself within that 17-second period. Or Tesla has automated driving.
Yeah, and someone remote control drive them to the fucking spot and then blew it up.
Who the hell knows? We don't know. It could have been he shot himself within that 17 seconds, but there's a bellhop right there, and he doesn't jump to any noises.
In the back of the head?
Hey, if he shoots himself and there's a timer on the bomb, maybe?
No, but if he shot himself at the exact time the bomb went off, maybe. But besides that, there was no right before to where the bellhop's like, did you hear that gunshot?
Exactly. Well, are they soundproof? There's no way they're soundproof, right?
Well, Tesla vehicles do not need drivers. We know that.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, damn.
Okay.
Can you imagine?
Oh, and there's two guns. There's two guns in that vehicle. The one that supposedly is the handgun is a 50 cal Desert Eagle. So, and it's at his feet.
A big boom gun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the pistol. Huge fucking pistol. And then I forgot but it's an automatic. No, a semi-automatic rifle is the other one. It's somewhere in the back, and he had fireworks also.
Yeah. did they like that's those are if it's an auto rifle, I'm sure he's getting fucked up with that. And then a Desert Eagle 50 cal, you're getting fucked with. You're getting super fucked with that. That's like leaving your face rearranged.
Oh no, that's blowing your face out of your body. Like get shot in the back of the head, you have no face no more. You shot in the head, you have no back of head.
Yeah. I don't know. Now I've heard some people say fuck. God damn it, I forgot. I was gonna have I had an idea for that. Like someone said something. Fucking. God damn it. Never mind. I forgot.
But the idea of the 17 seconds though gets somewhat invalidated with the ability to automatically drive. He could have shot himself, or anybody could have shot him, and had programmed to drive to its destination.
Right. That's the assumption with that. And like I said, this is all coming from InfoWars for me.
Okay, yeah, I remember what I was going to say, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Around the time when it happens, someone I saw on Twitter, someone said that, like, oh, this guy did this, and the dumbass killed himself trying to get away from it. Like he meant to blow it up and run away, like put the car there, run away and blow it up or something, and he got caught. But I think it was a bystander, maybe, possibly. Now that I'm hearing that, this I haven't heard even yet. To be honest with you, I didn't like investigate this story. I just heard little theories here and there without going over it. I just heard of the fucking Elon truck going up. Okay. But when I saw it, someone said like the guy tried to get away, like running away, and it ends up blowing up.
As far as I know, nobody got out of that vehicle.
Was there someone in the area? Okay, was there someone like kind of close-ish and they ran away?
The what do you call it? The
like a
valet or bellhop.
Okay. I don't know. Someone said that on Twitter. I didn't take too much out of it. I'm just mentally remembering people saying certain things.
But it was more like a reaction. It wasn't like he ran away before. He was far away enough it didn't hurt him.
Yeah.
Or it didn't like severely hurt him.
Yeah. Okay. So that is kind of crazy.
Was there any significance to this place? Like, or
Trump Tower?
Other than Trump?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I keep hearing, okay, like Elon vehicle, Trump Tower. Like, these people aren't actually involved in this, are they? Like, or is it even implied, or is it just easier to catch a headline?
Wait until I tell you what I got to tell you. But
I'm just wondering, like, what's the substance to this? Okay, there's an explosion. That's probably the biggest deal out of this whole thing, right? There's an explosion. Someone died. Possibly the person in the car died for himself. I don't know. But what do we have? What do we actually know that makes this important?
Me, nothing other than, I guess, it's being tied to political things. And this happening on the same day as the other guy, I guess, is the thing. Or the guys both coming from Fort Bragg, I guess, is the thing.
Yes, that's it. I was holding that back. They both are part of Fort Bragg, and they're both part of a fourth group of something for psychology level warfare. I forgot the term for it.
That I have not heard. I don't know.
Yeah, it's something psychology. They're both part of the same classification.
Like a pro. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
But there's more to it. But let's get through Sammy Sass.
Fair enough.
Because what I have to tell you, and it is evidenced
Okay.
So it will change the perspective, and this was made clear today. But go ahead and get through what Savvy Sabs has to say. I'm not even insulting her. It's just this is new as of today.
Yeah, I just want to hear like kind of the basis of what she's saying. That's some of it. But all right, here we go. Here's more Savvy.
Also discovered through the coroner's office that the individual had sustained a gunshot wound to the head.
To the head.
Prior to the detonation of the vehicle.
Okay. So now they have added this piece of information that there was a gunshot wound to his head prior to the explosion.
I think he needs.
Guys,
I think he means a
two
particular
events
name.
took place within 24 hours. There was literally the attack in New Orleans, and then
Savvy's sexy, and you know it,
explosion in Las Vegas.
But then again,
within 24 hours.
There's nothing wrong with liking dick.
Two guys who just happened to at one point work at Fort Bragg. Now, Fort Bragg is a large military base. I know. I lived in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Fort Bragg is one of the largest military bases in the world. But
now it's called Fort Liberty.
It just, come on, man. Someone mentioned in the chat, they said, well, Sabby, they were saying that the medals were down for maintenance before the Super Bowl. Right, but he doesn't even live there. He doesn't even live in New Orleans. He doesn't live in Louisiana. He lives in Texas.
Maintenance for polls?
Again, how long was he there?
Or the Super Bowl.
How long was he in New
month
Orleans?
away.
How long was he in Louisiana? How long has this been planned? Who put him up to?
The
Start
playoffs haven't
asking
even fucking
yourself these
started
questions.
in football.
So you know what? We're going to do this exactly on New Year's Day.
I'm getting you to.
Like what? The day when you're like the most busy. Like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me, but whatever. It doesn't make sense doing it for the Super Bowl on New Year's Eve and New Year's, I guess. that makes no sense. Anyways.
Ask is who put him up to it?
You love Sabby's voice.
And the same thing for this guy. People are saying that this was a message that he was trying to send to Donald Trump, but he voted for Donald Trump. He rented the Tesla. Set off this explosion in the Tesla, allegedly, because again, they said they don't even know if this is the same person.
God damn it, I know it's prop now.
Outside of Trump Tower. Some are saying it could have been a message that he was trying to send to Donald Trump about working with Elon. I don't know. But I find it very strange that both of these events happened within 24 hours.
It was a message about
Let's
H-1B.
continue.
One of the handguns was found at his feet inside of the vehicle. Obviously, in how we're trying to identify him, and I'm feeling comfortable to give you this information, is a tremendous amount of substantial evidence to include he rented the Turo vehicle. There are 2 tattoos, one of which was on the stomach and one of which is on the arm, that we can see bits and pieces of it as in comparison to what it is that we now know he had on his body. That has given us a lot of confidence that this is, in fact, the same person, as well as which the clearly obvious, which is the credit cards, the military identification, the passport. And then furthermore, as you'll see here in just a very short period of time, we tracked his movements from Colorado to Las Vegas. And in a number of the photographs that we were able to determine, he was the individual that was driving the vehicle. And also, I'd like to iterate this point to you. We still have only ever seen him in this vehicle, and we're not aware of any other subjects involved in this particular case.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this guy, they're saying he drove from Colorado to Las Vegas. And then you have Shamood, who I'm assuming traveled from Texas. He could have been coming from another place at the time, but he's from Texas to New Orleans. Now, let me show you something else. When you look at his work history, because again, like I said, they deleted his link.
God.
They left something out that's been circulating pretty a lot, is that the guy for the New Orleans thing, his truck crossed the border 2 days earlier.
Okay.
That's been circulating a lot. It's not significant to anything I got, but it's just something that's been mentioned a lot. So his truck is crossing.
Or confirmation or no? Or they're just saying. You just hear it.
No, like as in the Border Patrol has video of it with the license plate on it crossing the border 2 days prior.
Okay, that would be very bizarre. That'd probably be more bizarre than even where we already started at.
I never read much of the story, but they didn't say what city he came through to cross the border.
Okay, well, we just heard the cops say she started in Colorado, right? And then they tracked, I guess through, was it like CCTV?
Is Colorado's the Vegas guy.
Wait, who are you talking about?
The one for New Orleans.
The New Orleans
the truck,
okay,
the white truck. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, but she's saying the guy's from Texas. But
yeah, that how would he know what's going on over here from Texas as far as the barrier things? Okay,
right.
I would be embarrassed to throw out there that this was a message for working with Trump. Because I guess the idea would be like if you're willing to die for this, you'd make it a clearer message. Like if there's a message, wouldn't you want people to not mix it up with a different message? And did he go out and buy this Tesla for this purpose? So that
rented.
Trump wouldn't work with him about.
I'll tell you this: it is a message, just not that message.
Well, that's all I'm saying. I wouldn't even throw that idea out there. I mean, people just make these loose connections, but they don't really make sense.
Well, I mean, this guy. Okay, let's go to the New Orleans guy, right? He's ex-military, right? You're telling me this guy can't get his hand? Well, I'm talking about him right now. Let's say that guy can't get his hand on guns. Of course he could. He could have walked. Maybe guns would have. He would have killed less people. Let's say on the surface he's working for ISIS or whatever the fuck. He's an ISIS fan or something, right? Would he be able to kill more people by walking around with an AR, or would he just get fucked up if he walked around with an AR? He'd have to just drive a car through a crowd. That'd be his most damage he could do. All right? I'm saying logically. Would he be more worried about, I guess, maybe cops on the street? Thus, he'd get shot immediately or something like that? As to why he didn't just grab guns and just walk around shooting people?
He still got shot instantly.
No, he got shot. Well, he got in a shootout afterwards, right? After he drove over.
You mean a person who's trained to be able to kill people? Not
get on a
killing anybody other than himself?
Bop. You could get on a rooftop and do that, right? Couldn't he? These aren't skyscrapers, right? It's fucking Mardi Gras, whatever the fuck looking town, right? I'm just saying. I don't know.
Are you suggesting he should have been more skilled since he was trained to kill people?
I don't know. If he's I'm gonna join ISIS now.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you do some sort of military stand? He's just no, I'm just gonna drive my truck through the crowd. I don't know. I could see someone being that stupid too. The other way. What's up, Occupy? Logged in to watch Tim Dillon. And you're streaming live. I'm in. Nice. Don't worry, I'll be out of here soon. I'm getting tired. But all right. I guess I'll play a little more. Savvy. Here we go.
Traveled from Texas. He could have been coming from another place at the time, but he's from Texas to New Orleans. Now, let me show you something else. When you look at his work history, because again, like I said, they deleted his LinkedIn, but this guy got a screenshot of it. Shamsud Jabbar.
Imagine his
Listen to
tweets.
this. His current job was Information Technology Team Chief at the U.S. Army Reserve. Previous jobs include IT Team Leader at U.S. Army Reserve, Information Management Officer at U.S. Army, Senior Information System Specialist at U.S. Army, Human Resources Supervisor at U.S. Army, again, HR Specialist, U.S. Army, Data Clerk, etc. So Army. However, that's the LinkedIn profile. But when you take a look further and you look at his profile, this is on Rocket Launch, I believe, it mentions something that the LinkedIn profile apparently did not. And that's this part here. 2022, he worked at Deloitte. So Deloitte is one of those, big like consulting firms.
I don't know what
they
that
recruit at like schools like BU. I've seen them come there and recruit before. But he also worked at Deloitte for business development. Okay. He was a cloud data architect at Deloitte, a data engineer there as well. So this piece that is
bigger,
on
stronger,
Rocket
faster,
Launch,
smarter than you.
whatever it's
Why are you
called,
so mad at that?
was not on the LinkedIn that we saw. He also worked for EY.
Oh, I guarantee you, Mounder's a Michael Jordan fan. He can't do anything about it. Probably, like, oh my God, you're the fuck goat. He'd fall down.
Worked for EY
so
for cloud transformation as a cloud transformation advisor, cloud architect, and team lead, cloud governance analyst. So this is someone again into information technology, cloud systems, data, etc. Now let's look at dude. When we go to Matt, the alleged Cybertruck bomber suspect served at the same military base as terrorists responsible for the attack in New Orleans. Authorities are now actively investigating a possible connection between the two men. When we look at Matt's LinkedIn, which apparently was still up at the time, Operations Director, Intelligence Manager, Remote Autonomous Systems, SUAS, Special Forces Green Beret. So you have someone who was an intelligence manager in the military, and then you have another one that worked with information technology in the military.
What do you think about that, Dubster? Have you heard anything in regards if you were hearing that?
Yes.
Okay.
This is how these two are connected.
Yes, but this is like, like what would this scenario be? It'd almost be like this guy, if let's say that was his body in the wreckage, right? That'd be saying this guy got super played, right? He got he thought he was going to do something that was like maybe preventing something, and he ended up being a part of it, or someone set him up and killed him, and then threw him in the fucking car and said, "Auto drive this thing to fucking Vegas."
I want to explain what's come out today so bad.
Oh my God!
But you gotta get through it with her.
Well, why can't we just go into it? I don't mind doing that. Just going into it. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
So what's come out today is this intelligence guy that has his own podcast, named Shoemaker, received a letter from McAllister, the Vegas guy, a few days beforehand. An email. He shared it on his podcast, and he's basically what McAllister was saying is, I am whistleblowing to you, basically, because I don't know how much longer I'm going to live, but don't say anything till January 1st. I'm working for this drone department in Fort Bragg. That's also psychology, the fourth group or whatever. And they're going to be using, it's either going to be us or China that are going to be using these drones, and they could fly over the White House and take out whoever they want to take out, Biden or Trump, at any moment. And I'm just trying to get the word out. I'm whistleblowing, and I don't know if I'll live. And I have my vehicle rigged to blow up, and I have plenty of guns so that they can't fuck with me. That's me summarizing what was said in this letter. The actual guy saying all this, Shoemaker, Alex Jones, has played the 3-minute recording of it. All day today, he was playing that.
Wait, he didn't play it. When did he get it? After these attacks or before?
He got it beforehand, not knowing if any of this was legit or not. And then
I mean,
he
that
wakes
looks
up January 1st.
Okay,
January 1st, he's like, "What the fuck? Holy shit! This is that guy."
Do you see
And this
why
guy's
I
an
would be sus with that?
intelligence. Yeah, this guy's an intelligence guy that does podcasts. But it does change everything in the fact that you either address this in some kind of official way or you ignore this in some kind of official way. And that tells a whole lot.
But okay, okay. First of all, as Alex Jones hosts this event is now saying, "Oh wait, this recording I have or this letter I have is
it's not Alex Jones, it's Shoemaker." He only thing is about Alex Jones. This is where I heard it. So
is what?
It's not Alex. It's not Alex Jones. It's Shoemaker.
And then
so I personally heard it from Alex Jones. So
okay, that should be sus as fuck off rip. That it's after the fact.
Yeah.
Also, are they tying in the drones that are were over the Northeast, like New York, Jersey, and all that shit?
Yes. And this guy's talking about it. He's using the big words to say this is gravity-defying kind of flying.
Okay. I don't know exactly what that means.
And he says these are the types of drones that operate like we imagine alien spaceships operate. The gravity changing kind of way. That's how it flies.
Okay, I don't know exactly.
And that's his explanation for why he didn't come with it forward was, you want me to talk about UFO shit? I'm not that guy.
Fair enough, but I'm sorry. Like that guy needs to be questioned if someone can get to the guy. But
absolutely.
He's also saying like, "Yo, my life is at risk. I could die any day." Like that just looks sus on the surface. Not saying that's bullshit or real or fake. I'm not saying anything else. I have no idea. But that looks sus off rep, bro. Let's be honest about that.
Yeah.
You have a convenient out, and you're using prior known data already.
So he knew of it a few days, I guess. He got this email a few days before McAllister did what he did.
I don't know. I don't know.
And his claim is, I'm a whistleblower. And this is my last fucking way of making sure that what I got to whistleblow gets out there. Is by talking to you. And then he says, my vehicle's rigged to explode if it needs to, so that the people tracing me won't actually attack me, which is extreme, real extreme.
And this is a letter to someone named Schumacher, right?
Schumacher, whatever.
Okay,
it's out there who the guy is.
Okay.
Yeah, I forgot. I don't know who this guy is, and I'm like, and then he's a co-host of some podcast. There's another guy, Doc something. This is just me going off of memory earlier today, listening to this stuff.
I'm wrecked. I don't mentally. I'm a little wrecked. because I don't sit here and just just throw someone away. It's like I have no idea what's true or false about any of that scenario. But at the same time, I don't know, like something like this might be kind of tangential, but whatever. I'm saying it anyways. The way Trump responded to the drone, like, oh, I don't know what they like, we should know about. We should shoot them down or some shit like that, right? For the drones, right?
Right, and he canceled his trip when it was over his fucking places in New Jersey.
Okay, but I think the kind of incoming president does know, and that's not even a big enough reaction to that. Like, I don't know. It's something about I just don't buy. Like, it looks like a play, like a movie almost. Where it's like, shouldn't you be complaining more? Like a lot more almost. Like, yo, what the fuck is that shit? Why is it flying above? I'm about to be president. I'm about to be commander in chief. Like, are you gonna wait for me to shoot him down, or are you gonna fucking tell me what it is? So either I don't shoot it down, or I say get rid of it now. But like, tell me now. Right. That just makes it look weird. And then that's kind of tangential, but at the same time, if there is some sort of weird psyop style thing happen, I see how that could tie to, I guess in this case, both of these attempted mass killing things, or with the thing you just told me about with the Schumacher, whatever, and him receiving an email from allegedly the driver. This thing, and my car's rigged to fucking blow. I'm wrecked. I don't know.
And it's a rental. Something about it being a rental was significant too.
Was there a reason for it being a Tesla truck in the email somewhere? Was that a part of it?
Don't know the answer to that. Don't know the answer to that.
Was it like, oops, coincidence? We just happen to have a Tesla in front of a Trump Tower.
Hold on. In his letter, he does not say he has a Tesla. So
conveniently enough, look at that. I mean, he would have enough shit to be able to prove that he's the driver of this shit that's about to blow up, right? He would have enough.
He said, to corroborate for who he is, he said, my first car was a 2006 Mustang. So, like, his parents would know that. So, if Schumacher wanted to verify.
Okay, no offense. This is looking like fucking, what's that shit called? QAnon 2.0 type of shit. And
I have no clue.
And if I'm hearing Alex Jones being anywhere near it, I'm already sussed out, to be honest with you. And that story you just told me, I can't run with it. I'll hear it. I'll listen to it. But until I hear something that like clicks for me personally, not saying that's how everyone else should think. I'm just saying for me personally, where it's like until I hear something that really clicks for me, I can't roll with that shit as like being. I can't say I know. Is that shit on Infowars or some shit where I can like watch like a video on it? Okay.
Mm-hmm. He talked about it on yesterday's podcast today. Whenever the podcasts change over for the next day, I don't fucking know. It's on there for the War Room because he didn't have it ready for his show. He had it ready for
Steve Bannon
30.
Show?
No, it's Owen Schroyer's show, but Owen Schroyer went there. It's covered by Chase. And he broke in at 31
the War Room
minutes in.
was fucking Bannon. What's he doing? Does he have something called the War Room?
No, yes, he does. But Owen Schroyer's of Infowars is also called the War Room.
Oh, that's just bad marketing, guys. Gotta clean that up.
It's been the Infowars War Room longer than Steve Bannon's War Room.
But Steve Bannon's winning right now. Just hope you know. He's winning the PR battle. But
what was it when David was on there? It was called War Room.
I don't know.
It's been for a long time.
Okay. So I'll look into that. But off rep, I don't know. I don't know. I can easily seeing it be just a distraction as much as anything else.
Right. Because at the end of the day, it still doesn't even tell us anything we wouldn't expect anyway. With these weird ass fucking drone things, it's not new information to us. That they're threat to national security. What wouldn't they be?
Is that not hilarious? Like I have not seen any of these fucking drones really. I've seen some things. It feels like I've seen some things in the sky before, but I can't be like, okay, I saw it right there. I took a picture. I zoomed in on it. Whatever. I don't have that evidence. Not, and the thing I feel like I've seen before was not from any of these recent years. This is years ago, where something looked like kind of weird to me, but I didn't do anything about it because it's like whatever. Like, oh shit, I guess I'm seeing like a plane, but I'm like, I don't know. I'm just seeing it in a weird way. Right? Like a plane flies over by and you see like the lights go by and shit like that. Like, okay, that's like a plane going by. This one looked different from all my experiences of seeing a plane fly overhead. That's why I remember it so much. But I can't say what it was. I didn't sit there and examine it. I didn't fucking take pictures. I didn't do any of that shit. I can't really say what the fuck it was. It could have just been a plane for all I know. But in this recent thing, I've not seen anything in the skies. Personally, I've talked to people that have said they've seen things, but I personally have not seen.
Right, they said that's all New Jersey.
Well, no, there were some supposed to be spotted in New York, in the like the tri-state area, Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania. I think also people said things. I don't know about that, but Northeast, whatever. But I've not seen it. But I don't know. Just logic tells me, like, hey guys, there's too many people recording on this. Let's stop what we're doing. What the fuck is that thing? Can we examine this thing? What do we do with this thing? Or is that too intelligent for us mere mortals, right? Our gods are going to examine it, keep it top secret, and then tell us later, years and years and years later on. Oliver Stone, the 50th, is going to tell us in a documentary about what happened during drones in Northeast America or whatever. Like, this is the stupid shit we have to deal with. Or evidence for this case, once again, will all be hidden from us years and years and years. Someone will drop a documentary information than we have today. It just is what it is. Talking. Annoying that we allow that as human beings. It is what it is.
Well, Alex Jones jumps to the assumption that this means this is for Inauguration Day.
Oh, they're gonna drone attack him or something?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Oh my god, that sounds absolutely scary. And then motherfuckers, let's be real, with emotionally immature, will react in a way that just causes something worse to happen, and worse and worse and worse it gets.
Oh, that was another thing that
but that is scary,
Jones associates that what is it? The reason why it was a Muslim ISIS guy and a white guy was to associate, like, remember Biden kept saying we need to recognize the number one threat in America is domestic terrorists, white nationalists, to associate the two.
Team them up, put them on teams together. See?
Yeah, so that you and I have the mentality.
The McVeigh Bin Laden connection. Teammates apparently now. They've put their differences aside to join teams to fuck up America. Of course. Sounds like a beautiful idea.
Do this, bro.
Jesus. God dang. Marjorie trailer. Why are you doing that? How dare you?
Hold on, this dude's about to hit my truck. You gotta back up, man. Back up.
Sorry for laughing. Sorry.
Hold on, this dude's about to hit my fucking truck.
Was he parking?
No, he's trying to make a hard fucking left around me.
Anyways. Marjorie Trailer Queen. God damn it. Represents QAnon, and Kash Patel is also in QAnon. They have a second representative. Now they have a second. Oh, yeah. So now they have a second representative. We watched Kash Patel's documentary. It is interesting. He really focuses on Russiagate. It's very interesting. But don't ask him about Israel Palestine. That's not a good idea. I want to hear. In Memdem, I can't even say it. I don't know if I said that right. Channel. What do you think about it, Jordan? Seen it? I've never seen that. Unless I have, but I just don't remember, or that name doesn't spark anything in my mind. But I had a word before. In Memdem. I don't even know. That butch built blonde. God damn. Maybe I'd let her power slam me. You never know. Let me see. It's time to get immature, okay? I'd totally mud wrestle her, bro. That sounds like fun. I think I'd lose on purpose, yeah. Just let her beat the shit out of me. Is this too dark? Don't worry about it. Did you see my earlier comment about who Adrian Dittman? Oh, okay. Remember you mentioning this when you said, like, I have proof it isn't him? The real Adrian Dittman is a German guy who lives in and owns multiple businesses in Fiji. Adrian and Elon have financial relationships. So, wait. So, was he voice starring? Okay, remember the Adrian Dittman.
That guy sounds like Elon?
Yes.
Okay.
He's saying it's a real German guy who owns businesses in Fiji, but he also has a financial relationship. Okay.
A financial relationship with who?
Is he a Elon voice star or something? Like, what does he exactly do? Alright. I'm gonna play a little bit of this, then I'm fucking done. Everybody can hear my battery's dying right now. But, no, not this. I'll save that. No, not this either. I'll play a little of the Jared Taylor debate. Just cause. Make sure my screen's right. Okay, it's good.
Well, are you playing a video?
I'm gonna play some Elon shit, bro.
No, I mean, do you have a video open right now?
I have one ready to go. Yeah.
Then I gotta exit and come back.
It's okay. Do your thing. I wasn't playing anything yet, though. This is the guy you're talking about. Who the fuck is this? Have I heard of this guy? I think I've seen this guy before. Have I? Looks like an 80s wrestler. I don't know if I know this guy. Maybe I've... Damn. Maybe someone told me to watch this before. But he definitely looks like an 80s wrestler. That's all I'm saying. Anyways, let's wreck Jordan. Let's what the fuck is it? Is that it? That's it. Okay. Let's wreck Jordan with a little bit of Jared Taylor and Richard Nania. It's a full debate, but I'm not watching all of that. There's no chance. Link your films and stuff channel? How dare ye? Too scary, man. Actually, all right. For you, we. All right. For now, I'm playing this.
It's not your fault. Yeah, you weren't on.
Here we are.
Here's our friend.
I finally made it.
It's not your fault.
Is he wearing
you weren't
eyeliner?
under Radio Renaissance. You were under a different name.
Oh, heavens. I'm many things to many people.
Yes. Well,
Is
welcome,
this new?
Jared.
Like
How are you
recent?
today?
Yeah. Well, I'm
This is
doing
a
very
recent
well.
debate.
And I'm glad to know the problem was not a geezer boomer problem. It was a problem at
No.
your end.
It's a Substack problem. It's a very interesting platform.
What?
They have a lot of kinks, but they have very good customer service too. I reach out to them, and usually they fix it. So
It's
these things are
philosophy
always
commentary.
getting better. And
Okay.
Substack is great because it'll automatically make a video. We can have clips. We'll be able to blast it out to the world
Mentan.
as soon as this is
I thought
done.
that was a name. I think it's a.
Wonderful. Well, before
Yeah, bro,
we
you
do
should
anything,
invite Jared
I
Taylor
do
on
want to
like
thank
this.
you for urging
Is my
X
following
to
big
take me
enough
back.
to invite him
I
on?
thought that was very gallant of you.
I know.
I know we disagree on so many things, and
said
this
no
kind
last
of
time.
principled idea of no, we don't suppress people with whom we disagree.
My
We
following wasn't
debate
big
them.
enough.
I think that's very civilized, and I appreciate that very much.
Well, yeah, I was glad to do it. I'm not a person who's like just a complete absolutist on these matters. Like there are some accounts that are just racial slurs and harassing people all day. And if those people want to get booted off social media, I say, they're not really contributing much to the discussion. But you're
If you're sensitive
a
towards
gentleman,
anime,
you're a
do
nice
not watch
man.
my channel.
You don't curse at people, you don't insult
For now,
them.
I'm being nice.
Yeah, there's no reason that other people should be on the platform, and you
I,
shouldn't. So I'm
I
glad you
see.
got your back.
I see you set the bar pretty low. No, I don't curse and rant.
Well,
I
I mean,
can-
on the new Elon Musk X, I mean, I think the bar is pretty low because I think that's like half of Twitter right now.
Yes,
How did
yes.
you get back, by the way? I tried to get them to reinstate the old account, but it looks like you just created a new one.
My lips are sealed. Ask me no questions, I'll tell you no lies.
Okay. All right. Well, however it happened, you're back. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
glad to see that.
Thank you.
And so yeah, let's just sort of dive right into like the issues of the day. Do you still call yourself a white nationalist, or do you call yourself a white identitarian? How do you self-identify?
No, I have never called myself a white nationalist. Not necessarily because I am not, but the term nationalist, like a Basque nationalist or a Kurdish nationalist, it has a kind of a bomb-throwing perfume to it, which I completely reject. I call myself a white advocate and a race realist. I advocate for the people of my race, like so many people of different races do for their races.
And do you think that? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. We don't call Al Sharpton a black nationalist. You could call him a black nationalist, but right, that's not. So yeah, if we want symmetry here, we can say a white advocate. Do you think that historically the groups that have had activists on their behalf, has that been the path towards success and prosperity? I mean, has that worked out well for blacks, do you think, since the 1960s? Or is racial activism perhaps something that groups don't necessarily need?
Oh, blacks clearly think they need it, and they have benefited tremendously for
Really?
it in terms of racial preferences, for example, and other racial groups in this country. They have lobbied very, very hard for open borders, at least for their people, and to that extent, they've benefited enormously. Now, the reason why there never was the equivalent of a white advocate in the past is that no one ever found the necessity even for the word. The idea that white people in America assumed that this was a country built by white people as an outpost of Europe, no one ever doubted that. And that was going to be the way it was going to be right until the end of eternity. And if, I'm sure, you had told the people in 1965 who were voting in Congress for the Immigration Act that completely began this transformation of the demographics of the United States, if you'd told them, look, you vote for this law, and in about 80, 90 years, whites will be a minority, they would have said, hell no, we ain't doing it. So this was taken for granted right from the very founding of the United States, that this was essentially a European country.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the issue is when you say someone is a white activist. That could mean a whole lot of things, and white people disagree on issues of public policy and philosophy, just like other people do. So if you say you're a white activist, you could be
advocate.
Yes. Advocate. Okay. What's the difference? What do you see this difference between advocate and activist?
Not gonna lie, I wasn't paying attention.
If we really want to split hairs, an activist I see as someone who is out in the world organizing, making groups, who may be dropping banners. I really just sit in my room and stare at a keyboard and make videos and talk to people. So you can be an activist, you can be an advocate without really being an activist. But it's two different ways of advancing, I think, the legitimate interests of whites.
Okay. Okay.
Jared
fair
Taylor,
enough.
are you on TRD to deal with the black medicine?
So
That-
when you,
the black
when you say
menace
you're a white advocate,
corrupting America.
That could be anything, right? So you could be a communist and be a white advocate, presumably, as long as you don't believe in redistribution to other races. You could be a fundamentalist capitalist. You could be a socialist. You could be anything in between. You could be an environmentalist, or you could be sort of in the pocket of the oil and gas lobby. You could have a positive view of fossil fuels or a negative view of fossil fuels. Why not just have these debates? Why have white advocacy as its own specific project?
Well, that's a very fundamental question. And to ask the question, it seems to me, is almost to misread the current situation, not only in the United States, but in the entire world. Every national group and every racial group has an instinctive loyalty to that group. And you see this wherever you look. We have black activists or black advocates. We have Hispanics, we have Asians. Just take the United States Congress. You have a black congressional Congress. What's its job? Its job is to examine legislature and to examine laws and say, what's in it for us? What's in it for the brothers? It's the same for the Hispanic caucus, the Asian caucus, but whites are not expected to have any interests. We are the only ones who are forbidden to have any group interests because that makes us white supremacists, that makes us Nazis, that makes us socially, utterly undesirable and worse, and banned from Twitter. So there is a tremendous asymmetry. When every other group has an instinctive fellow feeling and wishes to link arms to advance their interests, and if sometimes at our expense, if whites are merely individuals, then we would be taking.
Someone tell Jared, like, people just don't want, like, they still want your shit around, bro. Like, let's just be honest. It's like, yeah, we're done. Like, we don't want that shit around anymore. Just go away, man. Just being honest. Not saying it's right. Not saying it's right.
Get rid of all the black power people. Rome's got to go. Rome's got to go.
I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying they just want you to go away, man.
Hey, this is the Dave Chappelle trade cards. I'll trade Jerome for Jared Taylor.
I'm telling you right now, there are many white people in this country, both right-leaning and left-leaning, that would love to kick you out of their existence. Like, go away. I'm telling you. And once again, I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying, like, that's how people feel it. They want it. They're tired of this shit. If I had to guess.
Can you look at how many subscribers Jared Taylor has?
I don't think he's on anything that I'm on to where I know how many subscribers he would have. Right, there's no way he's on YouTube, right? That's like his own channel. There's no way.
As a white nationalist, probably not.
BitChute. Yeah.
BitChute, basically.
It's what it is. There we go. That's not an argument. I'm not saying it as like an argument. As to counter Jared Taylor. See how delusional you fucking sound? I'm not trying to counter Jared Taylor. I'm just saying, like, I think that's what most people do. Like, I'd talk to Jared. No problem. I would talk to him. No problem. He can hang out in my Discord. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. Almost. You know? But at the same time, this is what I think other people this as. Other people are like, yo, go away, man. That's my guess of what other people think. They probably want him to just go away. I bet Nick Fuentes would be like, yo, I have nothing to do with Jared Taylor. He's in boat over there. I have nothing. I'm just saying. But here we go.
Taken advantage of by people who are very successfully pushing their interests often at our expense.
Jared Taylor's nephew or something?
Okay,
like,
well, that's right. So it's a point that everyone else has their group interest. So it's a very basic argument.
How is that an argument? Again, you are letting your vag make your arguments.
Hispanics, whites will be sort of left out
You
of
okay,
the
Matt?
cold. And
I'd give you a
unilateral disarmament.
Don't worry about that.
yeah, but I mean,
You can get a hug
there's
from
also
Jordan
another
anytime
way
you want.
of looking at it. So
Yeah, women like you want them to go.
There are people who disagree with.
I think Fuentes would be with throw Jared Taylor. I'd say, come on over, Jared.
Advocacy and Hispanic advocacy.
I think Nick Fuentes would throw this guy
and
away.
the question is,
go away.
Having blacks,
That's you.
More like
I'm literally saying the opposite.
Is that going to have a
think that's
positive
right.
effect for whites? Maybe, okay, they get rid of affirmative action. So they've done a few things that are clearly in white interests. But is seeing public policies through a racial prism, is this necessarily the best way to go forward just because other groups see things in that way? So I'll give you, for example, sort of a concrete interest story. So like something like 40-50% of American Fortune 500 CEOs, you look at Pence, you look at Nobel Prize winners, like something like 40-50% of them are foreign born. Some of those are white. Many of those are from India or China or Israel, if you consider whether or not you consider Israel a white country. And from my perspective, shutting off immigration, high-skilled immigration, would have a major impact on whites and blacks and Hispanics. It's not necessarily zero sum. If we let in Elon Musk, for example, Elon Musk came from South Africa, maybe under a immigration restrictionist policy, South Africa would be considered a black country. Let's say Elon Musk doesn't get into the country. We don't have SpaceX. We don't have Tesla.
Oh, Fuentes is on his team.
Oh shit. We don't have the free speech on X because nobody buys it.
Let's hear Nick Fuentes talk to people who have.
That wouldn't be in white interest. It wouldn't be in black interest. It wouldn't be
people who are in this sphere watching this type of shit.
Didn't come to America. The same with
have
the
him say it
founder
to a
of
mass
NVIDIA,
audience.
Vincent Huang. He's a
like really defend
child
it
of
in a
Taiwanese
real
immigrants,
way,
and
where
it's
like he
created
has a major
remarkable value
platform
for the country.
I think Jared
So what
Taylor's
about the argument
correct.
that you
I
could
don't think he's
advocate
doing
for
it.
white interests, you end up seeing this world through a racial lens, and you end up sort of shooting yourself in the foot because you adopt these illiberal policies like restricting immigration based on race, for example.
Well, first of all,
he's the most effective
strictly from an economic
advocate.
point of view. I believe that a nation is far more than GDP per capita. You may believe that human beings are atomized individuals and they are in it for themselves, and their idea is to make as much money as possible. That's not the way I think. That's not the way most humans think. And if you want to transform Homo sapiens into strictly an economic animal, that might make sense. But most human beings have what you might consider irrational attachments. The most obvious irrational attachment is to your own family. You love your children more than you love the children of strangers because they're yours, not necessarily because they are objectively superior. This is a natural, healthy feeling. And for most people, the largest group to which they feel.
That's already false off rip. But then again, we're dealing like he's taking advantage of this assessing human beings' psychology, right? He's ignoring psychology. Right? Wouldn't he be doing that? He'd be ignoring psychology just to make that statement. Right? It's kind of a matter-of-fact statement. He hasn't proven that in any regard anywhere. He just says it like it's fact without proving it. Right? Or am I tripping?
What did he say exactly?
The idea that like, oh, well, it's your children, like pick them over something else or just like, and that's healthy. That's the right way to. You have a natural bias towards them. It's like that doesn't have to be the case.
I would think so.
That doesn't have to be the case. So. I would hope
crackhead,
so.
Crack is more important than your kids, but
unless you're what we state as the highest order of what we call humans, right? The best version of humans. We don't. Those guys can't do that, right? But people who are called like dipshits, right? Just normie motherfuckers. It makes sense for them to do it. But the highest order of humans we ever on Earth, as far as the stories, the myths, whatever, accounts, they're not allowed to do that, right?
What?
Right?
They're not allowed to think about their children?
They're not allowed to hold anyone over anyone, right?
Well, he's also using children, like someone's children, as an argument for, well, giving a similar type of preference to someone. In his perspective, he just described the United States as a what was it, an outpost,
white
Europe.
nation. Yeah.
So meaning that he's saying you should also similarly give preference to another European over someone else who is not European. That's the way he's describing it. It's like, well, you love your children, don't you? So then you would love other whites, naturally.
I leave that dumb shit for the dumb shitters. I was trying to go for a little bit bigger of a story here. So you think parents care more about their children more of the children of strangers than for their own children? A, I didn't say that. B, I think Jesus would say that they're all equal. If we want to consider the highest form of human expression, right? Morally speaking, he'd say they're all equal, right? Or what?
I would just like to say a lot of crackheads.
I want to hear Matt Hunter debunk. I want to hear Matt Hunter say, like, Jesus is full of shit. He's a bullshit. He's not real. He's mythological.
I would love to hear Matt Hunter, but he doesn't talk.
Matt Hunter.
Love to hear Matt Hunter, but he doesn't talk.
I'm trying to start a war between Matt Hunter and Dubster. So
I would love.
You're supposed to tell us Jesus is not real. He's bullshit. He's full of shit. It's a make-believe thing made by lefty Democrats to. Go ahead, Matt Hunter. Finish my sentence. But if Matt doesn't debunk Jesus, then Jesus is the highest order of candidate for a lot of people. Would he love his kids more than your kids? Or would it all be equal?
Okay. Now, crackheads don't
Taylor's
think
an atheist.
their
I don't care what
children
Taylor is. I'm asking you, Matt Hunter. I'm asking you. Not Jared Taylor. Clearly, he can't talk to me. I'm talking to you. Answer the fucking question.
Sure.
Exactly. What's up?
Crackheads do not prioritize their children. And you know who most of the crackheads are, right?
Who are most of the
basketball Americans?
Poor people?
Basketball Americans. No, basketball Americans.
Oh, got it. I don't even know if that's true or not. To be honest with you.
Well, ask Joe Biden.
Hey, who knows? Anyways. Yeah. Jesus valued Jewish kids more than Greek ones? Really? Interesting. I didn't know that. I thought he died for everyone's sins, unless Greeks were not God's creation. They were made in a lab by other humans or something. I don't know. Who even smokes crack in 2025? Fair enough. Anyways,
feel a kind of instinctive loyalty is their extended
funny as I ask
racial
Matt
family.
questions, he
Their
runs for his
race
fucking
is their
life.
largest extended
Hey,
family.
yeah, run for your fucking
you
life, you
find
little
this
pussy.
throughout the world, and it is only
Matt, why you running,
whites
bro?
who have been traditionally extremely individualistic, who have adapted precisely the argument you're making about the nature of their society. They didn't used to do this. At first, when the United
Why you
States
running,
was
Matt?
founded, it was founded as an
running, bro.
explicitly white country. And as you know, the very
Spotlight's on you.
first
It's
citizenship
what you
law
wanted,
in the
man. Why
United
you
States
running?
passed by the very first Congress. It's a brand new
Hunter
country.
Biden does.
Deciding who's going to live here, what's it going to be like, and they said naturalization was going to be restricted to free white
Can I challenge Jared Taylor to a push-up contest?
What does that tell you about the founding? That was the idea of America, and then to say, well, okay, suddenly it's open to the whole world, and so
By the way, Do you see the questions of scrutiny I get from Matt Hunter? I wonder if he asked Jared the same questions. Do you ask Jared Taylor, like, do you scrutinize him the same amount? I bet you don't. I bet you're a little fucking P-word about it. I almost guarantee that. Because there's plenty of room for logical scrutiny for Jared Taylor. But you don't bring it up, do you? Because you're a follower of an FBI agent and you run with it, bro. Jared's waiting to get you caught outside of Oklahoma City building, bro. Yeah, just park there. Yeah, just park there. There's no whites in the area. Park right there. You dummy. Anyways.
As long as they come and they work hard, it doesn't make any difference. If they're Hindus or they're Somalis or Guatemalans, it doesn't make any difference. That is a radical departure from the way America was founded and what Americans took for granted. And to me, quite frankly, it makes no difference if immigrants are 10 feet tall, twice as smart as I am, twice as productive. It is my country built by my ancestors with their heritage in mind, wanting to have their own destiny in their own hands. They did not want to.
So IQ no longer. Did he change the argument to not being about IQ? Like, is he doing anything? Is he Malcolm X? Is Jared Taylor Malcolm X? Is it by any means necessary? Did you try the IQ argument? It didn't work too well, so you switched it up to something else? Is that what's going on here? Like, I don't care if you're smarter than me, blah, blah, blah. The inherent nature of their culture and heritage is not rooted here. Everything up. I don't know, Matt Hunter. It sounds like you're following an FBI guy, my opinion. Hey, if you're at the meeting, Matt Hunter, and Jared scratches his nose, run. Run for your life. How would him being an FBI agent make his facts right? I'm asking for you to scrutinize the guy. Scrutinize him. Pretend he's me. Oh, you can't do it. I got it. Because you're lazy. Got it. I would never do crack. I'm not a fan of cocaine. It's good for a hotel room sex night with a naughty girl. What? I read too much.
What was that?
I don't know. I don't do coke. Coke causes coke dig. Too much coke, dig won't grow. Oh, okay. Coke dig. Got it. I think he's running parallel arguments.
Well, if coke does that to you, you should try crack, man. I hear all the brothers love it. More than their children.
I don't exactly know what Dubster said, but yeah, fight. You got to fight for your life, man. Don't let Coke win. You got to beat Coke. Win.
I said, don't try Coke. Try crack. You'll love it more than your children.
There it is. Back in my day, crack was called freebase. Notice how our host has 0 arguments against Taylor, only ad hominem. Can you guys see? Do you guys see my plan now? Do you see my idea?
Wait, is Ghost here?
No.
I heard ad hominem.
I think Ghost should talk to Matt Hunter one day.
Oh, I'd love it.
And give her no evidence of what anyone else thinks. Just be curious. Anyways, here we go.
To give it away to people, even if they were infinitely superior.
The Great Escape Plan. when whites get enslaved, how to become the house slave.
And
betraying all the other whites.
Okay, here's what it is. I think Matt Hunter worked for Jared, and he's using me as data collection. That's what I think is going on here. He's data collecting off of my responses to this, so Jared can sit down and plan out a rebuttal.
Strategy. How can I counter this argument? Just call him uppity. Just call him uppity. Come on, Garrett.
Crack means plumber's butt, you weirdos. Shut up. Fuck. What is that called? I thought it was called plumber's crack. It's like they're fucking ass crackers or fixing a pipe or some shit. Pause. Super pause. Why did whites get hooked on opioids if they're so superior? Listen, I don't want to
crack.
go there.
We make our shit, bro. We're not customers. Oh, you said opiates. I thought you said meth. My bad.
I will not counter Matt Hunter with anything that, because he's not in that realm. Let's be honest. He's not in the realm. So I don't need to be talking about, oh, white people on drugs or black people on drugs or Chinese people on drugs. I don't need to talk about that. He's clearly a fucking idiot in his own boat. And you know what? I respect him for that. Because if he was here and I was in the audience, I don't think he'd treat me the same, to be honest with you. I think he would have banned me a long time ago. Because he can't let his followers get influenced by big, dark, scary man. Anyways, here we go.
And of course, I would argue
I think Matt Hunter he's probably a thick, he is probably a thick black woman who's like,
hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I'm good at that. It's her beep, same time, cut out.
I'm just saying Matt Hunter's probably a thick black woman from Boca Raton, Florida. Anyways, I'll play like one more minute. I dead ass.
Many people coming across the border do not make substantial contributions. So there we have a completely alternative view of what America should be. It's not simply a group of individuals trying to improve per capita GNP. That to me is not a nation. That might be a corporation, but it's not the way real human beings think.
So yeah, one thing I appreciate about
I agree.
is you set the.
But if you go into real human beings, your shit might get left out, which means you have to like. He's dancing on two sides of a plate,
go and make
trying to balance it out, and it's just wobbling.
You just told me it's not about GDP.
Arguing
it's something I like the honesty here, because I can't believe that in economic terms deporting 40% of the STEM talent would not be an economic would not hurt us economically. So I'm glad we can.
People who would be immigration restrictionists, they can certainly point to examples in which the newcomers are not contributing economically.
Sure, absolutely.
And they might as well do so. And on balance.
All right, Matt Hunter. Can I pronounce W, like words that start with W, better than Jared Taylor? Admit it. Admit I'm better at pronouncing words with W or the whoof sound. Admit I can do that better, and I'll leave you alone for the rest of the time. I'll say you're correct about everything. Can I say white better than he says who white? Am I better at saying white than Jared Taylor is? I need you just admit it. Admit it once. We'll move on. Serious question. By the way, you didn't answer my other questions that I asked way long ago. So now I'm asking trolley questions. Can I say white better than Jared Taylor?
You're just mad you don't have a catch line.
That's true. I don't. I got one, right? Like, yo, give this video a thumbs down. Right? That's not bad.
Okay.
Cool. Dude, that's
not
the
as
thing.
cool as quite.
See, the thing is, like, I'd have fun, like, cracking jokes, and Jared Taylor get absolutely butthurt. Can I take a joke better than Jared Taylor? What do you think, Matt Hunter? What do you think? Are you that locked in? Are you that brainwashed? Are you that much of a thick black mistress from Boca Raton, Florida, where you can't admit certain things out loud? Come on, man.
If you talk to Jared Taylor, your first 5 minutes of conversation is like pronunciation lesson on white.
Mounder, do you think I can chokeslam Jared Taylor through a table? What do you think? I mean, you say I'm blessed with more of the athletic ability, and he's blessed with the intelligence. I'm sure he'd find a way out of it.
You'd outsmart you.
Exactly.
Matt would say he would never be in a room with you. That's how he'd win.
Violence. By the way, I would never harm Jared Taylor physically. Emotionally, I can't help him with shit like that. It is what it is. I would never harm him, man. Would he ever harm me? What do you think? What do you think, Matt Hunter? Oh, you have to make that your philosophy in order to make that make sense, in order to make that justified and moral and all that shit. Actually, I don't think you believe in morals. Just like Jared doesn't believe in morals. And like you'll do whatever it takes to fill the void of some sort of impotence or something. I don't know what the compensation level is about, or I don't understand it exactly, but there's something, it seems like there's something psychological happening. I wonder, like, would Jared do therapy? Would he ever consider that? Right? He has to be true in his nature, right? He did, an epistemology of life itself. He studied it all and all that shit to where he's thought about these things already, and there's no need for further examination. But if someone did do further examination, stand a test, right? Like that event when he was a kid and he just naturally chose I think it was a white boxer versus a black boxer, or some sort of combat sport, I think was happening. And he chose the white guy as a kid, naturally. And that led to some sort of epiphany that, yeah, there's like a racial dick riding thing that happens. Oh, Matt, you're ignoring me, man. Matt, stop ignoring me. Answer my questions, man. Stop ignoring me.
Jordan, you know what you're choosing the blacks over the whites thing was in life at a young age? I know what mine was.
What's that?
The O.J. Simpson case.
I don't know what happened when you were a kid, but when I was a kid, I picked Stone Cold over The Rock all day and night. I'm cheering for Stone Cold to beat the fuck out of The Rock. Anyways.
The Rock's white. What are you talking about?
How does any of that make his face? See how he doesn't answer questions, but he asks all the questions in the world. You hear this? Matt, I need you. Do you admit I have more integrity than you do? Admit I have more integrity than you do. Admit it right now.
You got to read out that says Wisconsin private.
Read out the comment. Wait, what? Say that again?
Yeah, read out that's comment.
This is his comment. How does any of that make his facts wrong? And I'm asking you, Matt. I'm asking you. Do I have more integrity than Jared Taylor? Answer that fucking question. I answer your questions all day and night, bro, apparently, for some reason. Can you answer mine? The Rock is Samoan. He's still dark-skinned, Grey Walker. I pick The Rock all day. All right, the Nation of Domination versus Stone Cold. I'm picking Stone Cold all day and night. Stop it.
So you're white at heart. Okay. I'm going to call you Carlton.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there. I also picked Michael Jordan.
I'm glad
over John Stockton.
I'm glad you're finally picking a winning team.
I picked Michael Jordan over Larry Bird. How about that?
Race trader.
Hey,
What do you think? You're a feminist or something? You gonna choose what your fucking responsibilities are?
When it comes to women, equal opportunities.
It's a feminist. It's a feminist.
Equal opportunity.
No, like, you know what feminists do? They pick what they want, the buffet of how good a man's life is. They want equal pay, but they don't want to pay for the dates.
Listen, if a feminist wants her dishes done, I'll do them. I have no shame about it. I'm a simp at heart.
Desperate, bro.
I'm a simp at heart, bro. Shut up. I'm a simp at heart. Okay. It is what it is.
I think you're called thirsty is the term.
Now. I'm a simp. Okay. Grey Walker. Feminists do not want equality. They want supremacy. The fucking shadows. It's hilarious. Like, Matt Hunter, I do all this work for you, man. You can't answer me some questions? Come on, man. Even if YouTube banned your comments, they're still on the recording for YouTube. It's still there. So what do you want from me? You can't answer a simple fucking question? Whatever. You know what? That's the end of my night, guys. Matt Hunter, I love you too, bud. I love you too, Matt Hunter. I'm tired. You're not answering my shit. It is what it is. I'm fucking out of here. Thank you, everyone, for watching or sticking around. Shout out to all of you. Mucho. Much love. Mucho amor. Is that it? There's probably a better expression for that. I would say that... Oh, wait, you don't want me to go away? I would say that Taylor, unlike you, does not engage in ad hominem argument and instead uses facts. I asked about his integrity. Like, does he have integrity as much as me? Do you think that? What do you think? I love you too, man, Hunter. It's all love here, man. But I have to shit on you. Because I have to. God demands it. God demands I shit on you, man. It is what it is. Thanks for watching, guys. Hopefully the stream doesn't get clipped because of music or something I played during the stream. Hopefully it sticks around. Seriously, that has happened. No, I played some mainstream shit on here. I hope it doesn't get clipped for that. But whatever. Don't forget to share, support, hopefully donate to every link you see in that description box. Almost all of them, except for mine. Everything in the top part, yeah. Donate, share it, do all that shit.
If you ever get canceled, just put a 2 behind your previous channel name.
I already have a backup channel because I've been banned before. Not for political reasons, for comms. That's what I was banned for before. So I already have a backup channel called YellBRo Live. It's somewhere out there in the ether. I don't even know if I have the password for that shit anymore. But I'll figure it out somehow. I'll find a way to get back on if I get banned on this one. But we're chilling, man. Thanks for watching. Once again, check out the links in the description box. Donate, share them, whatever. And don't forget, that's right, Occupy. Give this video a thumbs down.
Say you wanna get in, and then you wanna get out. When you get the money to buy yourself a car.